following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond.
1, 2, 3!
Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Hello everyone and welcome to the day 5 of the NACT. I'm your host Liz, and once again I am thrilled to have two world-class talents joining me from Asia today, with the quick-witted Gideon from Malaysia, as well as Wolf with his world-class analysis. How are you boys doing?
Liz, I'm so glad to be here. You know, I've heard so much about NACT. I've heard so much about the movement that has been going on here in North America, and I'm excited to see their Mobile Legends games.
It's great. It's early in the morning here in the Philippines, but surely we love this kind of events, right? NACT, we're going to watch it so that we know more about the other part of literally the other side of the world when it comes to Mobile Legends. I'm very excited to see a lot of good stuff in here.
And we are the casters from Asia United. And with that, Gideon, let's take us through the tournament format.
Thanks, Liz. Now, as much of you guys have known, the qualifiers as well as the first round robin has already ended. We are in our round robin number 2. So the teams have already played against each other once. This is going to be their second time, and they're trying to make it to at least the top 4 so they can at least secure a spot during the playoffs and adjust themselves to get ready for the grand finals at the very end.
You know, you did mention this, Gideon. Very important for them to get into the playoffs. And interestingly, we have very tight matches today to couple with that. For example, Fallout 9-13 record will be facing up against Era 7-7, who happens to be 9-13 as well. Followed up by the TheOhioBrothers, the dominant team here in NACT, going up against LaimiTop, against the team that's in the bottom. So not much to expect in there for sure, but Ackerman and BloodThirstyKings, another close, a very tight match. Then Wasians going up against the Empire, 9-12 versus 10-13. Very, very important last match. You have to tune into that because they are literally fighting for the 4th slot in the playoffs.
And as you mentioned, Wolf, besides waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning to get ready, what are you most excited about today's matches?
Ooh, okay. Well, you know, I'm very sorry about those who heard me say that there's nothing much to expect our second series, but that is also something we have to expect. I mean, whatever we can expect from the top 1 team going up against the top 8 team, I love underdog stories like that. But most importantly, I'm looking forward to seeing Ackerman for sure, because I heard there's a Filipino in there. Really excited what he can bring to the table, and I'm sure that they will be battling it out for the slot at the playoffs.
You know, I've heard this rumor time and time again, and I feel like this theory is true, that Wolf is putting together a super Filipino team from all across the world. It just doesn't feel like he isn't making it happen, because he's already developing an app for statistics and now casting for the NACT. What else do you want to take away from us?
It's a secret.
I know.
You have to know.
Well, one thing Wolf won't be taking away from us is the prize pool. So this tournament, as we mentioned, features $50,000 worth of total cash prizes, with 24,000 USD as well as 100,000 diamonds for the top first team. And most importantly, this team will get to represent North America for the first time at the MSC this year. So that's something to look out for, right?
I mean, it's 100,000 diamonds. I thought that would have been enough, but a slot at MSC, flights, everything taken care of to represent NA? That doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like I like a lot of cash, but imagine this: like getting to the playoffs of NACT, win the tournament, get 15K US dollars, and then get to MC to win even more dollars, right? That's a great motivating factor for sure.
And for the players, it's not just about the money, but the passion for the games. And for you guys and at home, for your passion of the game, we are giving away 2 giveaways today. The first one is right here. 30 giveaway codes to advanced tournament chests with 99.5% chances to tickets, magic dust, and premium skin fragments, as well as 0.5% chances to one of these amazing skins. So make sure you type that code on the screen and find the link in the description below to secure your chance to one of these amazing giveaways. Now, as we are proceeding into our first match of the day, we have the standings, actually, the 2023 spring standings. Wolf, why don't you take us through your thoughts on the current standings?
All right, so very important to take note that the EDT, they're still dominant. Very, very dominant, only dropping 1 game all throughout of the series that they played. Have to take note of the places 2nd until 5th. Most importantly, Wasians and the Empire, who will be playing against each other later on. Very, very important to take note that they will have to secure a win. And literally, every single game matters, because that means that if Empire, for example, wins 2-0 against Wasians, I mean, that will mean that they eventually will be taking over the 4th slot. So I think that the middle part is just as important as the top part of the standings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's no questions asked that everybody between from 4th to 6th are all contesting for the spot. And I think most importantly, it's about winning 2-0, not just about winning the overall series.
It's definitely. And today we get to see LaimiTop as well as F4LLOUT in the series, which they weren't able to participate yesterday. So starting with the first match, we have some predictions from our talents as usual in the NA side. Ooh. I mean, it's pretty divergent results from both from all the casters. Eunice right now has the best standing in her predictions overall, 31-5. But looking at these two sides, what do you think, casters? Who do you agree with for this match?
Personally, for me, I want to see Area 77 go all out. They've been on a downward spiral all this time, and hopefully they can make something work here. But I don't know. I'm looking at Trex, and international caster can't even get his predictions right. Come on.
Come on, Trex. 24-12. You know, we have to talk to Trex later on for sure and ask him what his thoughts are. But I think that he's been very optimistic of some of the other teams that have not been performing well. That's why he voted for those teams as well. And I think that I kind of understand what he's going for. There was a time in my life where I kind of predict the teams for the teams that are not slated to win a series to actually win it. I've done it many times before, and I typically just end up in the wrong side of the predictions for sure. But this is esports, right? We are watching a lot of good stuff, and Mobile Legends for sure in NACT. We'd love to see some upsets. Hell, we are going to see Ackerman, the BloodThirstyKings, OhioBrothers later on, going up against a team that that's not on their same weight level when it comes to like the wins, but maybe something can happen, right?
I mean, that's the idea of this round robin. Sorry there, Liz, that was my bad. But yes, overall, I mean, when we're talking about these matchups, it's all about getting those clean 2-0s. You don't want to be, you know, in tiebreaker series, moving on in when you get into the playoffs, or having to play a tiebreaker round just to make sure that you qualify for it. But this is our very first series. It's going to be F4LLOUT on the blue side, Area 77 on the red side. And what are you thinking so far based on your, I don't know, your new Best Analyst award?
Oh, come on. No, I just got that because you're not in the Philippines. If you were in the Philippines, there will be great contention for sure. Just kidding, yeah. I think, okay, one hero that I really have a lot of focus on recently is Arlen. Recently, when the one of the newest heroes to go out there and to be allowed in a tournament format. I think that it has been very famous in the Philippines and in Indonesia and also in Malaysia for sure. So I think that's also one priority for the Whoa, okay, so they just batted out.
Hey, they're already listening in on the cast, my guy. I feel like as of right now, the one thing I've noticed about North America is that their team fighting is especially interesting, though. The way they kind of prioritize their targets, it feels like it tunnel visions to a certain degree, but then when you look at the bigger picture, there's just so much setup involved. Now, we see that Fallout, they're going to be locking in the far miss. Area 77 have already shown that they want to play at least the Valentina, and I think this is a rather standard opening, especially if you're on red side.
Yeah, I like the fact that you pointed out about their team fighting, and already the Faramis is the priority for Fallout. It's a very team fighting hero, but of course it's quickly answered by the Valentina and the Glue altogether. So you understand why this is the case, right? But we do know for sure that Glue kind of struggles against Faramis, just because of the Ghost Bursters dealing a lot of damage. They can instantly almost kill Glue. If not the Glue, his teammates who are happen to be nearby when he pops the ultimate. One thing that is very stubborn about pros and the way that I talk to them is like, yeah, sure, I can still pick Glue. I'll just not use my ultimate when Faramis is up. But easier said than done.
Yeah, a lot of those situations comes down to, how about I just don't die? That's an easy solution.
Exactly.
No problems whatsoever. But Fallout looking to reply to what we see here from Area 77. And again, Tanksalot has been coming up a little bit more popularly lately. And even yesterday, we did get to see a couple of matches with it. Although I do find it interesting that they also want to go with the Franco here, especially this early on. Like, are they trying to predict that a possible Farsa could come out? And I mean, Joy as well as Yves have been banned. So those are usually the two main heroes you want to lock down.
Yeah, I do share the same sentiments, because knowing that there's a Kaja that can be picked up instead of the Franco, we know for sure that the Franco has great displacement, of course, with the Iron Hook having less cooldown compared to a Divine Judgment, right? But of course, that's not. I mean, Franco is not as reliable as a Kaja. And if you think about it, you want to kind of couple up the Lancelot with a lockdown hero, also a hero that can eventually counter the Lancelot. So maybe this is the idea from Fallout, be it their comfort pick, or maybe the fact that they don't want the Franco to be on the opposite end so that their Lancelot will be okay.
That's a good point here, because the fact that they've locked in the Lancelot this early on without any provocation of like Martis and as well as Fredrin as well does kind of give us an idea that Fallout are making sure that their composition isn't too threatened. They don't want to get picked off, and they don't want a jungler who has strong AoE to cut down the temp HP from the Call Altar.
Right.
Now we get into the second ban phase. I'm seeing the Lolita. I'm also seeing the Leslie as well.
Wow.
Ooh, it's getting a little interesting when it comes down to these gold lane picks.
Yeah, and I do think that Area 77 will double down on marksman bans, especially because they do have their gold laner anyways. Leslie, of course, outranges the Beatrix in the late game, but also in the early stages, but it doesn't deal as much damage as the Beatrix. I would assume that Fallout might ban out the Kaja along the way, because it is a great combo with the Beatrix. One Divine Judgment will mean that you can burst down heroes with this Beatrix, so that could be an option. Especially because Fallout already revealed that they want to ban a roamer, which is the Lolita. Interestingly, Yu Zhong. Makes sense.
I mean, it definitely makes sense here, and this is the one thing, another nuance that specifically NA likes to do, especially since we're very used to the MPLs. We're used to teams liking to play either around a particular person, a particular role, or having an idea of a composition. But I feel with the NACT, and especially with the teams inside of it, they highly prioritize certain interactions. Number one, Yuzong being able to dive really deep into the enemy backline, and especially for the marksmen, which are very important in the meta currently, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, for sure. Fallout, our prediction here is something like a Kaja ban for them, but instead they ban out Diggy, interestingly. Maybe it's because Air 77 have shown that they played the Diggy before. I have to confirm that, but at least, this is at least as it stands, it looks like a very, I would say, a targeted ban against Air 77. which means Kaja's still open. I think it's still good. No reason not to pick it up. It's a meta hero. We know that it answers the Lancelot in a way because you can just flicker and ult to get in and then just snag him into your composition, your box. And of course, Area 77 will benefit for that if they combo it up with the Beatrix. I'm not going to be surprised if that's going to be the next pick.
Yeah, and again, we're expecting that support pick to be here, especially since Area 77 is on red side. They're going to be able to get that first pick. And there okay, so this is something that I wanted to mention out earlier, right? Because I've noticed that a lot of teams were going, oh, Farmus, how do you deal with it? Usually the one or two answers that you have, whether you have, if you don't have your mid lane mage and you need a particular support to get you out of tough spots, Diggy, and I don't know, a Malaysian favorite of mine, has to be the Atlas. Strong team fighting capabilities. They want to stick close together. That's what Atlas wants.
For sure. It's great. Knowing that the Farmis composition wants to group up together. And who would have thought that we missed out on the 1-1? I've been seeing a lot of 1-1 bans that's like tailored in my head that the 1-1 is already banned out. Seems like my mind automatically like just denies the 1-1 to be picked up. It will be the choice here for the gold lane of Fallout and gonna be looking for the Mincetar. Okay, there you go.
All right, I'm very excited to see this Mincetar here. Now, Mincetar for me personally, I'm thinking like, you know, as a support, you at least have some impact across the map. Your 1v1 matchups in the EXP lane, some are okay, some could go a little bit better, but NA seems to be liking liking it to be put into the EXP lane, and I mean, NA has innovated a couple of times. Number one with Joy. A lot of people were saying, hey, Joy Jungle seems to be the way to go, but truly, NA was the one who forefronted saying, hey, Fried Chicken, take your hands on vengeance, get yourself Joy. You basically one-shot that backline. You're kidding me.
All right.
You know, this isn't real, right? This isn't real, right?
This couldn't be real, but it is. Welcome to NA City. What did they see in Alucard that we didn't? Well, my only problem with this is that I believe that Alucard is also dependent on dashes, which kind of means that Mincetar will have a field day once again. There's a lot of theory behind it as well. Like, can an Alucard actually outspeed the tanks a lot when it comes to jungling? And some people say yes, just because of raw damage output. But that might be the only thing that he has when it comes to an advantage over the tanks a lot. We'll see, you know. I do feel that the double hook strategy from Fallout is going to be very scary. They have two snags with the Franco and the Mincetar. And they also have the 1-1. You know, there's a lot of questions, but it is what it is. Here we are.
I'm excited to see how this goes out. And this is why NA is exciting and interesting. They don't necessarily want to play meta. They still want to have their own identity, true to the North American fashion. This is going to be Fallout up against Area 77 in our very first best of 3 series. Let's jump right into it.
All right, we can already see the feature of both the junglers from both teams. And it seems like without any help from their roamers, the tanks a lot still outspeeds the Alucard. So that's already like bad news for Area 77, especially after the snag. But I mean,
it's level 1. It's level 1. We're not expecting to see any kills here. Midnight's is going to get traded out, but so far, he's a little low, and I think Gals wants to force him to get that recall. Shadow Stampede over the wall to keep him alive and make sure that he can enjoy the space that he actually has. But I think we need to start talking about priority here, right? Because again, Melo has been hovering between mid and as well as gold lane.
Yeah, for sure. So when it comes to the priority, I would say that for Fallout, they can really just wait for their timings. They can just really be relaxed about this game, most importantly because they have great late game, as Anna will be poking out Mark Cutie. Now, for Area 77, it is so important for them to utilize the Fatal Links in to have some fruit utilizing their Fatal Links. That's what I'm trying to say. Whenever they pop that ultimate, they have to get kills and get objectives.
Okay, but that is all dependent on that level 4. So whether or not they actually get to that point, whether Area 77 decides to, you know, throw their support into the mid lane alone while the mid laner heads over to the EXP to get that quick level 4, that could be an option. It looks like the perfect match does connect, but no real follow-up here. It looks like Kay is going to be able to walk away. Turtle now spawning, and this is where it gets really, really interesting.
Yeah. Say that it's gonna be even. They're gonna have level both ultimates on both roamers, I would say. Like Fatal Links is now available for Gals.
And both have called Altar 2. Ana is trying to get on in. He already locks the turtle for himself. Secures it as the Fatal Links already comes by. They can't get away from the King's Calling. And immediately we see Fallout just cleaning up shop here. Should technically only find one. Josh still on top of Uzi. He should secure the kill for himself. And there we go. That's going to be a triple kill going over to Fallout for only one in trade against Area 77.
Ooh, that's really bad for Area 77, considering that the turtle also went in favor of Fallout. Because you are already seeing the strength of this composition for Fallout. Very strong when it comes to team fighting because the Param is the
He's going in with the Bloody Hunt already into the Fatal Links to pull him under the turret. Gals had a really good idea, but Guaps is not going to let him through. Looks like the crossbow of Tang was not able to keep up with his speed. Talk about Wanwan nerfs.
Well, it still is going to win that gold lane, I would say, especially because they picked up Marketing with a flicker commitment. Now they are invading the jungle. Who got it? I think it's the Tanksalot who got it.
Yeah, Tanksalot is able to puncture on out of there. Ooh, and Mel, a very bold to actually go for the Iron Hook on the Atlas of all people, but the quick collapse on top of Mello puts him at odds against the rest of the team. He will have to be the sacrificial lamb, as the rest of the team will get priority over the top side of the map, but it's not over just yet here. Do they spawn out? No, Bob cancels his recall, so they have zero idea. They will shred the entire gold shielding. Topside is already pushing, the mid is starting to collapse, and this is where we might actually see a turnaround as Wop in that flank, now all by himself. The Call Altar is already out, Wop is still alive, but unable to get the crossbow of Tank off in time. The last mark, just at the very end. Lancelot is able to find one as Lava QT and KQT back off.
Wow, it's very scrappy. I would say that Area 77, had they been able to push the turret, that would be a positive trade for them. It's great that they killed off the 1-1 though, but losing the Beatrix early on at 4 minutes, having 2 that's already on the Beatrix is really bad for their early game power spec that they are looking for. So Area 77 has to pick their fights more carefully, I would say. Make sure that Marcury will not be tagged by Fallout. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for them in the latter portions of the game.
Yeah, it's slowly going to stack. And once again, bottom side, the Bloody Hunt flicker straight away from Mello. Gets the Iron Hook as well. And that's going to be the crossbow of Tank to finally secure the kill onto Mark QT. No, he doesn't get away from... No, he gets away from this for free as the turtle falls into the hand of Fallout. Wow. A split play from Fallout on 2 sides of the map, and they were only able to get just the turtle.
Yeah, interesting that they weren't able to kill off Mark Cutie. Like that decision coming up from the Beatrix to pop the ultimate as Lava Cutie with a beautiful flicker to get out on the mid lane. And I think that, yeah, Area 77, really surprised that Mark Cutie survived that. He was able to get into the range of the outer turret energy shield, so he got a little bit of more defense against the damage output of Wapsi. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Wapsi, yeah. I'm also assuming that we're saying it correct. We could be butchering the name for all we know. But yeah, no, that's a really key detail there that not many people take into account. But the Iron Hook, great prediction here. Well, not even a prediction. You saw him walk into the bush. As Gal is trying to zone off the rest of the team, Ana is doing a great job checking out Mark QT under his lane, only with his sniper rifle. Can't really do too much here, but at the same time, this could be a potential dive. Midnight's is posturing for it. Ana once again trying to get on top of Mark QT. Will we get the Thorn Rose in time? Nope. A quick flicker is going to pull him out, but Gals gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, and the rest of Fallout now looking to collapse to secure this one. Area 77 just staggering the recalls.
Wow, great zoning coming out from Fallout. They didn't even have to actually commit to the backlines. Just their presence and the fact that they were able to force the flicker out of Market, it was enough for them to push. Big props to Ana, our Lancelot, who was able to get Marcury and Gulls Cutie very, very low into the bottom lane. That's the reason why Fallout was able to manage to get that turret into the bottom lane. Now, they will give more farm to the 1-1. Is now sitting at 4K.
Wait, he's about to win a 1v1.
Oh, okay.
Oh my goodness, once again, Guapi is just crushing it with the help of Mello. Now keep in mind, whenever Mello has his flicker offline, he is going for Mark QT every single time. He's done it 3 times in a row, and I think for Mark QT, he's probably learned his lesson by now.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 was able to get the kill onto the Beatrix. This gives a lot of pressure against Area 77. Now Fallout will have free reign over the turtle because it feels like Area 77 not having their Beatrix ready for this team fight. They will not oblige. They need that damage. I'm still looking at this Alucard. What is the role that it will play eventually?
Well, ideally Executioner if he didn't get hit by the Iron Hook, but now the rest of the team with the Fatal Links is already looking good with the all trying to keep them alive. They've lost Guapsi already as Mark QT shreds them down when Nibiru's passion. They're trying to get away, but Farmus says no, there's so little that we can do. The Purify is good enough, and Glue has just been doing so much work here and can't seem to get out entirely, but the rest of Fallout are confident about this. The Iron Hook does not connect, and as well as the Spear of Glory, but it's going to be Anna who's killing everybody with the Thorn Rolls, even straight into his ult. Nothing that he can do. Jaishi, poor guy, just getting pulled back and forth until finally the triple kill secured by Ana.
Great start from Area 77 as they are able to pick up Guapsi. I love the fact that when you said that you were looking for executions, was eventually able to take out the 1-1 from the Alucard. However, the fight afterwards, that's when everything fell apart for Area 77. Ana was just destroying everyone. The Kings calling perfect this time against Area 77 so that they will not be able to get away from that zone. And that allowed Ana to just tear through with the tank still out dealing a lot of damage even after focusing on tech items.
Ooh, he gets into the Bennett's range, but the Call Alter trades on both sides. Valentino doesn't have IMU anymore, but it's going to be up to Gal to actually protect Mark QT. He sees Ana, he's trying to get on out of there as Ana Phantom Executions away, able to secure one kill on top of the Atlas, but he's still too deep in the enemy lines. Josh QT finally falling down to 1-1, but we get the shutdown from Mark QT to try to even up the score. The tier 1 will fall, but the Iron Hook connects on the Valentina. Say goodbye.
Oh, Mark QT gets a great shutdown, but overall Fallout still wins the battle as they take out 3 in exchange for 1. They even get a turret, and now Guapsi! This is really bad for Area 77, especially because the map has been now controlled by Fallout and the Lord has respawned.
This is a terrible position, right? It may be 5k gold lead in favor of Fallout, and usually for a team of Area 77's caliber, they're able to bounce back, but also keep in mind that their composition is very snowball heavy because of this Alucard, and more importantly so, the lack of turns means that Area 77 has very little means to actually fall back and recuperate from the damage that Fallout has been consistently pressing against them.
Gonna be great for sure for Fallout. They still want to fight this.
Wow, they're so brave. They're so brave, but here comes the conceal. The foot coming in from Mello. He wants Mark QT so bad he's chasing him to the ends of the earth, and that means that Atlas must give up his life. Iron Hook already connected onto 1. Robin QT now finally down by that bloody hump, but Jash is still alive, goes back into the fight, tries to get a reset up, but now he's stuck in the middle of 3. Unleashing the power doesn't make any difference against Uzi and Mello. Everybody is just way too tanky.
Man, there's a lot of pull coming up from Fallout. You saw the Iron Hook connecting, even the spear coming out from the mid start, even the Shadow Stampede is a guaranteed pull. Everybody's just being displaced from Area 77. Look at Guapsi.
What?
Will.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now that one, that was just a flex. I think I can agree with the game pause on this one. That was just disrespectful. But Guapsi, wow, so confident to walk on in 1 HP as well.
Wow, this is how dominant Fallout has been. If the 1-1 can do that against the enemy, just to confidently disrespecting the space of the defending team under the turret, I think that's how you feel that there's a lot of strength already that they have amassed. It's almost impossible for them to win this, unless of course Skalskitty finds a great Fatal Links opener. But even then, they will have Mark QT. They need Mark QT to deal the damage.
Oh, here's the opener that we're looking for. Only finds 2. Phantom Execution is already on out. Their own Call Altar that's been stolen turns this fight around and keeps them all alive. The Iron Hook connects on K, but it doesn't really matter just yet. As the mid inhibitor falls, top side is also collapsing in 2. Area 77, this is going to be a difficult base defense. I don't think they can actually hold on to their inhibitors at all. So Fallout continue to punish, takes 1 more inhibitor before dipping out of there. Lord coming back up in 94 more seconds, and Area 77 just seems to be running out of time.
Definitely so. The fact that they have 6 deaths on the Beatrix is already bad news for them. There was a time though that the Beatrix coming out from Arcury has a little bit of gold over his opposing gold laner, but it didn't last long. And this means that Fallout will have the better mid game even. We're not even reaching the late game at this point.
And now the Conceal comes on through, looking for a potential pick. Midnight is able to Shadow Stampede out there, but Uzi, he doesn't mind locking everybody off of the call. Oh my goodness, the King's calling, locks off 3 people. They can't seem to get back in onto the fight, into the Fatal Links. It's both call altars being activated at the same time, and Mark QT gets pulled in by the Spear of 40, and now BloodThirstyKings is able to actually play around the outer edges of the team fight and start picking them off one by one. Iron Hook from Mellow once again, just crushing it, unstoppable coming up from this Wan, and Fallout looking to close this out from the mid wave. They found everything that they need and a crossbow of Tang just to seal the statement. It's Kwapsi.
And quietly out there, 12-0-13 from a Faramis. 12-0-13. That's how dominant this was from the mid laner of Fallout, and eventually the entirety of the composition. The first picked Faramis facing up against the Glue. You saw in the first team fight, there was a big explosion. Valentina was able to get the opposing cult altar so that there's a Faramis on Faramis action in the first turtle fight. But what we did not notice is that the Ghost Bursters actually put so much damage on to the entirety of Area 77 in that first fight. Eventually, Faramis was able to get a triple kill, if I'm not mistaken, or a double kill or a triple kill, multiple kills for sure. And now he was able to get to 12-0-13, even toppling most of the other players from his own team. That's how strong the Faramis pick is. And I would say that majority of the reason why Fallout was able to win this is because of the fact that Area 77 kind of drafted so much into their comfort that they did not think about the fact that there's a lot of counters to them already. For example, the Faramis against the Glue, and also the Mincitar, which kind of also already counters the Alucard because there's a lot of dash dependent. They still picked it up, and unfortunately, although we were very hopeful that this will be successful, it didn't pan out.
I truly wish it was successful.
I agree.
KQT, look at the tech that he's coming up with. He's already got the Molten Essence. He's got the War Axe and wants to build into the Sky Guardian's Helm. The biggest issue is that no matter how tanky you are, as soon as he touches the King's Calling, he just can't get out of there. And it's beautiful to watch 2 team fight-oriented comps go head-to-head against each other. And I would argue that this is basically a holy war because they're just dropping cult altars left, right, and center.
Exactly. This would have been the perfect scenario for Area 77, but there were 2 things that went wrong. First, well, the thing that went right was the Fatal Links. It was perfect, right? And the timing even was great because there's no King's Calling already for Fallout. However, a few seconds before the Fatal Links happened, Mercury kind of whiffed the Bennett's Rage, so he already popped that, and that meant that they didn't have any more supplements. And afterwards, you saw that when Beatrix tried to go for more damage, he's already a sitting duck against the 1-1 and the Lancelot. You saw that there weren't any damage input. So I think that if Area 77 wants to still go for this kind of composition, because I feel that they will, because it kind of feels like a comfort pick, what they need to do is to just execute it properly. You saw that there were some glimpses of hope when they were popping the Fatal Links, but I guess that this is more of I would say them just executing more properly in the next game if they do want to force a game 3.
I don't know. I feel like despite everything that was going right, and especially with that whiff, yes, it could have been better, but the fact is that they were behind by 10k, and for most professional teams, that's a death sentence, especially since it was happening 11 minutes into the game. That's really quick. And even with the item build, Faramis wasn't even going for the traditional damage build that we like to see on most mages. The Clock of Destinies into the Lightning Truncheon. The man had more than enough, and I think they continue to roll it out from there. But for game number 2, right, I know you expect to see them maybe lean more towards that Alucard, but I think the bans could actually change to help a composition like Area 77.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they banned Joy along the way, and they didn't ban out the 1-1. They prioritized banning out the Leslie, which is understandable, but I think the 1-1 is even more scarier. Yuzhong ban though, I kind of understand where they're coming from, especially because they're rocking a Beatrix, and you know that the interactions with those those two heroes are very difficult to think about. Yeah, surely you can also think about the Mincetar, although apart from the Alucard, they're not really that dependent on this Mincetar to be great. Okay, so we are going to see the first Turtle Clash show. First blood going in, and there's the double kill, and I think he gets a triple afterwards. And that's already a lot of snowball. But I do want to say, if you are playing the tank slot, the tank slot should be getting the kills for your own benefit. But of course, I mean, Fallout eventually won in the end, so it didn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter.
Look. Junglers have had too much glory for too long. Now is the rise of the mid lane duos, supports and mid laners for the win. And honestly, to be fair, I do think that I do think that Midnight's had an incredible game. Like that first interaction alone to like these interactions, notice how close everybody is together from the side of Area 77. That Ghostbusters, yes, it gets a lot of value from glue and the split from the little globules, but the fact that the entire team is there, that's just an added layer of damage.
I definitely agree. I think there were a lot of like good connections with the spear, and I think that the updates for the Mincetar also allowed for you to have multiple hooks to connect, right? And then you pop the ultimate, and then what I'm trying to say here is that there are many tools that Fallout had to kind of force the enemy to group up together. Be it their Faramis, be it their Franco and their Mincetar, they have so many ways to group together the heroes of Area 77, which kind of makes it so that even a spammable skill as a Ghost Bursters will be, it looked like an ultimate, just looking at how much value it does, right?
If Fallout pulls off a composition like that again, I have to say, I'm getting a lot of Chainsaw Man vibes here. I'm feeling that's like a Makima composition, just an abuse of power, and when you think you're leaving that relationship, they just pull you back in.
Oh, definitely. You saw that many times. It's what do you call it? The
Makima composition.
Makima composition. All right, we'll go with that. Triple displacement, Mincetar, Franco, and Faramis. They pull you in together. All right. I think that maybe Fallout can also do that once again if Area 77 will let that happen. But it's already out of the window. Faramis, there's a lot of there's a lot of emphasis on this, and I do agree that it should be banned out, especially because we are seeing Area 77 and Fallout kind of want to play as a team. They want to group up as 5 and then just team fight all together. Hopefully we get to see that again, because I did feel entertained after watching that game number 1.
Okay, to be fair, I will say that Anna played a really strong game on that Lancelot. Like usually you would expect people like either Uzi or maybe even like Mello to try and make something happen across the map, but half the time, as soon as that Iron Hook is down or whether the Spear of Glory ends up whiffing, it's Anna who's pushing the agenda. So maybe from Fallout side, I'm hoping to see maybe instead of Franco, we could see maybe a Lolita, something a little bit more engage heavy, to really bring out the elements of Fallout in those team fights. But Area 77, they do need to start adapting, right? I mean, that game 1 was pretty brutal. Gold side was getting abused a lot, bullied in a matter of fact, so maybe they can get a better matchup there.
Good thing you pointed out. I think that he also said this during the cast, that there was a time where he went Mellow as the Franco, utilized his flicker. Every time that it's off cooldown, he just flickered in onto the Beatrix to just try to kill him, and then they killed him 2 out of the 3 times that they attempted. And I think that's very effective. Arlet is going to be banned out by Fallout. Okay, so Valentina is open. I would say that it still is a valid first pick here.
Okay, Wolf, in all of your experience, I know from Malaysia's side, we very much like to go with the Valentina Fredrin opening. One of the two usually makes it work for us, but I know that after watching MPL ID's Grand Finals, and their overall playoffs, people have kind of started to think ahead, right? That the Fredrin Open isn't as strong as it used to be. There's a lot of ways around it, especially with the Akai as a very good way to kind of push the Fredrin off the Barats with the Daytona's Welcome to kind of lock him inside to get a free retribution. But the Valentina is just such a problem half the time.
Oh, I do agree with you. I think that the stock for Valentina just increased so heavily just because, in fact, that teams have already found that this is actually the go-to pick. It's like a plug and play hero wherein it can fit almost any composition just because of its kit. It wins the lane so easily, and no matter what happens, you'll get a good ultimate, just like a Kaja, for example. But Fallout will go for another snag hero, right? You still have the ultimate, the Divine Judgment, and of course this Lapu Lapu coming out Fallout, answered quickly by the steal onto tank slot, and of course this Lolita pickup from Area 77.
I'm very interested to know the thought process of Fallout, because again, showing blind picking, in a matter of fact, this Lapu Lapu is extremely bold, and I think there we go. That's the setup that I was thinking about. Like, why exactly would you show Lapu so early on unless you want to have something to protect? And in this case, it's going to be the Farsa, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Area 77 don't have any other options. It's just most of their options are going to be leaning towards the EXP side because Lolita has already been locked in.
I'll go and see that great battle in the middle for sure. Farsa versus the Valentina, who's got the better feathered airstrike eventually. And I think that I like this idea from Fallout, that they have two big ultimates to kind of overload the Valentina. Sometimes it's great to look at the composition as the Valentina and see good ultimates to copy. But if there's a surplus of ultimates to take, now you have so many things to think about. I do still think that actually it will depend on the marksman choice for Fallout. If this is something like a Beatrix, you would want to get the feathered airstrike instead. But if it's something like a in-your-face kind of hero, like Melissa, for example, which is now banned, or a Brody, you want to get the Divine Judgment better. So
I'll be honest with you, Brody, as much as I love the hero, his stocks have been going down in terms of popularity. I think people have realized that the 1v1 matchup is great, but it's never really a true 1v1 for the most part in the gold lane, right? So that's where it gets a bit complicated. I personally feel that it's great that Fallout is banning out the Mincetar. At least they don't have to worry about, because the majority of their heroes have dashes. Area 77, on the other hand, I do hope that they just consider maybe locking in the Claude, and the same can be said about Fallout as well, just to make sure that that Farsa is going to be safe and stationary.
Yeah. Between the two teams, I think the Claude will fit Area 77 better, especially because if I look at Fallout and just look at their enemy, like the Lolita, will really make it a problem for the Claude to be successful. And if you think about Area 77, they can use their you can use the Claude in the late game and just settle for the Lancelot in the early stages of the game. And the Hayabusa, we saw this duel before, and some junglers will say that, okay, Hayabusa with a traditional damage build is much better than the tanks a lot, but I guess it still is a skill. It's a skills matchup, I would say. You should be performing better if you. I mean, we should be looking at who performs better, and there's the Claw that you're looking for, man.
Nice. So at least, you know, with NACT, they're still part of the world. It's not like they're completely separated from what the meta is. They know these interactions very, very well. And I love the idea that they lock in this Cho to make sure that Hayabusa has another layer to really think about, and as well to threaten that Farsa. More importantly, we do see a bit of a change up in the gold lane. We're not seeing traditional marksmen, we're seeing the Harith once more. And with this Harith, this gives a lot of opportunity to Fallout to actually play through the gold lane as the strong side.
Yeah. Okay. Now they also pick up the Harith. I think that, you know, I think I saw this in MPLID, just this grand finals, just a few hours ago, or maybe not really a few hours ago. But it's the Kaja and the Harith. Then there was Hayabusa together with it. So the idea is to burst any hero that you land the Divine Judgment on. And Harith, of course, is a great laning hero when it comes to like just we're just talking about the gold lane. Claude will not have the best of time in the bottom lane against the Harith because he can be poked with like first skill and second skill. I think that all levels in the gold lane, you will have the Harith. You will give the Harith the advantage to Harith. So it's a great pickup, and there was that combo, right? The Kaja Divine Judgment into the Synchrovision. You get that first skill, it deals so much damage. So you have to be very careful here in the early stages if you're Area 77.
And just to make sure that we're keeping competitive integrity, if the players are going through even lag, just a little bit of it, they can call for that pause to make sure that they can play at their professional peak. And I think it's really important here, especially for such a high stakes match between Fallout and Area 77, because remember, all of these points are going to matter, especially when they are moving on towards the playoffs and even qualifying for it. But to pull it back a little bit and to, quote in the famous words of Boy's Service, Kaja X, a composition where you have Kaja, you pair it up with anything, you basically get a kill at any point in the map, no matter what lane you're in.
For sure. And the typical, the usual suspects to go with that is Beatrix. And actually just Beatrix. This is the best, I would say, the easiest combo. Yeah, I would say. Because you can pop your... Now, ever since that combo was invented, the Divine Judgment into the Bennett Rage. I'm talking about like the grenade launchers, or I actually don't know if it's a grenade, but yeah, you get what I mean. Like the Bennett Rage, you pop it, and as you drag your enemy along that big AoE, you get hit multiple times actually. So you really have a one-hit combo, right, with that hero. Harith with the Kaja, it's not as one hit of a combo. Well, as compared to Beatrix, but what it does is it gives you a little bit of variance when it comes to damage output, because we know that the Harith is mainly magic and true damage. So when, for example, when you pick up the Beatrix, you can itemize against it, like just to build up armor. But when it comes to dealing with the Kaja plus the Harith, now you think, what should I actually itemize against it? Obviously, it's not going to be physical. You go pick up magic, but then there's still true damage from the Zaman Force. So it's a neat way to do it. It's not as easy as one dimensional as a Beatrix, for example, but it does work.
It does definitely work. And I think, that, again, I think this is like, what, season 4, if my memory serves me correct, where Harith and Lunox were two very popular picks and the newest heroes that have come out at that point in time. And people like to pair it up with the Kaja because it reduces somebody's MR to get that extra bit of damage that you always need to finish off your target. So I think Fallout have the right idea. And I think we need to talk about the different phases of the game, because again, it can get a little interesting. I think level 4, I would like to believe that Fallout actually has the advantage in this particular area, but there is an argument that pre-level 4, that Area 77 could potentially make something happen.
Yeah, especially because they have the tanks a lot. So apart from the usual like 1v1 laning stage, of course you're gonna favor Fallout, but when it comes to how much impact the Lancelot can do, like just visiting a lane from either the XP lane or the gold lane, most particularly the gold lane, you can already change the tides. And I think that Area 77 will be more rewarded if they do visit the gold lane instead of the other lanes, just because of the fact that Harith versus the Claude is just so Harith-sided that you wanna kind of tip the balance a little bit to the favor of the Claude. Again, if you are Area 77, all you have to do is your top priority, I would say, is to survive the laning stage. And just make sure that you are gonna have a good mid game. Try to team fight against them in the turtles. You don't really want to focus on you don't want to throw your body just to get the turtle. What you need to do is to make sure that in the first lord you will still win the fight.
Okay, so it's about that neutral objective and side lane priority. And now to keep you guys up to date, audience members who are watching are confused of what exactly is going on. It looks like one of the players actually had an emblem bug going on, so they had to restart this. And now, again, you're expecting to see the exact same lineup from both sides. Don't worry too much about the drafts, and soon we'll be in that game. But this does give us a little bit more time to talk about what actually happens in these neutral objectives, because again, time and time again, we've seen the matchup. Of like, Tanksalot versus X, right? Tanksalot, and usually when it's up against an assassin, you mentioned before that it is a little bit more skill based. I think for teams like Area 77 and Fallout, who like to actually team fight a lot, this could be a little bit of an issue, right? Because I don't think it's going to be that 1v1 where Lancelot gets caught out by Hayabusa by any means necessary. I would expect, Lancelot to actually deal with multiple people, 2 or even 3.
Yeah, make it difficult for something like a Farsa, right? To stay into the backlines. Unfortunately, the Harith will be staying together with his team. And what generally happens in a composition where you have the Kaja and the Lapu-Lapu, right? these two heroes wants to dive, but the Farsa doesn't, and he wants to just pop the ultimate. That kind of makes it so that there is an opening for the Lancelot to actually get into the backlines where the Farsa will be unprotected. And now all he has to do is to make sure that he times the flicker of the Farsa well, so that he will be able to tag him. Then that's your win condition if you are Area 77. That means, though, that they will have to survive the Kaja initiation, which is difficult because this is Farsa, Lapu, and the Kaja. So at least they will have to dive that. I would say that both the Cho as well as this Lolita will play a very, very big factor when it comes to tanking through that initiation coming from Fallout, making it sure that it will not be the CUD that's the target of the initiations coming from Fallout.
I see where you're coming from. And as much as Fallout want to have that, that duality of being able to dive but still having that backlight to get the initial chunk, those hard initiations are the main conditions for Fallout. But I think for Area 77, honestly, I would categorize them as a pretty dive-heavy comp as well. All of their heroes kind of want to get relatively close to you. Like, obviously, Valentina, she just wants to steal the Feathered Airstrike, but without the Feathered Airstrike, she has to get into range. Troll's looking for that backline. KQT wants to stop the Feathered Airstrike with a Blazing Duet. Gauss wants to dive. Lava QT wants to set it all up, but more importantly, lock down Guap.
Yep, I too agree with you. Which makes it so that the late game team fights will be very, very fun to see, which I do hope will happen. Although, Area 77, when it comes to their draft, I think that they have the better late game compared to Fallout. However, early and mid game, just imagine the 5-man team fight of Fallout. It is very strong.
Well, let's see how that team fight is actually going to play out. We're already in this game, and Fallout is at match point. Now, we're talking about strong sides here. Both junglers started on the bottom side of the map. They will jungle horizontally, move their way, and try to go for this Lethal Wanderer, which is being contested. Melo is taking way too much damage here. He's forced to flicker out super early. Ana didn't expect to see the Lethal Wanderer still around, but he'll quickly and happily take it away.
Great usage of the shadows. Interesting, there's a lot of freezes into the bottom lane, and we did expect that Guapsi, as the Heart, will have the advantage. I would assume that eventually Galskiri will try to visit the gold lane, but it's far too late. They will have to prepare for the first turtle pretty soon. And the only rotation here coming up from Air 77 to the gold lane will be from the Lolita. I guess that at least they will make sure that they will have level 4 to KQT.
I mean, I don't think the level 4 is going to be coming on anytime soon. And Ana, he wants to capitalize on this opportunity. He's going to do the Beetle instead. He's level 4. He's ready to dive. He's ready to jump into it. Guap is just peppering them up, seasoning them, marinating them for Ana with the Quad Shadow to jump right into the middle of that fight, straight away into the Oki Shadow Kill, into the Shuriken, but they end up falling to the Chrono Fissure. So beautifully played. Both carries getting at least one kill.
That's the most ideal scenario for Fallout. They get KQT, they even get a +1, and they will, I think they will deny at least 2 minions into the bottom lane. If Guapsi will just get into the backlines once more, he will be able to deny another one, as he is trying to do, in the bottom lane. Not gonna be the case. They did have to forfeit the turtle, or well, it's not yet done actually. Melo and Uzi did a great job.
They're just holding them hostage. They know for a fact that Fallout still has the retribution that Ana has just recalled, but down by bot side, immediately we see the adaptation as Mark QT is sick of this embargo of the turtle, so I'm just gonna take your gold laner straight away. Ana, 2 levels up on Mark QT. Does he have this Oki Shadow Kill? Looks like he does. He takes it once and is able to secure the kill. Unfortunately, he doesn't notice that KQT able to get the recall off in time. But coming back to the turtle side, Gals, he's got his retribution. He's ready to actually take this away, but Uzi's gonna make it difficult. Bravest Fighter already in Phantom Execution, straight into the Earth Shatter, into the Raging Blade as well. The turtle falls into the hands of Area 77, but what? No, Midnight! He wasn't able to secure any of those low health members of Area 77.
A great turtle fight for Area 77. They get it. Unfortunately, it was a fight where Fallout didn't really actually engage in. Ana did not even consider getting into that, just farmed his way onto the bottom side of the map, or the right side of the map. Eventually was able to get a kill, and I think that still is beneficial for Fallout in all all regards. I do hope that for Air 77, they will utilize this turtle team fight, turtle power spike, I would say. Shields that you get out of it, and of course the fact that you get extra gold, which means that you can now activate your tanks a lot.
Yeah. And looks like the boss is already done as we get back into this game. And activating this tank slot, it just takes one kill. Like any other assassin, that one kill really gets the ball rolling here. The bottom side, we're seeing that the Blazing Duet has already been utilized to clear that wave, forcing Guap under his turret at below 50% HP. Yeah. This could be an opportunity for Area 77, but Mello is covering that area. He spotted 3 out of the 5 members of Area 77, and this could be the next play here as they look for an opportunity. Top side, Uzi, he wants to get the kill, but it looks like the rest of the team is backing off. The set play isn't going to happen.
Yeah. We also want to see this this Cho, this side lane. He activated Midnight.
Oh, he's dead. He dies to the Numenon Blast, and unfortunately, Ana is just locked into place. The Oki Shadow kill doesn't get the kill. Oh, he finally gets it at the end. Able to trade one. Ana finally falls down. A 2-for-1 trade, and things are starting to look up for Area 77.
Oh, absolutely. Now they have the lead. This is massive because they give a lot of gold, but look at that. Still fought.
I mean, LaimiTop is all by himself here. He might be confident to kill Guap, but I don't think it's that easy with Mello nearby. But man, the greed coming in from K, he wanted it bad. The charge lands on Guap, and Lava again. Ooh, the 7-4's getting popped for this too. Bloodthirsty from all sides. Midnight's wants to get in on that action. Chrono Dash into the Feathered Airstrike, and now it's all up to Mello, and they don't even get the kill either. Fallout, they're getting way over their heads here. They're getting real confident.
Area 77 now has the lead. The fact that Gal's Cutie, we're talking about activating this tank so that it gets 2 kills afterwards. Jinxed it. So now the trade-off for Fallout is give the turtle but take the bottom lane turret. I think that's also great when it comes to their economy. But the fact that Gal's Cutie shut down and was able to shut down Ana, this was a massive when it comes to his own gold. And this is great for Area 77.
Incredible for Area 77, and a lot of times in these matchups, especially, wait, hold on, Josh, he actually finds the kick onto Mello's side, and the Numenon Blast is going to zone out Marsa from actually participating to save his member, but the Phantom Execution should be more than enough, gets the last puncture to secure the kill, and LaimiTop walks out for free, 2-for-0 in favor of Area 77.
Yeah, you were talking about how Area 77 is a dive cup and we can really feel it, especially because Jashi Fury went in for the high-end dry as the XP lane show. Typically, you know, we saw this from NA. Back in M3, they utilized the tank Cho using the concussive blast, or concussive shot as the emblem of choice, talent of choice, but now he went for high and dry.
Yep, he wants to have that damage, and trades coming across from both sides as Guapsi as well as LaimiTop both end up dying in the next interaction for the past 30 seconds. This is not the best position to be in, but if you are Area 77, you don't mind dragging this out just a little bit longer. The power spikes are almost there. Mid-tier 1 is still available, 48 more seconds onto the turtle. Fallout, do you think they're going to make that initiation on top side?
They have to right now because we were talking about how Fallout needs to capitalize on their early game power spike. Their composition is good for that.
The Thorn Rose came out, but looks like Mello doesn't have the Divine Judgment to actually make this happen. They're forced to back away. They lose a tier 1 for this, in Area 77 with a 2k gold lead. Things are looking up for them compared to game number 1.
Wow, looking real good. The fact that they have the Claude as their late game insurance, and now they're leading by about 2,000 gold. Tank slot being activated, they're sitting on the best possible scenario for them. And this also allows LaimiTop to just tank up, just, you know, be comfortable. Him not dying so much means that he has a lot of farm at 7 minutes.
Way ahead of the curve in terms of gold, but now Fallout. All 5 of the members are actually nearby to actually contest for this turtle. Mello's walking up. LaimiTop wants it, but it looks like Lancelot is able to secure the neutral objective in Area 77 with no reason to fight. Will back off here. Wolf, I think we need to talk about the fact that Demon Slayer is such a powerful emblem here, and more importantly, LaimiTop is about to get destroyed. He could go down if Uzi commits, but it doesn't look like it's worth it as Ana is already dead across the map.
Yeah, you were talking about Demon Slayer, and I think that Gauss Kitty already is showing us how good it is on tanks a lot. That's because of the fact that you clear the faster, jungle creeps faster, which allows you to be more active in the map.
Ooh, as active as they are, Cade, he took so much damage there. That's so unlucky. He got the Battle Mirage off. The animation just was not fast enough as the Divine Judgment connects. One Rose doesn't connect for Gauss QT, though. Midnight's still available. It's going to be the Phantom Execution to get him out of there. But on the opposite end, on blue side, we immediately see that Josh, almost securing the kill, but the Oki Shadow Kill comes out in time, and Ana outplays the situation, but they do lose Kaja in the process. It's going to be the Holy Crystal purchase coming in from Guap, and now Fallout, they have their power spike. How much more damage can they take?
My God, that could have been like the best play for AR-77, but there was a little bit more tankiness for Ana as he gets in. He removes the high dry as there is a kill out to Uzi. And the fact that he used the retribution for that, but hold on.
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, from both sides, we are seeing blunders. And Guap technically should die here, but Mark UT, that Shadow Assault, that Shadow Strike just wasn't up in time to finish him there. You can see that Lancel, he's scouting out, looking deep to find the Harith, doesn't see him. Ana, Gauss QT, this could be the 1v1 that he's been looking for all this time. They're both level 12, even in score, and Gauss doesn't have that level lead, but he will back off to get level 13, knowing that Ana has been behind.
Great decision from the tank slot. That is a massive lead, and of course that will make this Lord take very much comfortable. Already Midnight spot the ultimate. That's the Feathered Airstrike. Massive damage output gone from Fallout.
Huge, but now the Bravest Fire. Uzi tries his absolute best way, and the Dragon actually not able to kill him at that point of time. The shields is more than enough, but it's going to be Cade who kills that backline, and Lava QT left out to dry. Wapsi doesn't get that reset on his ability, but we do see that Mark QT in the backline already dying to the Oki. Shadow kill as Gals gets on out of there. Tank slot is great, but Guap is now thanking his lucky stars, but he can't find his own reset. No Salmon Force, nothing else to snowball off of. A free kill for Gals.
Oh, that is great for AR-77. They even get the turret afterwards. And Gals Cutie was able to get, what, 2 or 3? At least 3 participating in 2 or out of 3 kills, which means that he will have even more experience compared to Ana heading into this Lord Dens. Very important to take this if they will.
Oh, they almost lost it there, but Gals still got it. Blast is about to connect his Uzi, already falling down to the quad. And now Mello all by himself. Midnight unable to help him. Does he want to commit the Feathered Airstrike? Not at all, as Area 77 walk away with the kills, and the flicker from Josh to actually get the one shot onto the far side, instantly taking him out. Wop with the trade, and Lava QT wants to get mid-tier 2, but it's too late. Damage has been done, and Fallout, with only 2 members alive here, just have to give away these structures.
I would say that was very interesting for Yashikiri because he sacrificed his life. But one thing that they get out of this is the fact that the Feathered Airstrike is not available in this defense. Surely he may have lost his life, but he might have given a lot of turrets for Area 77 just because of that play. It looks very like a suicide kind of play, but it was actually a very impactful play coming out from Yashikiri.
If this was 16 minutes, I would agree that it's impactful, but the death timers are a little low right now, so you can see that Midnights is already back in the fight, and unfortunately for Area 77, they didn't manage the waves as nicely to capitalize on this huge kill, but Ana finds an isolated target in Mark QT. Lava QT doesn't walk back to protect him, my guy. My support, where did you go, my support? Now Uzi once again into the raging smash on Cade. He's so close to getting the kill, but doesn't secure it, but now it's all up to Guap. He's going to start running up. He sees the Guardian's Bulwark, doesn't care, gets behind him, secures the kill, and Uzi finally rewarded for the amount of times he sacrificed himself.
So many good plays already for Area 77. They even secured the top lane, but my oh my, Fallout just found the opening. Uzi, for the longest time, he has been struggling, but with that initiation to KQD just poking that Claude allowed for them to have more impact in the team fight. And, he got it.
Does he have it? Oh, he didn't have the Thorn Rose in time. He was like 2 seconds off. That was a little sad, but it looks like Ana winning out his 1v1. A Hayabusa dream to be beating Tank Slot in this fashion, especially being a level down earlier. Now with the mid-tier 2 falling down, this is that high ground siege that we get from Midnights. This is the beauty of Farsa.
My goodness, Fallout started. It all started when Anna was just patiently waiting onto these bushes around the purple buff, and of course the other bushes out there in that area, the jungle of Fallout. And then eventually he finds Marcury, gets a pick off. Then when Area 77 didn't have their Valentina, they still tried to push up top. Successful in doing so, but they lost a lot of heroes because of that. Then Anna makes a 1v1 play.
What's going on? Love QT is trying to make a play of his own, but ends up putting himself in more danger than he should be as the backline gets attacked with the Yoki Shadow Kill. And Lava QT walking up there ended up getting KQT killed.
Oh my goodness. Disasters for Area 77. They still have the lead though. They don't have to panic. And of course, late game, they still have the advantage. All they have to do now is to group up. Make sure that these isolated team fights do not happen. This Fallout really just thrives in that kind of situation. Marcuty though, looks like a good position for the Kaja ultimate that he stolen.
Oh, Joshi, he tries to go for the one-shot and he's unsuccessful! He just needed to hit the second part all the way in the dragon. And unfortunately for him, he goes down, but Gauss is going to still try and get him 50-50, and he's able to get the steal. It's going to be Gauss who saves this game as Marcuty continues to kite out as far as he possibly can. Midnight getting a little too low here, and Gauss with the immortality, confident as ever, will take on his fights 1v1, but K cannot be the same as that backline is under threat. Somebody deal with the Harith. Nobody can deal with the Harith 1v1.
Oh my goodness, Guapzi was able to win that. Galscutie attacks him. He survives all those explosions around the turtle, but unfortunately the other teammates didn't. Now, by the way, it does have a lot of minions on the right side, but what a winter tension!
Oh, he's able to dodge it, but Joshi isn't able to close the distance in time. There's no way Guap gets to walk out of there for free, man. Like, it was technically a 2v1. You would imagine that Gauss has just enough damage, but even the Lord really hurts gold laners, especially for people who don't build any defensive items.
God, what a winter tension play. Then eventually sells it, gets immortality. Talk about a lot of actions per minute, a lot of APM onto that Guapzi. But then again, Area 77, great play that they did. Utilizing again Jashikuri on a very, I would say, one-hit combo build.
Wow, speaking of one-hit combo, they sent the entire squad to take out Lelo, the spearhead of the Fallout composition. Even the Feather Airstrike gets canceled out super early. Area 77, they do notice that mid lane is getting shoved in, and the recalls are getting canceled by Ana one by one. They're able to fight a kill onto Lava QT. Can Fallout actually cancel the rest of these? No, it looks like they're calling it off here. Guap, he's getting on out of there. He doesn't want to show his face just yet as Fallout slowly start taking space back in their own jungle.
Great idea coming out from Air 77. By the way, Galscutie is so rich, he went for the rock potion now. Understandably so. Guapzi still holding on to that bush. Not sure if that's the right decision.
Well, let's see if it does. Uzi able to play it. Now Guapzi able to get in the middle of the fight with the Salmon Force. The Blazing Duet ain't gonna protect him as Uzi is taking the majority of the damage. Guatizi is still alive. Chrono Dash into Chrono Fissure combo, and the bread and butter of the Salmon Force. Wop, well played. I don't know if that was communicated or just right place, right time.
I think that's yeah, that was definitely a right place, right time for sure. Because the fact that he went there against the Claude that popped the Blazing Duet and the Wind of Nature, did not have anything to save himself from the magic damage and true damage output of Guapzi, who played it so well. And what made it so that it was the right decision from Fallout was the fact that Air 77 will try to run away. So they're not grouped up together. One tip that I want to give Air 77, if they want to last more team fights, they go in together and also get out together. Don't be relying on the fact that you can escape with just one hero. Make sure that everybody is moving as a unit, going in and also going out.
It's the staggering, right? Being able to stagger recalls, to stagger even death timers is a very big deal here, especially 17 minutes into the game, where the game is on a knife's edge. Anybody could win this, just like this 50-50 here. Yeah. We do see a little bit of map play, though. Cho on the top side, trying to get a bit of a push to pull attention to himself. And now Fallout, they recognize this. They slow down. They start backing up here. TankSlot shows himself in the mid lane. This could be the catch of a lifetime if Mello is able to flicker on top of him and catch him outside of his iframes. Ana decides to join the rest of the team, and now the stalemate starts to begin.
Joshi is gonna close it out with the Hunter Strike. He can one-shot people now with the Way of the Dragon, of course. But I think Fallout, they have a little bit of a way out of it because they have Purify on both Flop and Midnight. But forcing that out will be so important. It seems like Fallout, they're not even like showing themselves into the Lord area, knowing that the TankSlot is not in that area, so they're not gonna bite this bait.
I think both sides are doing some really great feints on that. Pod showing up on that bottom side to threaten the mid lane as well. Ooh, Josh does not want to be here against Flop, but he knows for a fact that the Xamen Force is already out. This 50-50 is going to happen whether or not they like it or not. And Wapsi, no Purify as well. He's not going to be able to join this fight. This 50-50 is not looking good. Here's the Noonan Blast coming out. Black PV into the Flicker, onto 2. Blazing Door to initiate instantaneously, but the pauses come out at the worst time.
Worst time, like I said. And I would argue, though, that our Area 77 has already got this. They eliminated Guapsi. And, of course, Anna. Guapsi already was... It's so interesting that he was the one dedicated to push the long lane. That's the lane opposite the Lord. So that's already a very curious decision for me coming up from Fallout, because typically you want your Lapu-Lapu to be there. Less value, right, when it comes to getting picked off. You don't want your gold laner, your main damage dealer, to be out in a very, very important team fight, a late game team fight around the Lord. So that's the first curious thing. Next is, he already was able to survive the first onslaught of the Cho, the one-hit Cho that we're talking about. He popped the Purify, so he's safe. He still went there, and he was eliminated for obvious reasons. And then now, the Lord fight is in a favor of Air 77, one-sidedly.
Yep, absolutely.
Could be over, actually.
Could it be over? Oh wait, they do have a mid-wave. Midnight's... Okay, Midnight's is able to heal back up. I think one Feathered Airstrike should be more than enough to clear this mid-wave, but they will lose an inhibitor regardless of what they do. They could technically disrupt it. Joshi, get in front of there. Yep, it's over. They're going straight for the end, and Midnight's... There's nothing he can do about it. Crystal breaks. GG, well played, as Area 77 able to pull it to 1-1 against Fallout.
Well, you did say that every point matters, especially for these two teams, as they want to secure that playoff spot for sure. And now that we are heading into game number 3, there's a lot of good things that we can say about Area 77 and the Fallout. Fallout, of course, game number 1, very dominant from the draft until the execution. Game number 2, they should have the better early and mid game, but there were so many curious decisions that they did in the first few rotations. For example, just doubling down onto the bottom lane, not even like introduce into the turtle against this TankSlot, giving 2 kills to TankSlot because he snowballed. There's a lot of like good things that Air 77 were able to get, and the fact that they have a late game composition that's winning by 2,000 in the mid game. That's a lot of good things for sure for Air 77, and that's the reason why they won. You can see through the stats, they got everything that they needed. This is a late game situation, so items mattered so much. Item choices, especially for roamers. And the fleeting time, unfortunately, for Mello came too late. He actually got it when he was already dead in the base for the last clash. So they didn't have that advantage of constantly having the divine judgment pressure up in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I think, Mello wanted to go for a bit of a safer direction with his build rather than going for the fleeting time second item. But I think more importantly so is the fact that Area 77 and even Fallout had their moments where they truly blundered the game. Like, if we look at these replays, right, Uzi is jumping in the middle of these fights, and I would argue a little unnecessarily, especially when you know your backup isn't going to be nearby, and more importantly, Area 77 is a dive comp, so people like Midnight's will hesitate to use that Feather Airstrike until they see everybody on the map.
Definitely agree with you. There's a lot of like openings that they are giving freely to Area 77, and I would just like to really give a lot of emphasis on the the idea that everybody from Air 77 kind of feels like they knew their role to play. For example, there was a time where the ex-Pilincho was kind of, I'm sorry for the term that I'm going to use, but it's more of like a suicide mission that he's doing, right? He's utilizing the ultimate, and he pops the flicker for important heroes, like for example that Farsa that he did in the mid game, and then eventually he found the opening onto the Harith. Eventually, it wasn't the cleanest execution from Area 77, but they kind of know what they have to do. And of course, you saw that there were times that the Tank-Salot was just tearing through, but sometimes he also provides that little bit of pressure onto the other members of Fallout, so that the Cloud will eventually deal the damage. So yeah, great recovery from Area 77 in game number 2.
And that's what I'm talking about. NA, when it comes down to these team fights, especially the micro mechanics within the team fights, they're really good at communicating amongst each other. I think the one thing that I'm noticing that, is lacking are these quote-unquote autopilot moments where there's clear information on the map about certain positions, yet teams take the most dangerous pathing, walk up into weird spots, or more so, really try to greed out in unnecessary ways. Like, again, for example, Guap just sticking around that bot side. He already lost his Purify. Why risk it again?
Yeah, definitely. That was actually one of the really weird interactions that happened in the late game. Imagine like when they're just playing a very close game to only decide that they understand the nature of what they're trying to do. They're trying to throw in a curveball so that they can eventually win a team fight and maybe get a push into the bottom lane. However, Area 77 adjusted accordingly. When the first initiation from the Cho did not pan out against the Harith, they get into Valentina, trusting their hand in the door dance with the Claude and the Tank-Salot. It's a 3 versus 4 situation that they eventually won anyways. And Fallout, unfortunately, did not read that as good as Area 77 did.
Yeah, just the combat awareness needs to be on point here. And I think, with a lot of these teams, they're still trying to make it into one working machine to get the formula for it all. Just many different facets of the game to master. But it looks like team fighting is definitely a star coming in for both of these guys. Sorry, A+. I come from an IGCSE background.
Hey, all right. So, it's Fallout onto the blue side now. Faramis is banned out by Area 77, which was the first pick of Fallout, and it gave them so much in the first game. Valentine is also banned out, so there's a lot of like meta bans from both teams. I wonder what will be the first pick. Is it going to be the Tank-Salot now? Because I think that it has 100% win rate so far. It is.
Yeah, good call on that one. It's been looking really good, whether it's in the hands of Area 77 or even Fallout. So again, it just shoots up in priority. Both sides knowing what they're doing here, and honestly, Ana being quite the standout player, making a lot of solo plays with the Tank-Salot when usually you would expect some of your other teammates to actually press the advantage or speed up the tempo for you so that you can take advantage and start cleaning up shop. Area 77 making a very bold call. They're blind picking the Kadita. We don't know whether it's roam or mid, but the main idea is to say, hey, Fallout, maybe you should consider picking a Farsa. Do it. Just lock it in.
I dare ya.
I dare ya.
Okay.
Ooh, and Kaja even more. I double dare ya.
Well, now, I think there's still a lot of consideration about this. It still is a flexible composition for Area 77. We don't know if this is a jungle or roam Kaja, and that's also true with the Kadita. So overall, that kind of is one of the better ways to approach the first 2 picks of the draft. It's still left open, and you have a strong start as Area 77. However, Fallout, wow, okay. I was gonna say that they should be throwing in a curveball as good as Area 77 did. This is too much. Leslie and Lolita the first phase of the game.
A little too much. I think it's extremely bold here, but there has to be some kind of idea behind it, right? They want to make sure that Leslie, okay, she outranges people. Eventually, in the ultra late stages of the game, she becomes really powerful, especially against tanks with the true damage on top of the crit. So that's where my head is at with this Leslie. Let's see how Area 77 respond to this, because they also see the Lolita as well. So if they want to go for the Claude again, it might be a little bit difficult to do so.
For sure.
Melissa is already banned banned out. Brody, even worse. I would argue a Wan, but still, Lolita, Guardian's Bulwark, very annoying spell. Oh.
Carry the another hero to combo up with the Kaja. The idea is you just -1 people with the Divine Judgment, and the only benefit of carry is that no matter who it is that gets ulted on from the Divine Judgment, be it a tank or a squishy hero, you can take him down just because of the true damage, and that's the nature of carry. But of course, carry it's very dependent on items. The range is not that great. Some people will argue that it's not good to play the carry when there's a Leslie present because 1 or 2 crits can actually take you down so easily from long distance.
Yeah, once we start seeing 3 items, I'm hoping that carry already has that Winds of Nature ready to go. But we get into the second part of the ban phase here. We're seeing that the Yve as well as the Martis, both of which have been banned. Very good bans here. I think for Area 77, they don't mind leaving up the Farsa open. They know that it's a natural. Their composition has a natural counter pick against it, so now they don't have to worry about the mid lane mages no more. Fallout, on the other hand, they ban out that Martis. They still don't know what jungler Area 77 want to go with.
Yeah, for sure. Curious to see if there will be like a Fredrin for Area 77, or they can go the tank route, like the typical meta heroes that you get from the jungler against the tank, so your Fredrin, your Akai. Or will they go for something like Fallout did in the previous game, wherein they put in the Hayabusa to match up toe-to-toe against this Lancelot? We saw that it is great. It can one-shot, or it can win the duel versus the Tank-Salot. But in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to neutral objectives, it's not as good, right? You saw from the previous game, all neutral objectives went in favor of the Lancelot. Turtles, Lords, be it the early game Lord or the late game Lord, you saw that it was in the Tank-Salot's advantage. So that's the reason why you don't really necessarily want to match the Lancelot with another assassin.
Yep. Tank-Salot is very similar to Karina when she was, still high and very, very meta, especially when she was good against marksmen overall, and you can just purely build her tank, right? It's the exact same idea. It's just really difficult to deal with, and now that you're adding iframes to the equation, people with displacement effects feel like they lose so much value in that game. But I can understand why Fallout is thinking, you know what? Even if there is displacement and anti-CC on the Martis, he's still really strong early. A single decimate could turn an entire fight when he starts chaining it together. But now we see the Area 77 second phase, first pick going to be the Lapu Lapu.
Yep. Okay, so we're thinking about other XP laners here that can match up against the Lapu. Well, they go pick up the Vincitar. Great versus the carry for sure. That's a counter. So now you're looking for a mage. Farsa is still good, I would say. But other options might be Lilia. If you're facing up against something like a Kadira, you want something to get in check. Surely the Farsa will be there. Just play it, the pro players will say, "No, I just won't get hit by the Kadira. I'm just gonna avoid the Kadira all day long."
Yeah, just don't get hit. You get Divine Judgment, just get out of it. No big deal.
No big deal. No biggie. Akai, all right. We were talking about the 2 approaches against the Tank-Salot. First is go the assassin route, and the second is go the tank route this time. You want to favor the heavy spin. We know already how strong this is, and he doesn't really care about the additional lockdowns. For example, if the Numinant Blast will be there timed perfectly with the threshold of the Retribution, you still have that cleanse or semi-cleanse mechanic with the ultimate. That's why you get a lot of value on the Akai. I would assume that in the first in the neutral objective team fights, Akai would utilize his heavy spin more on the defensive route rather than offensive route. The offensive CC that they have is plenty. Like you see the Kaja, you have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Kadira. So you reserve your heavy spin with the Akai to actually secure the neutral objective.
Till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
That neutral game is going to be quite important for both sides, but I can't wait to see them team fight all over again with Fallout on the blue side and Area 77 on the red. This is match point for both sides. Winner takes all in this best of 3. The score is 1-1. to a 1. But speaking of which, one thing that I've been theory crafting beforehand is this Minsatar. How do you deal with it? Everybody wants to play it, get their hands on it, and I personally believe that Akai is a great form of disengage.
Yeah.
Drop the King's Calling, hey, I'm a heavy spin and push everybody out of there. And that's
Right.
not the only thing that I noticed. With your, you mentioned before, the defensive heavy spins work out especially well to cancel out big abilities. Blast, Feathered Airstrike as well.
That's very true. Now we see there's a lot of value already for this Akai. He went. I mean, I just noticed that he went for the cooldown on the Retribution, so it will be much faster. I don't really know who is faster though, between the Akai and the Lancelot. But we know for sure that Akai is one of the highest, one of the fastest jumpers out there. So speed that Air 77 can play with. Only advantage though for Anna as the tank slot is that he has puncture, so that he can cover a lot of base so easily, so they can pressure bottom lane.
Oh, and he lands the Phantom Execution. Nice set coming in for the side of Fallout, all planned right from the very beginning. They wanted a path down, was able to invade a camp, and instantly get a kill off of that. And now Area 77 looking to make their own play off top side. Spear of Glory connects, but Uzi, he's got to be a little careful. He's not level 4 just yet. And with 4 members on this top side, his life is very important. Just don't die here. Just don't die. Just live, and your team can find other places on the map to play. Level 4 is coming around, and Mello, he's hitting level 4 himself. This could be a big set here. Ana, he gets locked down for a little bit, but Lav QT, unfortunately, with no Divine Judgment just yet, is in a bit of trouble. Fallout holding them back. Area 77 continuing to grab the space little by little. KQT. Oh, Guap. Okay, Guap doesn't actually have his ult, so he's forced to recall. King's Call is already down. Mello tries to go for it as the turtle falls into the hands of Fallout. It's Gals QT who cancels out the Numenon Blast. As we mentioned before, Feathered Airstrike finds nothing but clears the mid wave.
Oh, everything went in favor of Fallout. There's a lot of things that happened in the first 2 minutes of the game. You might not have noticed it, but Gideon actually talked about for a full 2 minutes because there's a lot of action that happened. So what
This is too much.
really did favor Fallout was the fact that they focused on the bottom lane instead of the escalate that you expect from the tanks, from junglers, right? You want to go and move to the turtle lane, but instead they went for the pressure onto the bottom lane. Now they forced the Purify once again. This is massive. They're just bullying out this carry.
It's becoming really, really tough to actually play this game. And it looks like, Fallout had a solid plan coming into this. They knew how to play, what they wanted to do during the early game. They expected certain things out of Area 77, and right now, Area 77 don't have the tempo control. Fallout is dictating the pace.
That's why I felt that the carry is not the best pick. Just looking at the value, the surface value of Area 77's composition, surely they have the carry plus the Kaja combo that they can one-shot people with the combo, right? But unfortunately, it comes to the laning stage. Apart from the fact that there was a rotation from Ana, naturally the Leslie will win against the carry because of the range. Carry is a very mid-range kind of hero. It's almost a melee hero if you think about it in the laning stage. And you have a lot of natural wins from the naturally winning traits for the Leslie because of the Weapon Master, the passive that you get, and with the help that he was able to get in the early stages, even like inflated the lead that he has over this carry.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like Mello can only be in so many places at once, so he has to utilize his time as best as he can. But unfortunately for Area 77, Lav QT, he needs his ultimate. He needs people around him. He can't just be by himself. And now this engagement's about to happen here as Fallout is able to secure that turtle. Uzi is going to get hit, but drops the King's Call in just in time. The defensive heavy spin gonna fall right into the Numenon Blast, allowing Guap to free hit with the help of Midnight. What a clean fight as Ana wants to go for more, realizes he's got nothing left. This is going to be mid-tier 1 falling, and that, oh, they didn't have to do him that dirty. But that's Lapu also falling under the gun.
What a timing of King's Calling, by the way. He went for tenacity. That's the reason why he was able to last that long. Still able to pop the King's Calling, and it was more than enough. Now they have found another. KQT goes down so easily. We were talking about how the Leslie can deal the damage in the late game, but this is just 5 minutes in with all of the help that he got. 3-0-2, actively being being activated in the early stages. This means that he will get another turret for himself, and his gold advantage will inflate once more.
Oh, not enough to get the kill onto Lob there, but yeah, as we're talking about, luckily this is in the UFC where we have rules about doping because, oh my god, Lob, he is pumped full of roids right now. He's got the items, he's got the gold, more than enough finances to keep himself financially free for the next 3 years. Goodness gracious, I don't see how Fallout is really going to lose at this stage of the game. Like 5k ahead, 6 minutes in?
Even the turrets, they're not being good. I mean, you already lost your power spike on the Akai. At this point, he is 2 levels behind. Oh, that would be great though.
Oh yes, this is exactly what they were looking for. A pick on the fattest member from the side of Fallout. A huge shutdown falling into the hands of Area 77, but unfortunately for them, they have no means to punish or get some gold back. They are still behind, but only by 3k now.
Any port in the storm for Area 77, and that's a great port that they were able to get. Isolating Guabzi. For some reason, the Leslie was there far forward against Area 77, but more importantly, Mark Cutie was able to land a combo. Guabzi wasn't able to react at all.
Another airstrike coming on, but this time the 50-50 won by Area 77 is a clean disengage. Hey, whoa, Jay, you don't need to be there, buddy. He uses the Raging Slash to get on out of there, but the anti-CC gets pulled back by the King's Calling, but now the turnaround as it turns into a 3v3 down the mid lane. Mello doesn't want to get into this in Area 77. Just let him have the space. It's not like they're going to get that much gold back anyways.
Very interesting set of events. We were talking about how it's so difficult for Fallout 77 to, for Area 77, sorry, to get a win in this game. But then, you know what happened in the past 2 engagements? They get a kill on the fattest member of Fallout, as you said. Then they get the win on the turtle fight because of the perfectly timed heavy spin. It didn't lock down Anna, but it made a great displacement from the Lancelot and the turtle, like between them. What they're able to get, but they get it.
Ultimate Sniper already back out here as Mello, with the help of Ana, just making sure that Gauss falls even further behind. These neutral objectives should technically be impossible for him to secure. He's 2 levels down, which means Ana has a retribution twice as big. The conceal is already out. He dashes onto Gals, but he sees that Jay is all by himself. This could be a great opportunity as Josh taking so many shots from the Feather Airstrike. Phantom execution as well. Thorn Rose dodges the stun. They get the tier 2. Great mechanics so far, and they find the pick onto Mark QT. Dash back in once again. Keep your eyes on him, because if you blink, you'll just miss it.
Wow, great set of events for Fallout. They were able to get the turret. And then, of course, with the aggression you saw from Ana, great targeting, great usage of the puncture. They allowed Guapsi to get another turret and another kill into the bottom lane.
Oh, the Spear of Glory. Oh, what? He gets the kill off of that? No way! Anna's just way too far ahead. A Spear of Glory to enable the team. Well done, Fallout.
Not even needing the ultimates to secure that. I did more!
A second one. You know what? It's time. Give me one more. It's coming up in 4 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Spear? No, into the phalanx stance this time. But it's going to be Mark QT. Gets locked down just enough. Good charge from Mello to allow Midnights to take him out with a feathered airstrike. And this game is going so quickly down the drain for Area 77. How do they come back from this?
They need another miracle that they did. Like, it should be nothing. If pick up Leslie and perhaps get the Lord, could be the way for them to come back. Let's look at the defenses. It's really not that much from Area 77. They don't have the best wave clear, but they still have it. Now see Halberd coming up from Guabzi.
Oh
my god. By the way, that has 8% more damage right now.
Yeah, and wait, hold on. Bello gets locked in by the heavy spin. Finally, a heavy spin used aggressively. They find the pickup onto K as Josh all by himself in the middle of 4 people. He's doing his job, but he's just way too far behind to make that impact happen. So it's a 4v4 now. Area 77 need to clear up these waves as Ana once again, the Phantom Execution almost picking off Lob in time. But now they back away. Feathered Airstrikes to continue the siege here. The Spear of Glory again onto Gal's QT. Can this man just miss a spear already?
Oh my. I couldn't even remember. That's how good he was.
Oh, there's one. Okay, that's finally, he whiffs one. It's already looking pretty close, but oh my god, Guapsi almost getting a kill on Mark QT as well. This man is farming. He is playing a different game right now.
Definitely. The fact that Fallout actually activating so much by rotating towards him or calling into the Leslie, putting him into the team fights because of how much team they were able to get.
Oh, that was a good idea. Oh, he landed! And the King's Calling already dropped it down. But now Area 77, they lose their inhibitor. And they have to back up here, recuperate, start thinking about a plan to execute here. As Mark QT tries for the one-shot, ends up missing with the rough waves. He does it just enough damage, but he's too far behind. They've managed to get one into Uzi. Area 77, they live to see another day, but Wapsi, you know what he's like, man. When he's got this lead, he just wants to press it even further, even getting the bravest fighter from Josh. Is Fallout gonna finally let their foot off the gas now? Maybe, could be. Josh fires forward to try to make it happen.
It's so frustrating for Area 77, not able to land that. And Fallout is actually just overstaying in that regard, but they could have done, you know, the thing is, they could have been punished for it. Instead, they forced the flicker. And this is really bad. Now, Josh, he's done. 3 hits was all it took. Oh, actually 4. But
But now Ana finding himself in the same exact situation, except he's level 15, is able to dash on out of there, but it's going to be the Divine Judgment that locks him down. No iframes, that means you're dead, and they finally get it. Cade getting hit by that Feathered Airstrike is huge, but the King's Calling is stopping Lob from actually making his way out to disrupt Midnights, and they've already found 2 kills in the bag, a 3rd one on the way, and Mark QT with nothing left falls to the hands of Midnights. Else QT, unfortunately, has to go back to the wave, can't even walk into his own jungle.
that's 2K without the orange block. I wonder how much he will hit against a tank. We'll see.
He just got the Endless Battle as well, so I think it's about to go into like 2.5. Oh, okay, never mind, he's gone. I'm glad the cameraman didn't catch that one because that was daylight murder.
Oh my word. That's inexplainable, man. Well, you know that he has got a lot of farm. I mean, the only reason why it happened was because of the fact that Fallout rotated into the bottom lane, eventually activated the Leslie onto the top lane. All of the turret pushes, the Leslie was in that fight, and they didn't care much about the EXP. They cared more about the goal that they were looking for. So that allowed them to get and put this Leslie into critical mass even before the lane game happened.
Yep, they open up the map with the ultimate snipe just to make sure that Area 77 is nowhere close. Only wait. It only happens if they go, but they now go looking to stop them with the King's Calling. They're actually in the choke point. They can't get out. Mark QT ends up going with the rough ways to try to make something happen himself, but Midnights is stopping everything. But Guapatizi is just a little too strong. And now they're pressing. They want to go for the end here. Lapu Lapu, Kaja, and as well as Carry all bundled together. The trio until the very end. The King. Oh my goodness, can you miss a spear, Uzi? As the Spear of Glory connects, forcing KQT to reset all over again. It's going to be Josh all by himself to clear up that waves, and Lav's instantly dying. This is just too much damage to deal with. The snowball too far ahead. The economy broken from Area 77, and the crystal finally falling. GG, well played to Fallout as they take this game 2-1 against Area 77.
You were just asking, right? They should have a plan for this. They picked up the Leslie and the Lolita as their second pick after their first pick. We were talking about how important to to have a curveball in game number 3, and that was a massive curveball. We kind of doubted it in a way, but we know for sure that they had something planned out. Didn't know that they will be, well, just pressing on the gas pedal with this Leslie. I'm actually amazed how they played it. Typically, you see Leslie teams and compositions, they just sit back and relax, farm up until the late game, just wait for something to happen, and then for them to punish. This time, they were the ones on the aggressive stance. And I think that it worked in their favor just because the fact that they have the tools for it. Thanks a lot to get them to the early stages. All they have to do was to win all of those neutral objectives, and they did against the Akai, rotate into the bottom lane, then utilize the Leslie in those third sieges. I would also like to commend the performance of Uzi. You did say that he almost didn't miss any of his hooks now, of his spears, I would say. And I would say that not only does he hit members of Air 77, he hits on all the most important heroes, like snagging Kaja in most important moments and even the Kadira, so that they can cancel out the burst potential from Air 77. I think that Uzi played this game so well. Wapsi, of course, is the focus, but Uzi played this game also very well.
Definitely. And with both games, we've seen on Fallout side, they're very confident. They locked in that Leslie very early into the game to our caster surprises. And that's a bold decision to make because so many things can counter Leslie. But if you do give it the farm that the Fallout had in this game, auto crit turns into auto delete towards the late game. And that shows you how powerful it is when you are fed in the early game. And overall, Fallout played really well in all the games. Small minor mistakes, like when Wolf mentioned, how players are at awkward positions in the map that they shouldn't really be doing at times. But these mistakes did not get capitalized. And, in the end, it comes to who is coming ahead of the other.
I mean, if we're talking about coming ahead, let's look at this replay here specifically, because these are one of those few moments where, wow, how could we have played this better? And it really just comes down to experience, and not a lot of people can see these angles for specifically Mincetar cutting off this large portion of the map, and more importantly, a choke point at which Area 77 could not leave freely.
Yeah, you saw how the King's Calling with the tenacity, he was displaced already away from his teammates. It looked like it's already over for the Mincetar. But with the tenacity and popping the King's Calling, he eventually makes a wonderful play. Like, he turned a 0 play to 100 play just in a snap. That's how good the Mincetar is in the metagame right now. And that's how well Uzi just played this series all throughout.
And now, Wolf, take us through some more replays from Fallout that secured their win.
Gladly. You can see in the early stages, very important team fight that you saw. 2 minutes and 22 seconds in. This is game number 1, where Midnights was able to get a triple kill. And already this is the freight train from Fallout. They did not stop after this, especially Midnights. It is his time to shine. You can see that Area 77 eventually finds good openings as they have found the kill onto Wapsi, the important kill in the 1-1. But Anna is utilizing the puncture so well, even utilizing the crab, right? Though all those creeps that he's able to get in, not only for farming but also for positioning. Eventually they will run down Area 77 afterwards, just because of the fact that there isn't any more ultimate that's available for Area 77, and the King's Calling once again from Uzi was well timed. Fallout is just dominant in game number 1 from how they approach the first turtle fight. Eventually they just choosing the better team fights in the mid game, then just destroying Area 77 even before the late game started. That is how Fallout just dominated game number 1. And I think this is one of the last few clashes where there was a wonderful Fatal Links play, but there wasn't any Bennett's Rage to follow it up. So it's a combination of whiffed shots and the fact that they were so behind that Area 77 didn't even manage to win this. Now, game number 2, we saw this Air 77 with great plays coming out from Galskiri. I think Gideon really liked this game as much as I did, because there was a lot of back and forth, but eventually Air 77 just took it.
It comes down to how you trade, right? As much as a 1-for-1 feels good, trading up is even better. And I think, overall, I'm very impressed with what we've been seeing so far, especially, from Fallout. Area 77 was doing as expected, but, a couple of these blunders did drag out, especially for game number 2, longer than it should be, especially since they had a very clear idea of how they were going to close out this game. So, well done to Fallout, and I really hope that we do get to see more plays like this, very team-oriented comps, and especially how impressive the Lancelots we've been seeing so far today in this first series.
And speaking about Lancelot, the MVP of Fallout will go to Anna. Anna with that Lancelot, it is an assassin meta, especially when you're able to build tank on it, and Anna's tank slot is on a different level.
Definitely agree with you. And if you even look at the whole series, the series as a whole, right? Even in the game that Fallout lost, Anna was performing really well with the Hayabusa. It's just that in the end, as a team, they had a very curious decision to go for that last play in game number 2. But overall, you see Anna just tearing through with the Hayabusa, with the tank slot. His decision making was on point, and the fact that he was very aggressive, getting into creating the space for his team, for Guapsi to eventually win it in the end, right? He did it so well this game.
Well, creating space, I'm feeling like Anna, especially on this tank slot, he is just herding the cattle. He is just pulling them together for the slaughter.
Yeah.
And speaking of slaughter, next game will be against LaimiTop against the OhioBrothers. So LaimiTop, to our understanding, yesterday had a member issue, but today they pulled themselves together with the 5-man team, and we are going to see if it's going to turn into a slaughter. So see you guys back in 5, and we're right here.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary!
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic.
All right, guys, we are back to game 2 of the day, the Ohio Brothers versus LaimiTop. Here are the predictions of our casters. Everyone picked 2-0 for the Ohio Brothers, with Trex with his odd picks. I mean, 2-1 for LaimiTop. He is staying positive, optimistic, and hoping for some special tweets of the day. And we'll see if Trex is correct, because I mean, his total score, 24 out of 12, is not looking great, Trex. All right, we are getting started with the first draft. Casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, Liz. Again, hats off to Liz. She's actually crushing this hosting for NACT. Looking great while doing it at the same time. Oh my goodness. Now, obviously, we have to address the elephant in the room. We know for a fact that, Trex, his predictions kind of iffy, but I can see where his sentiment is going. I personally believe that this game is going to go to the Ohio Brothers 2-1, because the fact that LaimiTop at 13 and 18, 3-18, the 3 games that they have won are against notable teams.
That is very true. I think that this is the much needed time, right? Ohio Brothers might be caught off guard by what LaimiTop can bring in to the table. Also, it kind of feels like, for at least for the Ohio Brothers, they don't really have to worry much about their place in the playoffs. I think that they have already almost secured their playoff spot, and even the top 1 slot, right? But of course, we'll see how they are gonna approach it. I want to say, however, Trex, come on, man. I like what you're doing. Keep doing it, actually.
So what's your prediction? What's your predictions then, Wolf? If you're so confident, are you believing in the Ohio Brothers, or are you agreeing with Trex?
I'm actually agreeing with you. I think this will be a 2-1 in favor of the Ohio Brothers. Unfortunately, LaimiTop, surely they did take out important games away from the top teams, or at least in the mid teams in our standings. But when it comes to facing up against Ohio Brothers, if my points are on the line, unfortunately, I will not follow Trex here and follow you instead.
Thank you for being on the right side of history. But for now, let's see how this draft is gonna go. The Ohio Brothers are gonna be on blue side, LaimiTop on red side. First 3 bans are already out: the Diggy, the Wawan, the Glue, followed up by Joy Farmus, and as well as the Valentina. I'm seeing a high priority on this Farmus, and considering Hoon's game yesterday on that Farmus, like, I get it, LaimiTop, I get it. I would ban the exact same thing.
All right, but instead it's going to be Arlott, as the Farmers has been banned out. LaimiTop, what will be their answer? Or looking for other heroes? Kaja is available, the tank slot is there. You don't want to give up both the Arlott and the Lancelot towards Ohio Brothers. It's just a lot of meta picks that they are able to get. So I think that eventually LaimiTop will just go for something like Farsa Lance or Kaja Lancelot here.
You know what? I'll do you one better. I want to see Kaja Minsitar.
Oh, right.
That would be an interesting pick, but LaimiTop, once again, liking to surprise the people's champion here, going for the Claude into the Nana. Rather bold, but the Polymorph does have its own value. Ohio Brothers, very smart, very quick on their feet. It feels like they had a set draft that they wanted to pull off. They saw the Nana and they're like, you know what? Nobody likes Molina, let's get the Cho in.
Yeah. Shunpo, of course, to kind of check some of those important places that Nana can take over. LaimiTop is just focusing on their comfort picks now. I don't see any other reason why they will pick up the Nana, so other than comfort picks, or maybe this is something that they have prepared for. Ohio Brothers, they could just settle for something so easy, like the tank slot that we're talking about. They're not picking yet. There will be the Kadita. Okay.
Oh, that's very bold. I would have expected, the Ohio Brothers to go for the Martis this early on. At least you have a secondary way to actually deal with Molina and doesn't get disrupted in the middle of these neutral objectives, which usually causes a lot of issues. But LaimiTop, they will be able to secure this Grok here. It's a bit of a flex pick. It may go into the support position. It may go into the EXP, but I think it's rather interesting because the only reason you would see the Grok is usually to actually deal with the Farsa or a specific marksman.
Yeah, I agree. So now the Fanny will be the answer. There's the Kaja that Ohio Brothers just ban out. Even even after the presence of the Grok, they will still assume that this could be a flex pick, like you have just mentioned. So they will respect that. Interesting to see that still isn't any tanks a lot, man. Maybe they will try to snatch it in their fourth pick. Um, after watching so many good games with the Lancelot, I'm just wondering why there isn't any priority in this particular game. Like we saw in the previous game, we saw in the games yesterday, we saw it in other tournaments. Lancelot was the top stock, but it seems like for both teams, it's not gonna be the case.
Yeah, it's not going to be the case indeed, and the Ohio Brothers have very smart bans. They ban out the Mincetar to make sure that the majority of their dashing heroes are going to be uninterrupted, the Kaja as well, to make sure that they can actually face check these brushes, especially if you are someone like Kadita. If you don't necessarily have a tank support, you have an enchanter style of support, it causes a couple of issues, but LaimiTop pulling out one of these really interesting pocket picks, man, you don't get to see Badang that often.
Definitely not. Oh, okay. So there was a little bit of a buff onto Badang. I think we have a few matches ago, but it's not enough for him to get into the realm where it is a meta pick. Instead, Ohio Brothers gonna be settling for the Ling. Wonder if, in this case, you pick up a gold laner that's not farm dependent. If you want to pick up the Ling, right? So you go for something like Brody, perhaps, or even some other heroes like Harith, for example, which is activated in the early stages so that he'll have team fight in the presence of the Ling. So that could be what is expected. And I think it's going to be Harith. Yeah.
Really good call there. I was gonna say, Harith would be even more effective in this particular matchup, especially when you're up against a Badang who's naturally going to be looking to one-shot that backline anyways. But LaimiTop, again, adapting their draft once again, locking in that Saber to make sure no matter what, whether it be Ling, whether it be Harith, if you just give me just a second, my triple sweep will take you out.
Yep, it's all about one shot for LaimiTop now. I would assume that anybody who gets snagged by this triple sweep will be taken out. Imagine this Nana just popping the ultimate. Of course, the Badang. In many regards, you can actually put the Badang in that spectrum where he is a burst hero once he gets the combo. So maybe that's the idea here for LaimiTop. It's not that difficult though for Ohio Brothers to kind of get out of that zone where the Saber can actually catch you, because they have the Ling, you have the Harith. Of course, you can pop the you can just rock the Purify onto the Harith just to get out. Of course, they have the vision from the Kadita, so I think the Ohio Brothers have got it covered. But let's see, LaimiTop, will you make Trex proud today?
Well, let's see. If they do, this would be a very impressive game to make it happen. We have the Ohio Brothers sitting first in the standings against LaimiTop on the red side, currently at the bottom of the standings. So this would be a huge statement piece if they're able to even take a game away from the Ohio Brothers.
All right, already Oreshi is counting out. That'll be knowing Oreshi, he's played as XP back in the Philippines, but as for Ohio Brothers, playing Rogue, getting poked out and forced the flip.
Oh, this is so early on, but a quick move from Prince, able to slow down Hele, making sure he isn't able to get back in there, but Ureshi, Kundo gets blocked off by the wall. This is going to be first blood, and even another kill falling into the hands of Nana. Great Nature's Barrier coming out from Mar.
My God. Okay, so Mar already waiting for the Guardian's Barrier, but it was cancelled because of the stomp from Oreshi's Jeet Kundo. And the second time he popped the Guardian's Barrier, it was on point, so they were able to get a kill. Great plays coming up from LaimiTop, but there it is.
I mean, with no way out, backed into a corner, you just gotta fight it out. Worst mage here. I can't tell whether the passive has already been broken or not just yet, but looks like Ling is gonna make an attempt. Nope, the passive is still available. Breaking it early from best player is ideal. The knockup for the Breath of the Ocean, that means Mars will die, and he tries to use the Nature's Barrier to make the difference here. One punch, come on. Do it. Do what I'm waiting for. Where's the triple sweep? He doesn't actually have it. He already used it, and Hoon gets the walk out for free.
Not even needing the passive back then. I see. Gets out. Massive plays coming out from best player as he's able to facilitate for 2 kills for his team in the past engagements. You could argue that LaimiTop getting 2 pickoffs in the bottom lane. Already got the early stages, but the Ohio Brothers on the back of this Ling with a killing spree. This is an assassin Ling. They're expecting to deal damage.
The wall charge is already out, but on the bottom side, we already see a solo kill happening as Badang is able to take out Prince just in time. The Ohio Brothers continuing to press their advantage here. They want to kill this Grok, but he needs a little bit of support as best player is getting a little low. Double knock up there from G could go into... Oh, that wall charge was about to be beautiful. It almost killed and connected against best player, but not enough.
Wow, best player gets this up. Right moment to get out of there. Oh no, ultimate already. Oh, sorry, the first guard did point. Face break from the
Yep, there's nothing he can do. He's left out, and with no items, no DHS, he won't be able to sustain that. Oh, the damage being dealt fast. And I mean, hey, at least for LaimiTop, they're not going to take this kind of abuse sitting down.
Yeah, for sure. They had great plays in the early stages. Unfortunately, when they decided to go one after the other, they just gave so much the best player. 2-0 with 2.
A great kick from Ureshi. Flicker into Way of the Dragon. Third hit of Jikundo. The bread and butter combo of every show player out there. And now, the real question comes down to how the Ohio Brothers are going to press their advantage, right? I mean, they've got the kills, they've got the money, might as well start disrespecting.
Yep, they have to press the issue, press the attack for the Ohio Brothers. It's just they want to just go on and on. They have the higher, so they can actually, they have the tools to go aggressively against LaimiTop, and they are going to stop into the top lane.
Oh, Mar is actually...
Wow, look at that
Basic could actually happen. Basic so confidently walking up, pops the Zaman Force, gets hit by the Wild Charge and Assault, is able to pick him up with the first ability. Good kick coming in from Ureshi, and now best player looking to clean up shop. Use that. Oh, well, alright. I guess we can't show murder on screen no more. Too gruesome for the audience to bear. A 2-for-2 trade.
It's funny because you just mentioned about the Ohio Brothers can go for the disrespect, but Basic just really just one-upped it. He just literally walked into that without any kind of vision. Eventually got punished for it. Curious to know that that Basic didn't rock the Purify. I would assume that Purify would be much better, especially facing up against a Saber.
Yeah, I would have imagined that too, but now looking down on bot side, we see that Mar gets to walk away for free here as Badang, a quick lane swap between Gold and EXP may put him in at odds. Ooh, cutting his position off into the rough waves. The ultimate, even with a DHS at this stage, isn't going to be enough, and the Gold lead is starting to grow. 2K ahead as LaimiTop looking to break open mid-tier 1 with no support. They're willing to trade. They're actually trading up here, and it's going to be the ultimate opt from best play. He ends up dying. Great wild charge from Mar, and Reshi unable to find the trade back. Vengeance for Prince, able to get the Saber. Now looking for the second one onto the worst mage as he gets knocked up into the breath of the ocean. A quick flicker from Basic, able to get it. He wouldn't be able to do that without a Purify, but now the follow-up so quick from Ureshi, pressing this advantage.
Ohio Brothers. Man, they could have lost a lot. LaimiTop already went in for the right play, going for the trade, almost threw down a jerk in the middle, and got a kill onto best player. Unfortunately, in the follow-up fight, because of how the Ohio Brothers utilized this Arlen, very mobile kind of hero, and then the flicker coming out from basically just gave them so much advantage this time because of the fact that now they have a lot of gold into the hands of their Harriet Goldane.
Oh, once again, it hurts too much. Basic is playing like Keanu Reeves right now. It feels like he just finished watching John Wick and now he can't. He doesn't need the help. He doesn't need the help at all. But hey, if you want to, assist here and there, give me a kill, sure, I don't mind that. Ureshi might just do that one more time. No Way of the Dragon, but Basic just making sure that one punch doesn't get his farm.
All right now. Oh my goodness, Harlot.
So fast. But wait, the Wild Charge actually connects while mid-air of the Vengeance. Does he actually get the reset? Alright, he gets the stun, gets 2 dashes off in time, but not enough to deal with Molina's Kiss. Worst Mage ends up still falling down to best player. Has his ult, will secure this kill down by bottom side underneath it. Now, with one punch getting harassed by Boone and Ureshi, it's only going to get worse from here. Petrify committed as well. Are they going to use... Oh, even the Rough Waves was committed to it as well. Maybe Reshi probably should have gotten that last auto attack in.
much scrappiness from both teams. Interesting that they still got the kill onto Prince Reaper. Fourth death on this Arlen. But then again, they're giving a lot to best player right now. I don't know if it's the Ohio Brothers decision or was it LaimiTop, but maybe a combination of both. One thing's for sure. Oh my god!
Oh, an attempt by Healy. Basic is able to get out just in time. Salmon Force is going to keep him alive as he chrono dashes for his life against two. As the last members, Healy as well as One Punch fall, Mar ends up falling into the hands of Basic and LaimiTop get put back in their place. An attempt made, an attempt failed. Oh, the kick is looking way too good, and they find one more. This could be a team wipe if best player wants to go for the dive, but finally, the Ohio Brothers finally decide, you know what? It's reset time.
21 kills in 8 minutes from the Ohio Brothers. And it's not a very one-sided affair. LaimiTop almost did the right decisions, almost made the right calls. Unfortunately, they ran out of gas. And for Ohio Brothers, best player's timing, whenever he comes to the fight, he's always at the tail end of the fight. Oh, that would be good though.
You hate to see it, but here comes the potential trade here as best player is going to commit everything onto Healy, who's behind by 4 levels, and without an ultimate, Reshi able to cancel him out with the third hit of G could go. You can see that. Oh, Prince, he's in trouble. Juan actually taking him out pretty fast with the help of Worst Mage and gets the walkout for free. Assault is nearby. He could look for a blazing weapon, but he needs to stack, gonna use it early. Gets hit by the Petrify, but nothing to commit onto it just yet. Reshi able to walk on out of there, and wow, I thought maybe this game would be different, but it really isn't. The fact that Shark isn't here and Ureshi taking his place on this show, he is looking mighty fine, and Juan unable to breathe once again. 4 levels down, best player just playing Farm Simulator.
Oh my. The timing from best players, that's something that you can comment. Really playing it like how you should be playing a Ling. As a Ling, you're not the first aim kind of guy, right? You want to go in after when the enemy is very low. And that's the reason why he only has 1 death and 7 kills with 8 assists. The timing's perfect.
The timing is great. Wild Charge hitting on all 4 people, saving the life of the Worst Mage, but still falls down to the vengeance coming in from Prince Reaper as they commit onto the fight. 3 fall down in trade of 1, and the Ohio Brothers continue to develop the economy.
Oh my, that would have been the best. Like Mar actually caught the Ling, like airborne. It was able to deal the damage. Unfortunately, they were so bad when it comes to gold, they didn't have the damage.
Not enough damage. They're just so far behind, like 8k behind. That look at the damage coming out from these Finch voices. Oh man, best player. He is just disrespecting Mars. He knows he can get away with it. He knows he has the ult. The Wild Charge baited out, and Reshi just waiting for the power of nature to time out to get a kick, but best player is out of there. And Mars, does he have power of nature just yet? No, it's on cooldown. They back away as the side lanes get attacked, but Reshi finds it, sets it up for Hoon to secure the kill. Oh, the Petrify from Assault following with my best player jumping in with the Finch voice. They take him out so quick. These combination plays from the Ohio Brothers.
Oh, Ureshi and Hui combining together for that play, waiting for the flicker, and then the Way of the Dragon from Ureshi. And you would think that there is no additional stun coming in from Hoon after he's already burned Oceanity, but guess what? He still has the Petrify. He didn't need it in the first set of events because there was already the Way of the Dragon to set up his combo, and because of that, they were able to get another kill. Oh my goodness, the Ohio Brothers are tearing through.
Yeah, and Healy once again gets hit by the Way of the Dragons, falls down and gets picked off straight away. This Badang pick with no utility, no means of escape. The Ohio Brothers are gonna just scoop him up. I don't know about this, Wolf, but this is a tough game to watch. It feels like we're just watching a bullying happen in real life.
It's because of the nuts, I would say. And unfortunately, it didn't work.
Oh, Mo is fighting the Wild Charge of his career! It hits all 3! They find 2 back! But the difference in gold is just too big. The Salmon Force is keeping Basic alive for way too long. The Blazing Wet puts them low, but Hoon, as well as Healy, manages to trade 1 for 1! This works out for them! It's a 3 for 4 trade, but that's gonna be it. Ohio Brothers should be able to take the inhibitors and the Worst Mage all by themselves. Salmon Force already out, breaks the passive. Ureshi will lose his immortality. Who's going to be up first? Mara will be up just in time for this high ground defense.
Might be able to defend this. We'll last for another day. My God. Just as we said that this is a painful game to watch, Mars says, are you not entertained? What a way to actually fight it through, right? They're not gonna go down without trying to man up against their opponents. Surely the advantage is just massive for the Ohio Brothers. In fact, had it been that LaimiTop is just a little bit behind Ohio Brothers, that would have resulted to so many kills. Mars Initiation would have netted maybe 3 kills in favor of LaimiTop. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. Even after a great and massive initiation from the Grok, it wasn't enough.
Man, Mar has been finding some incredible wild charges, but that goal deficit, it feels like his efforts are wasted. And once again, a flicker committed into the way of the dragon, knowing that the poor Nana doesn't have any abilities and her passive gone. Juan, the next to fall. Prince Reaper doesn't give him a break.
It's just too much. How can you defend this? You have no wave clear. You don't have the worst mage. They need him this time.
They need him so badly. The Blazing Duet is already out, but the Salmon Force has been committed, and Basic with the empowered auto attacks from the Chrono Dash will secure this game. That's the Ohio Brothers game number 1. GG, well played. They made it quick and painless.
Oh, very, very quick. Like what, 21 kills in very early on. I think it would last for 8 minutes. They had 21 kills, and my God. The teams, there was so much hype onto the Ohio Brothers for this particular game. There were so many 2-0s when it comes to the predictions of the talents, and this is the real testament on why. Even after good plays coming up from LaimiTop, we did say that their draft is very, very funky and that it looks like it will not work, but they kind of made it work in the first few minutes of the game. But unfortunately, the Ohio Brothers just had so much in the tank. Like, LaimiTop already pressing the attack. They are pumping up the gas. They're pumping up the steam. But best player in the early stages, this happens to be the right place at the right time. It's not just happenstance, however. Best player, his timing with the lane on how he's able to rotate to some parts of the map where he will be able to get free gold from his opponents. That's great. Went into the bottom lane first, gets 2 kills, or 1 and 0 and 1 at the start. Eventually gets the turtle, snowballs out of there, only getting killed twice in this game. He just had a massive game because of how he timed his rotations.
Oh, check this out. Boom! Oh! Flicker right into it. He's got the eye. Like, Mar has the eye. It's just that the draft doesn't help him out. And maybe, in a parallel universe where they had a more even economy between both sides, not such a far deficit, I think you're absolutely right. This would have been a complete team wipe for the side of the Ohio Brothers, because they would be able to walk up and disrespect the space and start really taking back. But man, that was a quick game number 1. We're already into game number 2 here with the Ohio Brothers. Now on the red side, LaimiTop deciding to be on blue side. Hopefully blue side with the 54% overall win rate across MPLs here is going to be enough for LaimiTop to snag a win. Oh.
Okay. I just hope that it will not be as funky as a Nana pick. Well, honestly, in that particular game, it wasn't really the Nana that was a little bit of an anchor for LaimiTop. It was more of the Badang. It kind of, you feel that it can work, but it didn't in the end. I would assume that the combo here is the Grok flicker in, you pop the ultimate as well as a Nana, you destroy everyone. That was that potential is very high, but I think that the Badang just won't work in this metagame that we have right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, the early game for the Badang is extremely weak to a lot of meta matchups that we have. The Blue, the Yutong, the Lapu Lapu, Arlon even. So many, Edith. There's so many matchups that do well against the Badang until Badang gets his 3 items. The Pro Sub side, the DHS. Ideally, just the DHS and the Golden Staff usually is more than enough. But now, we're just looking at the Ohio Brothers, giving respect and saying, hey, Saber, still pretty annoying, even if you're behind. Triple speed, very, very annoying. Arlott gets banned as well as Joy. LaimiTop getting rid of Valentina, the Farmist, as well as the Fanny.
Okay, so what do you first pick? You know, I'm not even gonna try to guess this. I wouldn't have guessed that, honestly. Never in my life would have I guessed that. So I will not even try to guess what the heroes will be for LaimiTop. Ohio Brothers though, Cho and Glue. Okay, Oreshi was amazing with the Cho earlier on, so they are gonna pick up from that momentum, anyways.
I mean, hey man, some people are telling Oreshi is already the best tank Cho in NA.
Wow.
And the fact that they're already getting the glue as well, they just want to make sure that the EXP lane is obsolete. Wow, I haven't seen Loyi in forever.
Oh my god. LaimiTop, you know, I do hope that they pick up the Barretts along the way and the double. Okay, so this is the abduction strategy. You pop the ultimate on the Lui, you have 2 hooks. You abduct them to the turret. It happened. I saw that. It's your TikTok play. It's
yeah,
your TikTok
I saw
play.
it on TikTok too. Okay, so we're both on the same page about what's about to happen here. If LaimiTop also get the Barat, this is gonna be hilarious. If they can send somebody into the fountain, that would be so funny.
Please pick up the Barretts, please. LaimiTop, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's not deny the potential high IQ players from the side of the OhioBrothers. They could be active on social media too. They could probably kind of piece it together about what's going on. But we're getting a classic of the well-branded man himself, who on the Gushin. Haven't seen that in a hot minute.
Oh my god. But there's a lot of question marks. Like there's already Franco and Mincit are already 2 heroes that are great versus the Gushan. But maybe, you know, he's gonna time it well. Like, there's always that argument we kept on talking about. Just don't get hit by the ultimate, you're fine. Just try to outskill it, you're fine.
You're fine. You have plenty of frames to work with. You know, King's Calling, he still needs to land after the jump. The hook has a really thin hitbox, so you just sidestep it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
For sure. Okay, so we are going to see some marksman bans here. 1-1 naturally banned. It's the carry and Melissa. LaimiTop. I consider Leslie maybe as the ban. Oh, it's a Claude. Okay, OhioBrothers. What are you thinking now? How do you counteract this abduction strategy? Do you pick up? Do you snatch the Barretts this time? But no. I wonder.
What? If Ureshi is willing to lay down his swords to plowshares, and be like, guys, it's time to have a little bit more peace. How about we have no CC, pass that Cho over to best player in the jungle, pick up the Diggy, and it's all fun and games.
Yeah.
Wow. Lunox in the gold lane, very bold.
Yep. We don't know yet though if it's going to be gold lane or jungle. There's so no Barretts for us. It's going to be the Hellcurt, which by the way is a great pick against the heroes here for OhioBrothers. And then they go Harith. All right. So okay, no full abduction strat for now, but they have double hooks. No,
I think the abduction strat might still work. Okay. So I'm just going to assume that LaimiTop is going to turn off the lights. They're going to initiate the ult, get the hook, and if they are there with the bloody hunt, they can guarantee the abduction.
Okay.
So maybe this is just a different take on the same abduction strat. I would very much like to see it work out.
All right.
But I'm expecting fast rotations coming in from LaimiTop, and I think when you're pairing Lo Yi with the Hellcurt, I think you can get a lot more creative with the ultimates, because technically you can just put it outside of brushes, and when you turn off the lights, it becomes even more effective because you won't be able to notice it in time.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Zilong pick here for OhioBrothers. Now they're feeling confident. They know there's a time. It's now their shot at being very funky here. It's going to be the Zilong. But all things considered, I think the Hellcurt, just the Hellcurt alone, just works so well against the 4 heroes of OhioBrothers. And even after the Zilong was picked up, I still think it's a good hero in this game for LaimiTop. To be fair, I think that if the skill level is the same for both teams, the experience is the same, I think I'd favor LaimiTop's draft more.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Dang, okay. I don't know. I think it's a little more 50-50 here in my
Okay.
opinion. I don't have any real preference because either or. There's a lot of like interesting synergies and ideas that are going on, but nothing that's like all encompassing.
Yeah.
That makes me comfortable enough to really back them up
Yeah,
on this
for sure.
course. Oh, but this is
All
gonna
right.
be an interesting game. Number 2. I hope everybody's excited
So the
as we
enemy
start
reaches
rolling
the
into the
battlefield.
land of dawn.
Smash
It's gonna be
them.
LaimiTop on blue side, the Ohio Brothers on red.
We're calling all TikTok content creators out there. I'm sure that this game will have some clips out there. I want you to see the Luyu playing with the hooks for sure. But we are gonna find out. They still have to execute it properly. It's not gonna be easy still.
Oh, by no means. It's never supposed to be easy here. There's a reason why people go for the Barats, because it's so simple to lock somebody in the Daytona's welcome. 3 members down by bot side here, but Hoon instantly jumping back into the middle of that fight with the slaughter. So powerful here in the earlier stages of the game. The Iron Hook lands, and that's going to be first blood going over to LaimiTop. Hoon not committing, but Ureshi is extremely nearby. Looks like they're gonna finally give up on this.
All right, so we already talked about being funky. Hey, let's up it up a notch. You know, you see, Lunox jungle gold lane going to be the Zilong. Arrival Minsitar coming out from LaimiTop. My goodness, what is there to expect in this game? Nothing. Everything is unexpected like that.
Oh, best player! How does he lift that? He manages to get the Harmony in time. And he manages to heal off just enough to keep him out of the danger zone. But topside, on the other hand, we're seeing a very low Minsitar.
So
there is a good
interestingly,
chance
there's a
he
lot of
dies.
a lot of action happening in here. One be able to take out Boon in a very interesting manner. You can see Mar just hitting all of those hooks. This is gonna be good for LaimiTop. Up 3-1 in the first few minutes of the game. Already having the advantage against the Ohio Brothers. Up top, there is going to be the turtle. Will be set up by the entirety of the Ohio Brothers. Lunok's gonna get the turn aggro for that one. Reaper to get out, and as quickly as we say, Lunox is able to take out the turtle just because of the fact he has true damage. Now Reaper pops the ultimate. Oh, what a timing! After the jump, he get hit. 2A as well as a one punch. Unfortunately, gets hit by Ureshi with the perfect timing, utilizing the flicker in the Jeet Kundo. My God, Ureshi is just on fire with this Joe.
I mean, it's looking so very good. Incredible plays being played from both sides. And I mean, you would expect the scoreboard to look a lot different, you know? Like, one team should be snowballing, somebody should be getting punished for these funky plays, but it's 4-3, and the goal lead is basically even at this point. So let's see how this progresses, right? Because the Ohio Brothers have to set this up very meticulously, and Ureshi might be that guy who makes it happen. But on top side, we do see a kill coming in for best player. Time being, has to be slow. Mar instantly finding the suppressed basic, instantly falling to the kills. The bloody hunt connects, and One Punch continues to farm his own jungle. It is not getting easier for either side as this game slowly progresses, and the acceleration coming in from the Ohio Brothers. They want to get into the fight again. 4 members of LaimiTop on bottom side. The Ohio Brothers going to just hold their ground, waiting for spells, waiting for anything to get popped out here. But Wolf, this is becoming a really tough game for both sides. Like, even the Ohio Brothers have to give respect.
Yeah, so sweaty, right? And we see a lot of action. Like, if you think about the heroes from LaimiTop, they're so dependent on hitting skill shots. And that's also true with Ohio Brothers. Like, as reliable as the Way of the Dragon is, you still have to get into good positioning and utilize your flicker well. And for LaimiTop, it's even more difficult because of the Minzitar and the hook. Arrival Minzitar, man.
They baited Ureshi into the King's Calling. Ureshi was so confident, and now he gets punished for it. Oh, they're gonna be giving up Turtle, but tier 1.
This is unbelievable, man.
It really is. It really is. This game is for the fans for sure. But here comes Prince. He's on top of One Punch. Goes into the split, Olsen back into best player. He gets the darkening up just in time. Iron Hook doesn't matter, especially when you're mid-animation.
Oh, just the timing was a little bit off because of the mid-animation. Oh, look at that petrify combo. Where's Mage? Can he survive this? No, he can't. Damage output from best player is just way too much. This is true damage from the Lunox. HP based as well. Shields won't matter as much as just like in the previous game. Best player is just perfect when it comes to his timing.
Yeah, he doesn't miss a beat right now. But the OhioBrothers, they're starting to open up that map. Mar and Assault are discovered on that top side, but notice Ureshi, he's ready for Assault. He wants to get on top of him. He's going to make the attempt. He hits onto Mar and forces out the Salmon Force. The Bloody Hunt is going to take him out there instantly as Assault tries his very best with the Salmon Force to keep on dodging and not get stacks on Prince Reaper, who's able to get onto one, into the King's Calling as Hele drops it down to make sure that he cannot escape from this death trap, but he gets pulled right back with the Spear of Glory. Well done as LaimiTop finally taking the lead here.
And every time that Hele makes the arrival, it's like a superhero landing moment for him. He gets in, he just walks around, pops, forces the ultimate, then hooks his enemies in place.
Oh, basically gets hit instantaneously by the Spear of Glory once again, and that means Assault has an opportunity. He manages to find that trade, and now Ureshi all by himself. Assault finally gets to breathe for a second. His best player finds Worst Mage in an uncomfortable spot to get him with the Darkening.
Oh, and now look at that Assault
Kill.
with the shutdown and a monster kill streak. 6-0-1 on the Harriet. This is what they are looking for. So far, untouched by OhioBrothers. They need to utilize this Zilong even better, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, the CC is good for now, but the Brilliance is going to keep the best player alive. Hele not going to be landing that Spear of Glory just yet, but man, the pacing of this game, 20 kills in 6 minutes already.
Another arrival play up top. They want to go for basic, although I don't think that they will reach him. One Punch eventually gets into position, but that just means that they will not have anything to work with around this turtle that the OhioBrothers against use.
Well, Basic actually finding the initial engage onto Hele, but then King's Calling is just too good. Deters the rest of the members. Iron Hook lands onto the correct person. Hoon finally dying once more. Good plays as LaimiTop going to be teleported down to the bottom side. The best player, he notices this in maybe just too late. He doesn't have any mana, and now will just instantly die to the Worst Mage. Wait, Prince might actually get a trade here onto the Worst Mage. The kiting game is going just well, but the flicker comes on to guarantee the kill. Nicely done by Prince Mage to find some vengeance back. Reshi getting a good way of the dragon is basic. Misses his Shadowblade Slaughter in straight by one punch to take him out with the stingers.
No way! My god! This is gonna be super duper good for LaimiTop. They're now leading by 2,000 over the OhioBrothers. The fact that they also are denying Basic to have a game in game number 2. Zilong won 5-1. No Electroflash whatsoever. Went in for the high end drive. That meant that he didn't have enough damage or sustainability against his opponents. He just instantly gets deleted whenever he gets in front of this Hellcurt. It's almost he's almost a non-factor here, and this is gonna be bad for Ohio because if you're looking at their heroes, they don't have third heroes. They only have the Lunox and the Zilong. They don't have ways to end the game if they are not ahead.
Well, speaking of which, I mean, Basic is, wow, taking way more damage than I was expecting, especially coming in from Hele, but now, bot in mid-side, Ureshi finds his own. We're back down to best player, getting one shot here by the One Punch himself. Hoon chasing him down, doesn't find the opportunity to get his reconnaissance just off yet. Ureshi, does he actually want to go for this? I mean, he's trying against Assault. He will end up dying here. Mars tries to go for the quick KS, but it doesn't really matter here. At the end of the day, this is a fight. This is just a bare knuckle fist fight between both of these teams.
Yeah, throw logic out of the window. Just fight and fight and fight. Focus your logic onto the micro outplays that they're trying to do. Like what we saw from the Hellcurt, right? With the silence that you know, this is the reason why I felt that the Hellcurt was a great pick nonetheless. Because he's just able to shut down the Lunox, and you saw how the 1v1 fight went in their favor. Now, into the Lord's fight, OhioBrothers, do they have anything to work with? They already committed some of their ultimates back in the bottom lane. They don't have enough when it comes to like taking care of this Lord. And also Mar will be respawning soon. So overall, even after the death, LaimiTop, they still have great shot when it comes to securing this next Lord.
I would argue that LaimiTop actually has the right composition to deal with this neutral objective. The EDT just want to play for the kills, and Reshi, he finds a good hit of G couldn't go as Prince Reaper is going to try and zone off the rest, and that's what you want to see, right? Zoning at its finest. Dark Knight falls as One Punch is going to be chasing him down. The Stingers do just enough to kill the Globules, but not enough to finish the kill. Hoon is the page turner, takes out One Punch, and Mar and Assault trying to get on out of there. Reshi to chase them down. No sword spike just yet. But Shadowblade Slaughter is really starting to pile on that damage. Hoon, he is snowballing out of control with best player.
Oh my god. And Prince Reaper makes the really the best play in that Lord Dance that we saw. He just slowed out the members of LaimiTop, even dodging. Oh my god, Ruby didn't play!
He's going for the Rupee GG combo. Manages to get a double kill. Ureshi to make it a triple. Beautifully done by the Ohio brothers. Finally, both of them go down, but it's all up to Hoon to make it work. Healy, he's got enough attack speed, but can he clear this wave fast enough? Hoon is a little low, but Basic should be able to secure this as One Punch gets back into the middle of that fight. They will be able to secure that kill. Basic will be trading 1-for-1 here, and that is going to be that. The inhibitors will hold strong.
Basic, instead of hitting the turret, he went in for the heroes. Eventually gets the kill, but was easily traded because of his decision making. Ohio brothers, Reshi just delivering another kill to best player might have really backfired for the Ohio brothers because they could have really pushed it. And I want to repeat this though. Ohio brothers, if they're not able to wipe out the entirety of LaimiTop, their turret push is just so weak comparably to LaimiTop. They don't have a hero that actually gets in front of the turret and takes it down easily. Even Basic, if he snowballs, it's not that strong. So I think Ohio brothers, the reason why they dove against LaimiTop is because they feel that they need to get kills before they're able to push.
And speaking of kills here, they're about to get the lockdown of their life. Glue ends up getting caught out, loses his immortality. I guess he wasn't expecting Mar to do that much damage with the Blade of Heptases in to the BOG. Best player getting some good shots onto the Assault. Ureshi unable to make that kill, but the solos on both sides, top and bottom, find their trades, lands the mark. 3 for 2 so far.
Oh, Assault just having the Purify to get out of there could have been really, really devastating for LaimiTop. Mar, can you escape? No, he can't. There's the kick. And they take him down.
Mar. Oh, wait, he actually lands the Iron Hook. I thought he would deal a little bit more damage with the Blade of Heptases and BOD build coming in from Mar, but hey, you know, he's Franco. He doesn't have the best ratios.
Yeah. Did he actually go for... Oh, he did go
he absolutely did.
Yeah. Let's go.
Absolutely
This is what I like. And this is the reason why we have, what, 47 kills in 13 minutes. Ohio brothers and LaimiTop, the matchup you didn't expect to go Royal Rumble.
Oh, that's so true. Honestly, at this point, I'm watching FPL MY, you know? Like, 8th place region things. This is the stuff that you expect, you know? The Lunox, wait, one. Can he actually get this 50-50? Doesn't get the 50-50. The Stingers! Holy cow, the Stingers hurt, but best player is just way too far ahead. But now he gets hit by the Iron Hook, and now that's when you see the Blade of Heptases get its value. Can they stop the recalls here? Because it's going to be Healy who's going to be cracking down on this inhibitor as the Ohio brothers are going to be chasing Mar down.
Okay, so this is the hope. Healy with the arrival play. And the Ohio brothers need to really manage their lanes now. Mar trying to go for the pickoff.
Wait, he's still alive! Oh my god, he nearly won that!
What? Okay. Alright, I wonder if Mar actually went for the dire hit because that will be the best, I would say the best roam blessing to get. Oh my god, look at he's so squishy!
He ties to everything. He gets tapped, just tickled by 1 or 2 of the knives from the Shadowblade Slaughter, and it's basically lights out at that point. Oh, this game.
What is this game?
Oh man, this game is very entertaining, but
okay.
extremely painful.
Best player, have to be careful.
He's gonna get hit. What? Oh, the silence actually working out for him. It delays just a couple of seconds, but it really doesn't matter because nobody was able to actually follow up and bail him out. Delay is gonna make the attempt. Fear of Glory going to actually land and drops down. The King's calling to slow down the rest of the team. Wait, it does mean that Hele is gonna get dragged back in by Prince, securing the kill. But it's gonna be Assault who finds the trade back. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of the Ohio Brothers, but the Ohio Brothers already cracked down on an inhibitor.
Focusing on the bottom lane, there it is. Ruby need to play Assault down. Easy work for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, in basic, he's got the crit, more than enough. He doesn't need to stay in the fight for too long. Dash in, get a couple of autos, dash out. You've already gotten the kill. It's this is the late stage that I was really nervous about. Now, Reshi looking for an opportunity to kick, but Mark Lucas just in time. The Iron Hook does not connect, but the Shadow Spike does. Oh, Hood, he's doing a great job, but it's all up to Hele. He's been pushing by himself. The arrival to come back in with the King's calling to defend the base, and it looks like the high ground defense is just enough. It looks like the Ohio Brothers will get one more inhibitor, but with no wave, they can't push the advantage. Hele with a Spear of Glory again finds it, and Basic will die, trading his life for something higher. LaimiTop gets to live for another day.
Oh my goodness. And it was all of Hele. Not only did he land the hook, he also popped the arrival so that Ohio Brothers cannot focus on the base. And even the additional damage from the minions wasn't there. Oh my goodness. Again, kind of missed this kind of plays. And by the way, arrival is going to be cooling down in 30 seconds from now on. So that means that in the next Lord fight, it will not be as one-sided. However, best players, he is a Lunox. He can take out the Lord so easily.
Okay, wow, the amount of commitment for this, and Hoon still finding the sword spike onto One Punch. How did he do that blind? The Dark Knight Falls was already covering the map. How did he figure it out?
Oh my goodness! Hoon! What a god! That is beyond science.
I am at a loss for words. That should not have worked out, but Basic and Mar in a 1v1 with the backup coming on through. LaimiTop, they need all 5 of their members, but with Lord pushing, can Hele find an opportunity to start pushing the side or maybe set up for an arrival play for a backdoor? Mar, he's trying to cover him. He notices that best play is nearby, and now the Ohio Brothers, it's about time. They've had enough of this shenanigans. Hele in trouble, actually gets the kill onto the Lunox. Hele still alive in the middle of 2, and finally they go down, but Mar was so close to finding the trade. A 1-4-3 in favor of the Ohio Brothers, but no way to close out the game without the Lord.
Wow, even after that play, for some reason they are able to stack the Lunox. They get the kill just because of the burst. And now, Ohio Brothers, they need to kill those 2 heroes for sure.
Oh, they can they even? Because Basic is running them down all the way to the fountain. Worst Mage as well, trying his absolute best to clear this wave, but Hoon is gonna say no into the Petrify. Nicely done. The Ohio Brothers are gonna sweep LaimiTop to secure 2 more wins.
Wow, my oh my, did that game look so dicey for the Ohio Brothers. In fact, even after a very funky draft from both teams, it looked as if it was a game that LaimiTop could have taken. They were leading by a lot. They were taking the objectives. They were winning some of the fights. They had that arrival play camera from Hele, just giving them a lot of control in the other part of the map, but eventually the better team won it. That's why it was the Ohio Brothers. They had so much more attack, and I think that it was Hoon who salvaged this fight for sure. You saw how well he played that Lucian. My oh my.
Man, I mean, I've been hearing a lot about people like, man, Hood on this Gusion is a different beast. And, you know, I was hoping to see it during M4. I'm glad that I got to see it here at NACT.
Surely. A treat for us, for sure. LaimiTop, they tried to go for this funky play style, going in for the the abduction strategy, but to a next level, right? You saw Mincetar, the way that he utilized it, a rival play with a maximum attack speed, maximum damage. Franco, roaming hero, but went in for the damage as well so that they can one-shot people, and they were successful in one-shotting people. In fact, all of their heroes were just designed to win the team fights. You can see Assault 1 able to get to 6-0-1 at a certain point in this game. They were leading by a lot, but EDT just applying enough pressure, winning those micro skirmishes. Hoon, wonderful plays with the Gushin allowed them to just get the W for the EDT, 42-27. My God, unheard of.
I mean, props to our casters for making these games sound so professional, even though they're mostly for entertainment. And for LaimiTop, like what the comments have been saying in chat, the best way to get the EDT to maybe potentially lose a game or even get some content out of it is to play like LaimiTro. So, and most of the times the EDT will troll back, especially with our Retri gods. But thankfully, we do have Hoon with that godly Gushin that he's been so known for, and we're able to see that in this game. So props to both teams that made history and a lot of content.
I'm hoping that we get to see something in these replays here, because Hoon, just keep your eyes on him. The way that he plays it, and especially since he was able to hit this sword spike blind. Blind? He had no vision whatsoever to hit that sword spike.
Oh my. How did you do that, Hoon? That was so amazing. And the fact that he waited for the right moment to actually pop that sword spike in, so that he almost swerved, right? He almost drifted mid-air. You saw from that. That was just really Hoon just showing us how it's done. And even the fact that the entirety of the game is not dying so much. He only died 3 times in this game and was able to get so many kills afterwards. You did not notice that he is already able to get to maximum critical mass. He even got to a point where he had blood wings. That's how far he went in this game. And now let's witness highlights from game number 1. We did see that EDT just destroyed LaimiTop in game number 1 because of the timings of best player. It looked very dicey in the early stages because LaimiTop again went for a funky strategy, but best player, I think this is the game that we can attribute to him just because of how he's able to time his rotations well against his opponents.
You know, based on what I've been hearing from some of the other NACT casters, you know, best player happens to be one of the better junglers in the league, and arguably just below Mobazane in terms of just overall mechanics and as a comparison. And I think, you know, this game does kind of show his raw mechanics, not just comfortability on a hero, but just how fast his fingers actually work. And more importantly, I think in this game, a couple of things that we did get to learn is, at least for LaimiTop, their saving grace, I gotta give it to Mar. He is a really good support. He's got the mechanics, and I think, you know, if they were playing a more serious game, especially with that Grok, that's something to be aware of. He was hitting some insane wild charging.
Yeah, you did say that he has the eye for initiations, right? You saw that in the Grok game, and we saw that he's able to land multiple wild charges. And this time, even the hooks look really good. Had it been that they focused on the maybe attack build for the Franco, it could be different. But you know, we can really set aside that game. I think LaimiTop showed their hand against the EDT. Unfortunately, it did not work.
Well, we got to see Assassin Franco, we got to see Saber, Nana, Bodan, a lot of these heroes for the first time in this tournament, and that's all that matters. And the MVP of the match, of course, will go to Hoon. He finally got to show his skills on the first hero he made a tutorial on, and we, as audiences, got the show that we wanted. And now, before we go into the second half of the day, we have a special interview from our guest, Yue, who's gonna come back to see us one more time. Yue, sorry. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Liz. You know, I'm super excited to be here. NACT, we got through that halfway match. There's so many teams, so many cool heroes coming out throughout this whole entire tournament already. And, you know, thank you for welcoming me back once again. Shout out to Dave. I know he's working hard in the back. So thank you for giving me the opportunity, Liz.
And we're always in a pleasure to have you. So from the last time you've been on a show, what are your predictions right now? Like, what are your favorite teams, and what do you think is going to look at for the playoffs?
So that's a good question. And, you know, we were able to see a lot of the top 3 teams dominate the whole entire bracket. We're talking about Ackermans, we're talking about TOB, and we're also talking about BTK. And their standings are shown really strong. So I think, you know, in terms of what's special is going to be that 4th slot. We saw Fallouts win 2-0 convincingly. We also did see Empire able to take up that 4th slot. Now, I know you might be a Wasians fan. I actually did an interview with some of the Wasians players. But I do want to be rooting for my boys, Empire and also Fallouts for that 4th slot.
For sure. And Yue, we saw you yesterday at the live event in Los Angeles, and then we know that you are also hosting some tournaments. So tell us more about that, how we can connect with the community.
Okay, so I mean, in terms of these events, these small entertaining things, sometimes it's on my YouTube channel, but all of the information will be on my Discord server. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that already are interacting with me, but if you're not, make sure to just come find me. I am everywhere, anywhere you can search up. You just put my name on YouTube and I'm always there. And you know, once again, you guys are able to broadcast some of the live events from yesterday, and I was there and I was super happy to see all you guys, and it was such a lovely moment. And hopefully, you know, we'll be able to see each other once again here on NACT.
Yeah, and you talked about the watch party that you're gonna host for the grand finals. So for anyone who's not able to attend the live grand finals, tell us more about how we can join in.
Okay, so there is going to be an offline meetup in California, in Southern California. Now, it's going to be for the NACT Grand Finals. And, you know, a lot of people are going to Vegas for that live event. And if, you know, I was able to go, I would love to go. But honestly, I do want to host a little bit of a gathering for the people that do want to watch in a live setting. So, you know, if you're in Southern California, make sure to join the offline meetup group. Make sure to come in contact with me. There is going to be an event, especially for the grand finals, and we will be watching you guys and supporting you guys from California to that Vegas event there.
For sure, and it's always great to join in with the community and watch these spectacular events. Now, thank you so much, Yue, for joining us in the show, and hopefully we'll get to see you once again. And everybody follow Yue on all his social media, and make sure you try your best to join in one of these live events.
Thank you, Liz.
All right, guys, we're gonna have a short break until we come back to the second half of the game. We will be seeing Ackerman versus BTK, some very anticipated match for today. So don't go anywhere, grab a few drinks, and then we'll see you right back.
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Welcome back, everyone, to the halftime show. Right now, let's take a look at the standings before we go into the Ackerman versus BTK match. So right now, we still have the Ohio Brothers locked in as first place, and second place and third place will be Ackerman and BTK. Their match will come up in just a second. And then we have Wasians still right now in fourth place. That will be an anticipated match to see who will secure that fourth place for today later on. Now, fifth place goes to the Empire, sixth place is Era 77, and then we have the Fallout. And yeah, what do you guys think? From the tournaments we see so far, a lot of entertainment and joy, but you guys managed to make it sound like MPL.
Hey, no, it's all part of the job. You know how it is, Liz. But yeah, I think, for this upcoming matchup, especially since this is going to be the second round robin, the first time that these two teams have actually clashed against each other, Ackerman surprisingly was able to take the win despite BTK being the favorites.
Yeah, and knowing for sure that there are a lot of highlight players that we have to talk about when it comes to Ackerman versus BloodThirstyKings, there's also a lot of experience across some of the players in here. Not all of them, for sure, but there are so many known names already from Ackerman as well as BloodThirstyKings. This will not be the first time that each of the players in these two teams will be facing up against each other, so it makes it so interesting to see them battle it out again for the second time for NACT.
For sure, and you guys have seen some of these players in the international scene, like Zia as well as Zane. But Gideon, who is the player that you're looking out for in BTK?
Obviously, it's Mobuzane. This man goes to an international, surprises everyone, and Malaysia obviously having one of the worst runs at an M series that we've ever had. Well, mainly because we lost to Singapore, not because of BTK's performance, because they crushed it that time. Mobuzane, one of the more experienced international junglers that North America actually has, and you can tell by his stats, he is doing well. But the meta is doing him really dirty, so we can only judge him based on the amount of contested turtles and lords. Thank God to whoever did those stats, because that must have been painful. A 6.5 total KDA, 90 kills, 31 deaths, and 110 assists so far. Those numbers would obviously look a lot better if it was a more damage-oriented jungle, but in the words of Mobuzane himself, he just knows that if he does play those damage-type junglers, he will struggle.
Yeah, and what about you, Wolf? For Ackerman, besides Zia, who are you looking out for in this team?
There was a surprising discovery in the early stages of NACT where we saw another Filipino, interestingly, here in Ackerman, and his name is quite surprising, perhaps, for so many viewers out there. But it's his name is Toinks right now. So he had a different name before, but now he's called Toinks. There it is. It's actually I forget what was the term, but there's a term that describes sounds as it's like onomatopoeia, something like that for toys, where it's a very funny sound that you make when you make something really bad, or if you make something funny. But the way that he plays is not that comedic at all. You see 190 assists in this season alone. You see him play in different kind of heroes, even heroes like that of Diggy. That's why Ackerman was successful in their own regard here in NACT, because there's a plethora of heroes that they can play with, particularly in the roaming role. Toix has played in the Philippines as well before, but he didn't have an actual career to see or to look at. But when he went here to NACT, you see the experience that he brings to the table, and of course the craftiness that you can get from him. I'm really excited to see him play up against a team like BTK, and I'm fairly certain that along the line we can see that the Digi will be played out.
And without a further ado, the first match between BTK and Ackerman is along the way, and let's take a look at our casters' predictions for this match. Quite surprising. Still a pretty diverging thoughts and opinions, with BTK for Trex, Wheezy, as well as Eunice, and then it's private dancers Ben Hadid and Steph and Coach Deku thinking that it's going to go to Ackerman. So we will find out which of the teams will come on top as we move into game 1.
All right, into the draft we go of Ackerman versus Bloodthirsty Kings, game number 1. You know, I just want to say, Gideon, there is going to be a curse that will be broken here. Trex voted for BTK 2-1 as well as Eunice. Eunice had the highest win rate. Trex has the opposite end of the spectrum. One will be broken here. I don't know who will take, but let's find out through the draft.
Look, I mean, to be fair, Trex needs to catch up on his points, and I think this is one way that he could try by following the highest in the leaderboard, you know? Just copy the answer of the smartest person in class, and you might be able to get away with it. But honestly, this is a bit polarizing. Will Ackerman be able to kind of take this game away from the Bloodthirsty Kings again? Will Private Dancer actually surpass Eunice in his predictions? Because they're neck and neck. They're at the exact same score as of right now. Now, as we're into the draft, we're already seeing the Kaja, we're already seeing the Farsa banned out immediately for the side of Ackerman, Glue, and as well as Joy. It all makes sense here, but I do think that it's interesting that teams who specifically ban out the Farsa most likely probably want the Valentina open.
Right.
The Wan is expected.
Okay, and there's also that argument of the fairness that we talked about. Knowing how well it was in the first series and how eventually after that win with the Faramis, everybody just started to ban it out, just respecting how strong that hero is. I'm gonna be surprised if that will be a ban. So there still is that dichotomy between like Valentina and Faramis that has been famous in the previous seasons, and now it has returned. That's one thing that we can focus on. Interested also about whether or not the Frederick will now be picked up by any of the teams, because it was really snubbed in the first 2 series that we have. But knowing that this is BTK and Ackerman, that could be a hero that they should be looking at.
This definitely, I mean, these are heroes that they should definitely be looking at, especially for like BTK. The fact that this is like the revenge series against the Ackerman. And if they 2-0 Ackerman, they actually take their spot as well and move up into second place. So ideally for BTK, you know, they want to still try and contest for the top spot. Maybe we'll see how this is going to play out. Wow, that is an interesting first pick. Yu Zhong first pick, blind.
Oh, that's beyond beyond my predictions for sure. But that means that the Valentina is going to be open for Bloodthirsty Kings as well as the Faramis. It seems like the decision from Ackerman is just to pick up the Yuzong, because of all the heroes that are left open, you cannot really just get all of them together in one composition, because it's a double down. Like having both Valentina and Faramis is not necessarily good for your composition. So that's the understanding is, okay, let's just get the Yuzhong. They let them choose what will be left out, and just get the other ones. Instead, BTK still goes for the Claude. Well, we do know that eventually one of Valentina or Faramis will be picked up anyways, and BTK picks up the Valentina.
I think it's an interesting position that Ackerman puts BTK in, because with the Yuzong pick, it kind of de-incentivizes BTK to actually go for something like a Melissa, which is very, very popular right now and has a lot of utility against what's in the meta, especially against the junglers. But Valentina into the Claude, I don't mind Claude too much, because at least Yuzong doesn't necessarily punish Claude as easily compared to a Melissa, and it might decentivize Ackerman from actually locking in whatever mid laner it's going to be. Because again, this particular pairing, the IMU, works great. Oh, you choose a Farmus, I'll break the temp HP. You choose a Yve, I'll be able to gun you down.
Yeah. There's the Melissa that they really set up for. Actually, now that just how you mentioned how good this Claude is going up against the Yuzong, at least how playable it is against the Yuzong. Now, they also picked up the Valentina. Knowing that the Faramis will eventually be picked up by Ackerman, you have a hero that can actually manage against the Faramis, right? You know, having the Claude with a Blazing Duet against the Faramis Cult Altar, it's actually really good against that hero in a way that you can eventually eliminate already that factor of the Cult Altar, because you just gun them down with the Blazing Duet. Then they paired up with the Lolita. So far, man, I think that the drafts are looking really good for both teams. I mean, there's no clear winner yet. Everybody's just trying to counter each other, and that Lolita gives Bloodthirsty Kings a really good advantage to kind of protect this Claude against the Melissa.
Absolutely. I think, that's something that they need is some strong AoE, a good setup, and more importantly, some way to actually deflate the amount of damage that the Melissa is able to pump out. Just get in front of those auto attacks with the Guardian's Bulwark, and you can literally save your team just because of that. But now we're seeing that the BTK squad is banning out the Diggy. They want to make sure that these initiations are clean and aren't going to get disrupted very, very often. Ackerman very smartly banning out the Lapu Lapu so that Melissa doesn't feel too threatened. So now there's not a lot of things that can actually jump into that backline comfortably. So BTK have to decide, all right, Mobazane, what are you feeling like today? You thinking Martis? Because Martis feels kind of good here.
Yeah, Martis could be good. Fredrin as well. I think that Faramis Fredrin is such a strong combo, and if you think about the nature of how you want to play the Melissa, you want somebody in front. Yuzhong cannot be a real frontliner. It's like a backliner, right? A dive hero. You don't want to be staying up in front, even when you're a little bit tanky. So you want to look for a hero that can stay in front of Bloodthirsty Kings, and Fredrin is one hero that can actually fill that gap. It's also great when it comes to combining with the Faramis, because now you beef off even further the Fredrin you have in the front line. So I'm not be surprised if Ackerman picks that up, or if Bloodthirsty Kings actually picks it up themselves, because they are gonna be the one to pick first in the second phase.
I was leaning more for BTK to actually ban out that Fredrin, but the Fanny is still a really good shot, because if the early game doesn't go well for BTK, Ackerman, regardless, will be able to outscale them. So that's something that a position that they don't want to be put in, because the early game is pretty much like a good 72% of the overall game here, especially in Mobile Legends. It's a very important part for pro players to have even the slightest bit of an advantage.
Okay, so Lapu Lapu and the Grok. Okay.
So smart.
Very smart. I think that this is one of the closest drafts that we've seen so far. It seems like both teams know each other so well, and they know the meta so well. They are really taking their time. All right, so Bloodthirsty Kings, as we've mentioned, high potential to pick up the Fredrin this time and just save their X-Planer for last. And then Ackerman, they're looking for maybe a roamer here if they want to put the Faramis in mid lane to match up against the Lolita. Kadena is actually a decent hero to think about, but that also means that you will not have that front line. So I'm thinking maybe Kufra for Ackerman, or maybe
Oh, it's really tough to say, because again, let's see what BTK actually want to go for. And there we go. We see the Martis, and now there's a little bit more incentivization to actually go for something along the lines of Kufra here. Ideally, I would have liked to see Grok, but I think even both me and Ackerman have identified that if BTK is able to put the Grok into the EXP lane, then you lose a lot of value in that song. You just lose out on that priority. I'm guessing that if T wants to play anything, Benedetta actually is really, really good against the composition from Ackerman as of right now.
I do agree. I like this Karina though. It actually is an answer to the Claude for sure. Can be faster than the Martis if you play it well. It doesn't really care about the Lolita in many ways. And of course the Valentina, it's not a good hero to copy the ultimate. And there's the Kufra that we talked about. It's great. Man, the draft's looking real good for both teams. Now, how do you answer? It's immediately a Terizla for Bloodthirsty Kings. Flicker, of course, and the penalty zone will be perfect to counteract this composition from Ackerman. Because Ackerman, they want to go front to back. They want to engage, right? 5v5. They want to group up together. Terizla flourishes in that kind of setting. Wow, Gideon, how do you feel about both teams' draft? Because at least for me, I think it's pretty even.
I think it's pretty even too. It's really the only thing that I'm a little uncomfortable with is the Karina. I would have preferred to see something along the lines of a Kai, maybe something to actually create space for the rest of the team. Something that fits in between the hard dives that we're seeing from Kufra and as well as the Yutong, and something that can actually peel backwards rather than just depending on the call altar from Farmis and committing to always all-inning. It gives you a bit more of that extra bit of flexibility in your line of play.
Game number one, we are thinking that it's pretty even. Maybe the Karina is the only question mark here. But I guess Ackerman just really want to match the tempo of the market in this assassin versus assassin or fighter tanks jungle meta that we have right now, a very, very close game for sure. I'm excited to see it. Everything is on the line for Ackerman and BloodThirstyKings. They need the points. And what a game. What a draft that they have for game number 1.
Oh, let's see how they're going to be playing this out, because immediately I'm thinking about the strong side, right? For BloodThirstyKings, top side is the strong side where they can force priority with this Terizla, especially early on against this Yuzong for the most part of it. And if Martis is able to get a quick and early kill through the mid lane, that would be the most ideal. The hardest part about it is that bot side, right? Because this is a matchup where, well, Melissa excels at against the quad.
Melissa's naturally a great laner. Does this mean, however, that BloodThirstyKings will be more focused on the late game except instead of the mid game?
I would imagine that if BloodThirstyKings wants to play for the early game, they would have to play through that top side, because you can't expect to always be farming kills down bot unless you get that early mid push, and that's why you're seeing both, White Tonics is actually hovering around that mid lane to make sure that they maintain that control.
Yep, they are going to be focusing on to clearing the lanes for sure, as we are now 23 seconds before the turtle spawns. I wonder if Points is going to get to level 4 range, because that normally happens. You put the Faramis up top to get the XP, and then Points will just get the mid lane for himself. But it's quickly going to be poked down by Mobazane. That was a great move, by the way, from BTK, making it so that the XP in the mid lane will not be free for Toinks to get easily. Turtle fight ensues this time, 2 minutes in. A lot of pokes in the middle. You can see Toinks is gonna be late into the party. He's not gonna get this level for anytime soon unless he gets very quickly in the middle with the Tyrant's Revenge. When he drops the ultimate coming up from Galaxy, Watch drops the ultimate, but the Karina will still get the turtle. Faramis will activated as well. There's T going down. There's out for the count, and they even get more. Lolita goes down. Ackerman will get 2 against BTK.
Beautifully done by Ackerman. And honestly, BTK, they should have had that. They absolutely had no reason to turn this into a 50-50. It was almost guaranteed had they just channeled the Numenon Blast earlier from Joy Botch. He needed to channel it preemptively rather than wait reactively, because then it was just too late. Kush was able to get on top of that turtle for free.
That is a massive lead that they are able to convert. 2 kills and a turtle means that they will now amass about 700 gold, and in the early stages, quite massive, even getting the Lethal Wanderer. So Watch is poking through. Toinks will counter it out. Mobazane wants to go for the Toinks this time, especially with the Wind Blast. But Flicker will not save him. He still will go down low and will be taken out. Ackerman loses 1 hero with 1 crucial mistake.
And when you compliment a team, they blunder immediately after. The caster curse, so very real and so very frustrating, because Onyx, again, the idea was, oh, maybe I can get somebody in that backline if they start disrespecting the Pixel Brush, but unfortunately, he gets caught himself and flickers back, trying to outplay the situation, trying to get something out of Joy Bodge. But, it's tough.
It's tough. Well, we did say that this will be a sweaty game. ISO, coming out from BTK, the gold laner, will try to go for dual lanes, clear out the mid lane together with the bottom lane to kind of amp up his farming. Not answered at all by Ackerman, so this is gonna be an interesting move coming out from BTK, putting their eggs in one basket, and that will be ISO into the latter portions of the game.
Well, I think for the most part, the fact is that Mobazane is down level on push. He's going to be able to even that out very naturally, but the fact is, the push just keeps up with his current trend. He will be able to make something happen. Oh god.
Oh, the start is want to go to Faramis, force of the called altar, and they still want to go for the kill. They stun him out. In comes the Karina. The Jackal will be able to figure out there. Luminal Blast, fill it up to 3. Where's the damage? Blazing no one will be countered by the Faramis ultimate. The called altar that they have stolen will not be enough, as Ackerman is going to be able to escape from that one. But they did burn out some ultimates. BloodThirstyKings regains a position around this turtle. It comes Steve with the ultimate. The next up to 1. It's going to be enough for now. But it comes a double lap coming out of the Cobra. They take on 1, but there will be the exchange. Mobazane goes down as well. Push to take on the turtle. They get more. Transferring into the Valentina. Ackerman just waiting for the right moments to strike, and they got it.
They got it beautifully, and BTK, they just forgot about Zia. They're just like, okay, I guess he's non-existent, and Zia instantly taking full advantage of the position that he was in. Muddles was able to get multiple targets, and even with ISO, he's in a little bit of trouble here. Nicolette shouldn't die, right? Nicolette shouldn't die? Okay, she's fine, thank God.
Okay.
Whew.
Whew. And that is a turret that they are able to convert. Interestingly, Ackerman still wins all of these battles in the mid lane. See it through the replay. Mobazine. But look at the counter coming out from Toinks. Featured man. We were talking about him earlier on. He gets it, and they take the turtle afterwards.
Look, the roam role is so vital in the game now. It's a must-play role because it has the most impact, but we might see another engagement here. I don't think it's going to necessarily connect, but once again, BTK, they need to play for that strong side. Zia is able to kind of zone, not really zone them, but play from a good enough distance while still providing relevant damage that Claude doesn't have right now.
Yeah. I wonder how they will be using a T with the penalty zone. We know that this will be a game-changing ultimate to have, and he's hitting the shot, so but they need the follow-up. BloodThirstyKings. They have one death on Mobazine. He's now trailing behind one level from the Karina as we head on to the next turtle of the game. Turtle number 3, gonna be available in 18 seconds. What do you think? What should BTK do in this regard? Do they have to fight this, or do they just have to complete it?
I think they can actually consider fighting it, right?
Okay.
Because again, if we're thinking about the stronger members, if they're able to get an early kill or force out well, at least get the call altar out early from the side of Ackerman, that puts BloodThirstyKings in a pretty good position. They can start it. They can beat out this fight.
Toinks connects onto Valentina this time. Not gonna be able to force out the call down there, the copy. Turtle now gonna be controlled by Ackerman, but Mobazine gets the retribution. The middle blast only hitting on the one. The Paramis ult activated as well from Ackerman. It comes ISO with the blazing duet. It's gonna be the stun. D with the build is on up to 3. But where's the follow-up? They have the damage. They put out Zia. T gets the second kill onto Nicolette. Mobazine dealing the damage. They want to go for Kush this time. Zoning him out. Finally, BTK wins the battle, and they still want more. They want to push mid. There's the Persona coming from Mobazine. My bot gonna be receiving some damage. Kush to take him out for now. No one dying in that succeeding team fight, but BTK gets to end the turtle.
Oh my goodness, there's no way that Mobazine should have got that turtle realistically. Kush was 2 levels above him at that point of time. Mobazine was only level 9 to Kush's level 11. It just doesn't seem real at that point, but oh my goodness, they got everything that we were talking about earlier. They got the call altar popped so quickly from the side of Ackerman. Nicolette could have held it on for just a little bit longer. She could have been the difference maker had she just been a little bit more patient. But overall, BTK, this is a good start for them as they regain the gold. They can start playing towards that bottom side to get their Claude ahead. This is what I'm talking about. They're making that move.
Yeah, good seal play coming from BTK. Easily countered by Muddles, however. Kush wants to dip into the fight. These Joy Bodge for now. ISO PMI in. Has to be careful about this. They're just gonna be farming it out. BTK don't want to fight under the turret of Ackerman. Was a transfer into the mid lane where the turret is actually low. Kush gonna be leading Mobazine, but this is just for BTK to take the turret. They will be successful doing so. Mike's not gonna hit the mark. Mobazine actually having to back off for now. As they want to go for the purple buff play. No blast casted. Connecting up to 2. No follow-up whatsoever as they want to focus on the backlines where they have to make sure the Piano is alive. Galaxy going for the play. Not gonna be getting anything out of it. The purple buff, where did it go to? I think Kush still managed to take it, so nothing really essential. But they did force out the retribution. Now the Lord Dance. 9 minutes and 33 seconds in. BTK wants to fight this and actually start it. Wants to rush it. Mobazine, 5 seconds for the retribution of Kush. Mobazine wants to still control it. They want to team fight this time. They know that the Paramis ultimate is available into the red zone to connect the one. ISO going the damage. Was able to take on one, gets the second one as well. Joy Bush with a double blast hitting onto one. Double kill for ISO as he takes on Galaxy. Mobazine to take the Lord. What a fight for BTK as they wipe Ackerman out of this game.
Incredible fight. That was an incredible incredible fight. 2 Numeron Blasts came out of that fight alone because it was so long, but BTK played it as best as they possibly could. They had their backline attack, they got the Black Dragon form out of Galaxy, and BTK knew that they were up in resources, so all they had to do was figure out a way to make Ackerman bleed, make them start splitting up, and that's the main issue. When you are walking into these big choke points, that's when T can fully take advantage of their comp. And previously, when Ackerman had this advantage, oh no, what was it got caught?
Let's have some CC immunity there, but he will be taken out. Is it a worthy sacrifice for them to get all of the other turrets? Arguably.
I would say no, because even if he didn't die, they would have gotten all the outer turrets anyway. So that's been a bit disappointing, but hey, doesn't matter. BTK are still 4K ahead, and you can't take that away from them. Ackerman needs to reply at some point, because these neutral objectives are becoming harder to deal with now that Mobazane is actually catching up to Kush.
Catches too. Will not pop the ultimate just yet because he didn't have any follow-up anyways. I imagine BTK will just wait for their jungler before they are considering engaging once again. Ackerman though, they want to fight it! Look at that grab! They found the Claude! Wonderful targeting coming up from Toys! In comes the Numeron Blast, hitting on the 3. But that's Ram's ultimate and no follow from BTK, not having the Claude, no damage. In comes Mobazane, point low. Gonna be receiving the penalty zone on the 2 Mobazane. It's gonna be dealing nothing as he is taken out by Zia with the muddles intact. In comes Kush, ever so aggressive with the Karina, gets out into safety with 20% HP, but that means Ackerman with 2 pickups onto 2 crucial members will get a turret in the middle.
Oh my goodness, Ackerman's playing really well, and Zia, he is being extra careful with his positioning. He's not falling into his usual bad habits anymore. He really wants to beat BTK. He waited for everybody to actually utilize all of their spells, and even waiting for Mobazane to use the second part of his Mortal Coil before jumping in, preemptively ulting and popping the Inspire to hit 4 people with Muddles alone, completely turning the fight into Ackerman's favor. BTK not even close in that engagement.
Oh, for sure. It all started with Toinks just jumping in at the right target. I mean, would have thought that he would be able to catch ISO, and then the chain stun was there. No Purify whatsoever. Means that the claw will be taken out. Mobazane actually needing 2 members of Ackerman. Yato will want to get the Faramis ultimate, not available just yet. In comes Strikes once again with the jump ultimate onto 1. Very much in trouble, jump which going down. ISO gonna be countered by the Faramis ultimate, but in comes Galaxy to the backlines. Joy Butch gonna be caught upon by Kush. In comes the Numeron Blast, fade away as he catches the stun onto Kush this time, preventing his death and saving his teammates. However, Ackerman still controls the Lord.
Well, they just need to threaten it here. They're 50-50 in the Lord, but look at Claude. He's pushing on that top side.
Oh, of course, the split push, and that prompts some teleports coming out from Ackerman.
What?
Some Rico in there. Nicolette wants to snag Mobazane. And look at that. ISO with the isolation moves gets the turn up top. And now, Ackerman doesn't have to use Zong into the Lord fight, but they still have the damage anyways. Stolen, Faramis ultimate coming out from Yato. Saving and buying some time as BloodThirstyKings wants to control the Lord once again. They're winning this fight for now. Toys wants to jump. That's just 1. It's the ultimate but Kush gets the Lord afterwards. They will lose the Cobra, but it won't matter. He comes up Lightning Go and countered by the Wind of Nature. In comes the kill coming up from Zia, but with the ultimate up, he will not be able to save himself as T is able to deal the damage. They want to chase for more. Nicolette falling low, taken out by Yato. That means BTK will collect 2 kills, might be able to push mid as they would. Lord still into the middle lane as BTK considering trying to push this. They don't have the advantage anymore.
Oh, okay, they should be fine. Toinks is about to respawn, Zia is up in 12, BloodThirstyKings just don't have a progressive wave that's near Ackerman's base, but what a series of events there. BTK purposefully delaying the Lord, allowing the split push to go, but I think Ackerman was too... they responded too heavily to it. They revealed all of their positions, showed who was actually going to go for the recall, and the recall was even too late. And by the time we saw Galaxy actually make it, they already lost the inhibitor. At the end of the day, Ackerman was still able to get the Lord. That it's saving grace. If it wasn't for that Lord Steal, BTK would have ended the game straight up.
Surely. I do agree with you, especially after winning all those post-Lord fights. BTK just owning it. I mean, you can see what the idea is for Ackerman. Whether or not Points is able to jump onto the right targets, they still find the opening because they want to go onto the right targets, and they are selecting their targets well, making sure that Zia is also protected, pops the Wind of Nature whenever he's threatened by the Blazing Duet. But eventually, BTK just it's like they're using the neutral objectives to win the team fights. It's not even about who gets the Lord afterwards. It's who wins the fight.
Yeah, it's about resources. It's about managing those resources as much as you can. And the only time you'll see Ackerman really wanting to clump up as densely as possible is by these neutral objectives, because that's how valuable it is 16 minutes into the game. And I mean, the gold lead at this point is starting to not really matter. Even though that BTK is 2k ahead, there's no power spikes to hit for their carries and only situational items for their less economically friendly team members. Look at that bot side. They're doing a 3-2 right now.
Yep. 3-2 for now, because they know that they have the late game advantage, so they can just farm. Or at least for me, they look like the advantage is there for the late game. That being said, though, who do you think is gonna be controlling this few minutes afterwards? 16 minutes in, like we know that this is the late game. Do you think BTK does have the advantage?
All right. I think BTK, in terms of team fighting, I will say BTK has a little bit of an advantage here, mainly because Kush is trying to look for these big executes. So Kush has to work very closely with both Points and as well as Galaxy, right? To look for people, specifically ISO, who's going to be the big game changer, and Yato, who most likely is going to have that call Altar, right? But notice that BTK is purposely not showing where this Lolita is, and you can tell that Zia, he's a little hesitant about actually walking up. Doesn't know where the marksman is, doesn't know where the EXP laner is, and more importantly, if Lolita doesn't show up, man, that Nuke on Blast could pick him off.
Lord Dance once again, but BTK, knowing that they have the map advantage, they will actually put this Lord below 50% HP. Then they will try to fight. Or will they? It comes ISO, but he's literally countered immediately. He will ISO down for the count. No damage for BloodThirstyKings. In comes Galaxy. He's very confident now. Let's the petrify. On to 2. Not the knockup, however, as they force the fire missile pit. That 2 minute blast is well used. Stabilize. Ackerman, they have their own gold altar. In comes the ultimate as well from the Melissa to keep themselves safe as they want to break down key. But Mobosay takes out Tia. Mobosay now low. Will not be able to take it out. Mobosay survives actually. For some reason, and the minions are gonna be going into the base of Ackerman. That means that this Lord Dance will be favoring BloodThirstyKings once again. Penalty zone, knocking out Kush. Kush does have immortality for this one. He wants to go for the 50-50 play. Can he do it? No, for now, because he's taken out. It comes to decimation as once again, Kush is low. Kush taken out. Only Galaxy left to contest for this, but Mobosay will not let that happen. BTK once again winning the Lord fight.
Oh my goodness, these Lord fights. I mean, Galaxy, he's gonna get out of here with the Black Dragon form, but man, these Lord fights are down to the wire, and if Ackerman just had an inhibitor turret and not had to worry about these waves, I think they can put all their focus into the team fight. You can see that their attention is clearly split. But here we go. This could be the final moments here in game number 1 as Lord pushes down into the crystal.
From Ackerman for sure. Even Beast, so much damage points up in the backline. Catching Mobosay, but now he's gonna be pummeled by BTK. Fire missiles. He needs to in the blast cast it. Not gonna land on anyone. ISO low. ISO taken out. Mobosay take on one. Decimate will not continue to tame. In comes the cold altar from the Valentina of BTK. Zia taken out because of that. And now, BTK will want to go for the GG push this time. Galaxy, does he have the tankiness? He got the ultimate, but he will be taken out for sure. No, the sustain is there! Shadow Stamping connects up to 2! Now BTK loses their members! It comes the Winter Junction, but can he survive this? No, he won't! Nicolette to take him out. Mobosay in no man's land for now. Kush wants to take him out. He's regening for now, but he doesn't have enough HP. Bound by Kush. Would it matter though? It seems like BTK will still be
Almost.
able to survive for now. Ackerman, no conversion afterwards.
Oh, I thought it was over there for sure. A 3v4 situation with your marksman and Toinks already dead, leaving it all up to Galaxy to sustain through with the Shah residue, managing to proc it just in time. This is what I'm talking about. NA is good at team fights. The micro mechanics is there. Zane should be fine here, right? Yeah, he's okay.
Oh, I wonder how both teams are just able to get something out of nothing, right? BTK looked to be winning, and then eventually Ackerman just wins it. Ackerman finds ISO but still loses some fights afterwards. This game is so crazy.
It is crazy. Like, the fact that ISO previously dying because he goes in with the battle mirror image and gets hit by Toinks again for the second time, and the first time was by complete accident. The second time was definitely intentional. So at this point, BTK, they need to control ISO. They need to tell him, hey, if you're gonna go in, you got to make sure you keep an eye on the one person who actually can mess with you, and that's Toinks. Galaxy obviously is going to be a threat, but they are keeping track of the battle spells. And if we're looking at the battle spells right now, everybody has all of their resources. If we're talking about ultimates, they got all of it too. Even immortalities are coming into play at this stage of the game. The extra bit of econ to allow you to swap out your immortality for maybe a winter truncheon, and if you need a cheaper item, at least a magic dagger, just to keep you alive with a lifeline passive.
Oh, look at this. Lane's not in favor of Ackerman for sure. We know that the management will be easier for BTK as Kush got down to 50% HP, 30%. Has to back down for now. It doesn't have the immortality as well. Onto the bottom lane, that will be answered by Galaxy. This means that BTK knows that they do have the advantage onto this Lord Dance once again. But ISO in Joy Bodge, this could be massive. Zia looks for it and he finds two of the members of BTK. And the Lord Dance, it still is going to continue though.
No, this is great. The fact that Zia was able to spot those two means that Ackerman can slowly take more aggressive positions on this Lord. Because if Lolita isn't in those bushes, therefore she isn't part of the fight yet. Oh! Okay.
Oh, looking really sweaty. 22 minutes in. Mobile Zane gonna be trickling down this Lord. 50% HP. Team might be able to catch a Kush. Indeed, he will. They know that the Karima is out there. They want to engage. They want to burst down the Lord this time. Isolating the Kush. In comes Spikes, but Mobazane captures that one out. Paramis ultimate from Ackerman way too early. Luminum that's good. Except the 3. Onto the backline. They comes the knock-up. And Galaxy finally enters the fray. It comes the penalty zone connecting onto 2. But the damage is not going to be enough from Ackerman. They will take a nice, however. But now they're falling low. Kush, for some reason, gets the Lord. With the Retribution play, Galaxy taken out. It's an even game when it comes to the heroes. But the Lord belongs to Ackerman. If Kush survives, this will be massive. So far, he's gonna be gunned down. Immortality pop far too late. And now they will receive the Assurance Grasp onto 2 more. Connected against the combo. 2 minute blast into penalty zone. Connects on the 3. Nicolette, the only one surviving. I don't know if he has the stacks. He doesn't. And the Lord won't matter as BTK wipes out Ackerman.
Oh my goodness, that was one hell of a fight as they balanced the Lord while still fighting at the same time, but Kush beating out Mobazane on these neutral objectives. 2 turtles, 2 lords, all thanks to his steals. What a game number 1 in this best of 3 series. GG, well played BTK.
Wow. Wow. What a game, man. What a game.
Honestly, Wolf, it's hard to kind of break these moments down because they like to play on a knife's edge here. Like, it's so strange that a lot of these calls come down to, hey, we have to take this fight. It's really difficult to actually get a clean retribution off, especially with Kush, who somehow has been able to sneak away neutral objectives from Mobazane when it feels like an almost impossible situation to get relatively close. And if we look at the post-game stats, it doesn't seem like most things are out of the ordinary. I will say that the Queen's Wings from the side of from Mobazane's build. A little greedy, I will say, but you know, it does have its own benefits. But overall, just well played. The decision making from the BloodThirstyKings happening down to the micro level, really punishing Ackerman overall, because Toinks, he's going back into these fights, but the timings of which he jumps back in on the secondary, even the third re-engages don't go well. The initial hit is so good, but the follow-ups afterwards get slower and a little bit more inaccurate with the time that was passing by. Zia, as much as he wants to be able to dish out that damage, like we talked about before, the Guardian's Bulwark in Joy Bosch is making it really difficult to get that solid amount of damage. Like in this replay, we could see he was blocking it, and Zia already popped the Inspire, so a large amount of true damage wasted because of one ability.
Oh, happy to see that we are going to recreate the moment, right? But Kush went in. He still went in, even if as he was trying to go back. Well, he didn't have much choice. And Toinks, unfortunately, the timing was off. They received the Mortal Coil onto 2, right? Or the Ashura's Wrath. And then Penalty Zone after the Numinum Blast, the Wombo combo that BTK wanted to do for the longest time, they were able to land. It's very interesting because if you think about it, after the Lord fight, imagine like BTK already. They lost the Lord Retribution, but Ackerman was a 4v4. Still, Ackerman tried to fight. I think that if they back down, it could be totally different. And Liz might have some other thoughts here.
I mean, this is what I want to see. This is what NA is all about. We have the entertainment shows, but we also have serious, intense gameplays, and this whole journey that BTK has come from the beginning, addressing their rosters, trying to make a team work from the scratch. But now they've demonstrated that through hard work and consistent practice, they are still on top. They're still on top in the region, and then they're still working hard every day to get at this level.
I'm very happy to see them, you know, keep on working here, and especially in this revenge match against Ackerman, it's looking good because it's really coming down to a couple of calls, and honestly, it's a bit exhausting to watch because these are truly extended fights beyond the time limit, the time frame given to both of these teams.
Yeah, I think that in a game where everybody just tries really hard to do some plays, there are some likely on surface level, it looks like it's a mistake that they did, like when Zia is being taken out or when ISO is immediately being taken out by the opponent. It seems like it's a mistake, but you have to understand, teams are just trying to do their best and just trying to win it on their own. And that makes for a very interesting match. I wouldn't say that anybody made a mistake in this game. It's just a very sweaty game that went down the wire in the end.
And both teams swept us off the feet. Now, while we get ready for the next game, as the players are going through a little bit of a trouble right now, we are going to give another giveaway to our amazing fans and viewers watching at home. Here is 40 giveaway codes listed on the screen to the hero skin Soldier in Training for Lolita. We've seen how strong Lolita is in the game just now, so make sure you type that code in the link in the description and secure your win to one of these amazing skins. Now, we are quickly going to go back to the draft of the second game. Let's see if Ackerman can come back from that.
All right, thanks so much, Liz. Oh, can Ackerman come back from this? Definitely, I think the answer is yes, especially because you saw how close that game number 1 was. But yeah, you know, that game, there's a lot of talk about that previous game. But Gideon, now that we are moving on to the next game, is there anything that they should be doing differently? I mean, for Ackerman, what should they be doing differently for game 2?
I think, you know, what Kush is doing right now is incredible. He should not be getting away with a lot of these 50-50s against Mobazanes, but yet he still makes it work. The one thing I will say is that these extended fights shouldn't be this long. As soon as your abilities are down, they need to start backing up here, because if we're talking about the overall, like, if we had to compare the cooldowns of ultimate abilities, the Black Dragon form compared to something like Penalty Zone, for an example, and arguably even Numenor Blast, it has a much longer period. So they need to identify that if they get into extreme situations where they've basically invested everything, they're down the rabbit hole, so they have to keep on fighting, maybe don't put yourself in that position. Understand that your resource management is going to be key if you want to take down BTK, because right now BTK are just making smarter decisions.
Yeah. All right. So you talked about the execution. Let's talk a little bit about the draft, right? Because I felt that Karina pick was doable, just because of the fact that they dialed in on it, focused on the fact that Karina versus Claude. Yeah, you're gonna have a good time for as the Karina, but there was a time where you kind of raised some questions about that Karina pick from side of Ackerman, and now that it lost the game, do you think that whatever you thought about or whatever your reservations were with this Karina, was it actually what we saw in the game?
Well, okay, so I understand the sentiment that Karina is going to have a good time against the Claude, but I believe in the philosophy that if you are looking for a particular hero, it's not just to hard counter one person. You're looking for as many soft counters even. If you're able to get more value out of the hero with an easier execution, generally that gives you the best odds and minimal risk, and creates a very minimal risk zone. So I feel like with the Karina, what was she really providing for the rest of the team other than just threatening? She had a great amount of sustain. She had a good way to kind of just sit around the pit, not having to worry about Mobazing getting on top of her, because again, both of them are basically just throwing pillows at each other, right? They have their life bars are way too big, and this heavy emphasis on the timings of the cult altars really makes a difference in that fight. Like a large majority of those fights won by BTK was because Ackerman popped it just a little too early.
Yeah, most importantly, that last clash I saw super duper early on the Faramis ultimate that did not give the Ackerman anything at all. Well, they eventually still won the Lord fight and Lord Retribution, but the fight afterwards they didn't. However, this is the weird condition now for Ackerman. They don't have the Valentina to kind of counteract this Faramis, the dichotomy that we're talking about between the two big ultimates that we have. And BTK really just never even really think twice about this Faramis, which is great. But they still pick up the glue. I understand the Claude, but the glue from Ackerman, you think this is good versus the Faramis?
Okay, so they want to zone people out of there. The fact that Melissa is already gone does give, hey, you give glue a little bit of room to breathe, but, the Farmus into the glue, same logic, just don't die, I suppose. And I think the important thing here for Ackerman is the fact that if you knowingly want to go into this matchup, you have to win your lane really hard. And I like the idea that Ackerman is actually going for right now, because this is the traditional way to actually deal with the Farmus before Valentina was even a thing, and that is to have just strong AoE to break down the temporary health that the Call Altar provides, and even better, the box itself, the real world manipulation to buy that extra bit of space for people like Zia to get in and out of fights.
Speaking of the box, I think that eventually BTK will consider something like should be considering something like an Arlot, but knowing that the glue is already picked up by Ackerman, that will be out of the question. I brought it up because I've seen it so many times, like utilize the Arlot final slash to put people inside the box when they're trying to escape, and I think that's a very good interaction. But overall, we like the Eve and this Claude versus Faramis in general, right? You just take out the temporary shields as you talked about, and immediately the enemies are stunned up. However, what I do like about BTK is that they have this Faramis Fredrin combo. It's one of those combos where you have a raid boss kind of Fredrin, where he's very speedy, he's very tanky. If you put him low, just pop the ultimate of the Faramis. He uses the ultimate, and when the shields are down, Faramis, you have a full HP Fredrin once again. It's a pretty neat tactic that we can see. So it means that Ackerman, I think, at least for me, they need the burst. You think that is something that they should be looking for from their jungler and their potential roamer?
See, that's the thing, right? When you lock in someone like Claude and then you see someone like Fredrin appear, like, yes, Claude is a DHS abuser, but ideally you want to have carry in that position to actually chunk down these thick, beefy tanks on the opponent's side. But with that being said, Ackerman, recognizing, hey, we did blind pick with the Claude so that we can get rid of the temp to HP really early on, making sure that we're getting rid of some of the bad matchups, Brody for an example. I do think that the Leslie is in a bit of an awkward spot, but hey, you need to recognize when game meets game, that true damage and crit, two-shotting you, even one-shotting you as a marksman does not feel good.
All right. Martis is the ban from BTK. Maybe Anakai, the traditional answers to the Fredrin. And of course, the tanks a lot that we know for sure. It's gonna be good versus the Fredrin. So BTK have all that covered. Maybe Ackerman can still settle for the Akai. It still makes sense against the comp that BloodThirstyKings has right now. Kind of aids them too to kind of have that wiggle room in the early stages where you have a good tempo hero to combo up with the Glue and the Eve, so that you will have you can make space again for your Claude. That means though, what else is left for BTK? I'm not eliminating the idea of a Kadira for BTK, especially because they already have tanky heroes anyways. They can put the Kadira in the roam because it kind of counters the Eve, so that could be a good thing for BTK. Oh, Diggy, do you like this at all for Ackerman?
Look, I was thinking Lolita for the side of Ackerman because at the very least their whole composition kind of works in tandem here. But with this Diggy, it kind of gives a little bit of a different dynamic now, right? Because now, again, this is an interesting dynamic because it's good and bad for a couple of reasons. Good because at least now Zia has a very safe space for him to actually play around. Bad because that means Glue is going to be the only person up in that front line without that additional support. Maybe with the jungler, but even then the farm is absolutely shreds him as soon as he uses that split. And now we're seeing BTK respond with the Franco as well as the Beatrix. Beatrix the force priority whenever they need to make first move, and Franco just to make sure that real world manipulation can get canceled. And if the early game falls into that favor, it's because of an Iron Hook.
Yeah. So Ackerman, they should be looking for a way to at least deal with this Franco, kind of cancel that. So they need a stun. I still think that Akai should be good as their jungler of choice because that's the hero that they're looking for. I can't think of any other heroes that could be good. Maybe Barrett's, but it will not be as good. They still pick up the Karina.
Okay, so they really, I don't know, maybe Ackerman just really don't like ISO. Because it feels like it's like, you know what? Out of all the people that I didn't really like, I didn't like you, ISO. That's why I'm locking in the Karina. I could have picked Barats. I could have picked, I literally could have picked
Akai.
Akai. There's so much that could have been done here. I would even argue that a Grok jungle wouldn't have been half bad. Like it comes to that point. But hey, look, Ackerman, they can play the style they want, especially if they're feeling very confident on that hero. And considering Kush's performance in game number 1, can you really argue against it when you're the coach? They're like, you could have gone for something else. Kush is like, but did you see how many steals I got?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's inconclusive, right? Even after that loss, it's inconclusive that the Karina is bad.
Till the enemy
Well, I guess now we can prove it. If this will be a 2-0, then we can say, okay, Karina, not good at all. But we'll have to wait. Apart from that, what else are we looking at here? I mean, whenever I see Claude, I always think, okay, late game. Against Beatrix, even more so. I think that Ackerman can just play this game longer. Well, BTK, very strong in the mid game. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think, I agree with your sentiment there. I do think, Claude has a couple of matchups where he can actually play a little bit more early, but against this what? He can, okay, he walks back into it. Toinks has to flicker here. Bit of an unfortunate situation, but hey, at the end of the day, it's all about maintaining this priority, Galaxy.
Okay, Galaxy wins that ST. Interestingly, will not even attempt to pop his Petrify. We know for sure that the Glue is a very strong laner, but pretty sure that it's not common to see Yuzhong taken out without any attempt of the Petrify anyways.
Yeah, no battle spells at all. Okay, let's just say, hey man, T is a generous guy, based on last game, he was like, maybe I was owning kind of hard, but Toinks might be dying here as well. And this is what we're talking about in terms of the early game. Because Diggy had to recall, because Diggy already flickered, it just makes it so much easier for BTK to take advantage of this, especially for Joy Botch.
Okay, so now 2 versus 1 up top. T still holds onto the Purify, but he's gonna be safe for now. And the turtle, that is gonna be the point of contention for sure. 1 minute and 50 seconds in. This time BTK will again secure the ultimate for Joy Botch. as the roamer, while the Diggy, not entirely sure if he's able to get to his own level 4. Actually, Joy Botch doesn't have the ultimate, but will land the help onto Galaxy, dealing the damage. It comes the ultimate from Nicolette this time, and they will take on Joy Botch because that Family's ultimate far too late. Still is there is the taunt onto Galaxy this time, but he connects onto 3 for the time's journey to save the members of Ackerman for now. Mobazane zoned out, and Kush will definitely win this turtle fight 3-1. And a turtle.
And that is why you want your supports to be level 4. It's as simple as that here, man. I mean, Joy Botch not level 4, Tonic's level 4. Big difference there when you have a time journey that's that impactful. There's nothing much that BTK could have done there. And I mean, the fact that they only gave away 2 kills it's a bit sad, but they have to call it quits at some point. And I think for Ackerman, they like the way that this is going. They're playing for their strong side. The glue is still relevant in this game for now, but Zia might need a little bit of help. He's been pressured hard.
Nice. Oh, okay, Zia. Hello, Joy Botch wants to go for that, but Toinks is prepared with the Diggy Bombs to prevent any kind of rotation from BTK. Ackerman leading by more than 1,000 gold in the first 3 minutes of the game. Definitely good for their almost late game comp. But we did see this in game number 1. Ackerman was leading. BTK eventually wins the first Lord fight.
That's the thing. That's the thing. You never really know between these two teams. And BTK, they're real nasty with it.
Okay, in comes the hook. Blazing to it for the counter. Joy Botch, actually, after the flicker, gets pulled in with the reverse time. Sniper shots not gonna land. And no further engagements from both teams.
A little unlucky there with the flicker, but hey, you can't win them all. And I think right now Ackerman have identified, all right, we need to make sure that mid lane is controlled so that we can continuously send support down to that bot side and make sure that Franco and Beatrix don't get further ahead than they are right now. But on the opposite side of the map, right, Galaxy, he is getting valuable information for Ackerman.
18 seconds. They force the flicker onto Mobazane. Although this is jungle emblem tree with a cooldown on the retribution anyway, so he might be on time still. Heading into turtle number 2. Will his teammates be there though? Galaxy as well as T needs to clear out the wave up top. Blue will be the first one to go. Mobazane, oh sorry, Nicolette, almost getting hit by the Iron Hook. Will not be the case. Turtle dance. Let's see what happens in here. Kush is going to be holding on to the turtle aggro for now. Mobazane going to be stunned up. Reverse time as well. Hook not going to land. And in comes the turtle. Secured by Kush so easily. In from the backlines, you can see T forcing out some of the jumps from Ackerman as he will be the one to utilize his ultimate Petrify already utilized. Time's journey to get out. In comes the hook, but with the time's journey up, he will now be snagged. Ackerman just secures the turtle this time, but he still wants to fight. Mobazane wants to fight. They ultimate onto the backlines. Mobazane will receive the Family's ultimate, but he's very low, but they got the ultimate connecting on to the Diggy. He gets his life back because of that. And that means that at least they will get 1 kill out of the turtle fight.
Very nicely done. Very good call for the side of BTK to actually progress that fight. And now they're going to get another pick onto Galaxy down by bottom side. Perfectly done. BTK know how to press an advantage. You get the neutral objective. If your opponent doesn't have the retribution, walk into their jungle and treat it like it's your own.
And they got it. They got a turret. They're equalizing. Gold is actually even for both teams. Mobazane lands the taunt, but this is tank jungler on tank jungler action. But in the middle, third push. We talked about the objectives, and BTK are winning that versus Ackerman.
They're doing it beautifully, right? They know how to avoid situations, but more importantly, they can identify based off of the information given on the map. Hey, Kush is trying to invade my jungle. That means his entire side has probably already been finished up. There's nothing to actually farm on this top side of the map, and now we can make plays through mid.
Sniper poking Zia for now. Hook not gonna land. Points in the gang. It's gonna be holding on to each other. And you are correct there. The team seems like BTK, they are dead set on winning the economic battle, and they are actually winning it for now.
Yeah, I think they had a phase shift here. I feel like BTK, especially for Mobazane, he's tired of losing out these retry battles against Push, and he needs to get this level lead, but it's so tough. Look at him, he's a level down.
Wow. Mobazane pulls back, Push gets the turtle. Afterwards, they knocked out Zia from the opposing side. That's the duo that they're looking for. BTK, Joybutch, and ISO, they have their own game to play.
They're trying to go 3v4 down bot side, leaving Zia all by himself. So they take full advantage of it. Joybot, he had the flicker, now he doesn't. I wonder what happened up there.
Ooh, I wonder what happened out there. We know for sure. I kind of brings me back. You know, we were there casting M4, and it was Mobazane's team, like the Valley, who likes to go for that play where Basic and Shark goes for the conceal, and they just get pickups, and it kind of is reminiscent of what BTK is doing right now, right?
It is a little bit, but I will say that, you know, there are some very clear differences in styles. Like, in terms of the aggression here, BTK tops it off.
Oh, for sure. Mobazane once again gonna be pulled back into the evil ultimate, gonna be stun up Paramis ultimate to counter it all. Galaxy gonna be hooked back. 5 members gunning him down, and he will be taken out. In comes Kush, but he's now gonna be receiving the damage. Time's journey gonna be committed as they want to get away from the dragon. And Ackerman will only lose 1, but they did commit a lot. And that's also true with BTK.
I mean, good call coming in from BTK. They got the most valuable ultimates from the side of Ackerman, but they themselves had expended more resources just to bait it out. And, you know, in the famous words of Blacklist's Wise, you don't have Black Dragon. Just back off. Don't fight.
Yeah. Don't fight. Don't have the dragon. Right now, Mobazane, though, actually wants to poke Galaxy. This time they also want to push once again. They know that they have the Beatrix, very strong CG hero, onto the bottom. They have a lot of wave clear from the Yuzhong as well as this Paramis. That means that Ackerman will not get any turret as of now. 0 turrets taken 9 minutes in. Lord, however, wow! They do it again!
Oh, they managed to hit the Iron Hook into the Bloody Hunt. Nicely done coming in from Joybush. So now it's a 5v4, and this should be extra free here. Let's check on the levels. Mobazane still a level up on Kush, and Kush has nothing to farm except for that bot side. And if he shows his face, BTK guarantee this lore.
Okay. It kind of feels like it's just small things that piled up together for BTK. And I'm saying that because it looked really quiet. Like surely they got all of those pickoffs, right? But all of those turret pushes that they managed to get, 2 onto the bottom, 1 in the mid, and 1 up top, that's all because of ISO's movement and how BTK just misdirects the attention of Ackerman. It feels to me, Gideon, that the plan all along for BTK is just the macro battle, but a little bit of aggression put in there as well.
Yeah, I think they've really adjusted well. After winning that very first game against Ackerman, they could clearly see the flaws in the macro play, and Ackerman is just a little too responsive, a little too, well, giddy, as they say. They're not shaking because they're nervous, they're shaking because their crystal is threatened.
Okay, in comes the Black Dragon form, but immediately the time's turn to pick up. But guess what? It's just the turret that they targeted. BTK are just focusing on objectives right now onto the map. Map control is theirs, and they are taking apart some of the good economic standpoint for Ackerman. It does he's ultimate, locking down and Mobazane has go into the first time. The Paramis ultimate just on point, and they gun down the glue with the Ghost Burst. There's even more Zia taken out. He's gonna be able to get out actually. Sliver of HP out there. I thought he would go down, but it won't. The turret will fall into the middle. Hope again was Zia. In comes the hook. Oh! Nicolette! That's massive and Zia falls! BTK wiping out Ackerman once again. They eventually will have the minions and probably the game as they take out the crystal. BTK 2-0s Ackerman.
Oh my goodness, a simple adjustment from the Bloodthirsty Kings takes this game as a sweep 2-0 against Ackerman. GG, well played BTK. Woo, what a hot game.
Man, all of those team fights that we saw, there's not much heroes dying, right? Even in the last clash, of course, we saw that so wipeout. But all of those team fights, it went 6-3 in a very long game that looked to be action-packed just because of the pickoffs. But when it comes to the actual team fights, because of the presence of Time's Journey, no one is dying. But what is clear is that BTK won the macroeconomic battle. And I wonder how they did that, Gideon.
Well, a lot of this macroeconomic battle comes down to these fates, as we saw, having 3 members hover around the neutral objective, knowing and reading that the Ackerman will have 4 members hovering around Turtle, around Lord, leaving Zia by himself. Joybotch coming in clutch with either his Iron Hook or just the fact that he has Flicker and a Bloody Hunt to lock him down to give ISO free kill after free kill. ISO ending the game 5-0-5, not a single death. As soon as they have that lead, you can tell that Ackerman took a more passive approach to a lot of these fights, right? They wait for BloodThirstyKings to actually make that first engagement and then look for the re-engage with the real world manipulation and Galaxy flickering on top of his slam to try to make something happen. But at the end of the day, when you look at these replays, right, it comes down to T going in with the Black Dragon form and forcing Tonics to use the time journey so early on.
It's all about just forcing the ultimates, and the Faramis Fredra, you can see it once again, right? This last clash, you see, just hit your spells, and all of a sudden, after the Faramis ultimate, you're back full shields and full HP almost. There also was one fight where he utilized that combo, and BTK just really sustained through. Even after the ultimate, all they did was to pop the Faramis ultimate, and they're gonna be safe afterwards. They lifesteal it through, and the timing was there. So BTK not only did their timings well, but they also forced the enemy Ackerman to utilize their ultimates in off timings.
Exactly. Like you guys have been mentioning, BTK is really just demonstrating that they've got the macro all together. They have the micro as each individual player is shining, but at the end of the day, what brought them back into the top scene is that they are working on their synergy, and then they're working on their map awareness, they're working on the communications, and it really proved how strong they are once they get everything together. But still, Ackerman is still in the fight. The scores are pretty close, and Ackerman did very well in the first half of the series, so we still have plenty of time to see what happens.
Yeah, and I think, you know, overall, even though Ackerman have taken this loss, at least it brings to light what they are lacking in. It's not in the micro mechanics. It comes down to just macro decision making, whether it be in the draft or more so how they actually approach these team fights. And I think, you know, in this upcoming, this replay here exactly is where you start to see it, right? You see that, yes, they have the micro mechanics. They're able to kind of approach fights really, really well. And especially since Kush was feeling like he was on fire, he was able to actually win out on not only 50-50 neutral objectives, but also finding the right amount of kills. But that's when you see BTK recognize a couple of mistakes. Number one, why are we seeing Galaxy a little bit late to the party? We're noticing that the Nicolette, she's utilizing the call altar a little too early, sometimes 1 or 2 seconds ahead of when she should be clicking it.
Oh, there's a lot of like sweaty moves from both teams. Like everybody just trying to outplay each other. Like even ISO, you can argue that he made questionable moves, but also he made a lot of good moves in this game. So it's just really a matter of which team will have the better decision making in specific moments. This one for sure, BTK got it. Imagine this, they were trailing about maybe 1,000, 2,000 gold before this. Now last clash is where it all mattered. Imagine this, you win the Lord Retribution fight afterwards. Zia was able to keep himself alive, and ISO was taken out, but eventually Ackerman, they still wanted to fight afterwards. You see Kush's pathing. He could have just backed down, and I think that he overthought his ultimate usage and utilized it onto T. That's why he was forced to kind of refresh it there. And then they wanted to go for a counterplay with Toinks, but it failed, backfired, I mean, heavily against BTK, who landed the Numinal Blast after the penalty zone. You could see that BTK just made the better decisions in the 23-minute game that we saw.
Definitely a lot
And
more.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Well
I would say that they're
said,
definitely more.
Version. Well, we've all been warned. The MVP of the first match with BTK and Ackerman will go the mud. He has obviously done his skills just on top of the game, and with the team fight intact, Mobazane is able to shine.
Yes, and I think, overall, Mobazane, the experience that he has and brings to the team, whether he is, in the jungle, if he decides to go into any other role, his shot calling is still going to be what's pivotal about what's making BTK work together and how they can consistently improve. Just small shifts in their play already make so much of a difference.
Yeah, Mobazane, there was a time where there was a video, a clip of him just talking smack about Martis, how bad it is as a hero, how it's not a good jungle, how it doesn't do anything at all. But if you recall that game number 1, man, Mobazane figured it out. He knew how to utilize the Martis now, and I think it's also one of the heroes that you will have to attribute it to him.
I'm glad these clips make it to the international scene, or casters are keeping in track with the NACT. And coming back from the second half, we will have our last match of the day. It's just as critical as this one, where this one gives BTK a better headspace going into the finals, but going into the semifinals. But this game coming up between Wasians and the Empire will potentially determine who will be 4th place. Welcome back, guys. I hope you all had a nice stretch because we are rolling it in back into the last game of the series today between the Wasians and the Empire. On the screen, you see our US or North America casters' predictions and what they think about the upcoming match. Almost everybody picked Empire to be coming on top with a few variations. What do you guys think, Wolf and Gideon? What do you think about these predictions? What do you know of these teams, and what do you think is going to happen for the fourth place?
I'm actually surprised. I thought that it will be more even across the NA casters, and I honestly feel that Wasians, I mean, if I were just to bet on this, I think Wasians will have a better shot. The fact that it's all Empire across the board and Trex also picked it up actually really surprised me.
It surprised me. It definitely surprised me too. I thought Trex was going to be the optimist this time, but I'm happy that Eunice is sitting on top of the board, and if she believes that Empire is going to take this away, I feel obliged to say that she's probably right.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh man. It's just I think for me personally, this is gonna be very close. I think this will definitely go 3 games. This is at least my prediction. If I'm not right to predict that Wasians will take it, I still think that it will be a 2-1, whether or not Empire or Wasians will take it, just because of the fact that everything is on the line. Top 4 to secure it. I mean, top 4 is a very important spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a critical match point because only the top 4 will make it to the semifinals. So this game, we are coming close towards the end of the series. There's 2 more weeks left, but this game will be critical between both teams. So I'm sure, I hope that we are going to go into a 3rd game. And Wasians have been pulling it out. A lot of surprises, pleasant surprises for the NA community. They don't underestimate the Wasians. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, everybody loves that underdog story, and if it had to be anybody, it had to be the Wasians. Not sure what the W stands for, but it has Asian in it. I'm all about it.
Maybe it means W. It means win today, right? Going up against Empire. Maybe that is the W we're looking for. Well, now that I dialed it back and looked at what Empire has brought to the table, now it makes so much more sense why the NA casters actually voted for them. Yeah, they're pretty much more consistent across the entirety of NACT compared to. I'm just talking about individual games here, but when it comes to a series, right, they're very close. I still think that W Asians will eventually take this, but I'd still stick to my prediction. It will be a 2-1.
W Asians coming out from the Asian team right now. We are looking at a lot because Wasians are the only team that had a win against the EDT. So we never know until we see them in the battlefield today to see how they're vibing today against the Empire. And I'm excited.
Look, if there's one thing I know about the Wasians for sure, is that we're expected to see a Hanabi at some point of time. They are true to their names.
Yeah, they like to do those spicy things, but I always feel that in any city, what really is spicy, right? Surely we saw in the previous game, all meta picks, right? We saw that there's not really much when it comes to out of the box thinking, but even the OhioBrothers themselves, the most dominant team in NA City, they give out some different picks. So with that Hanabi pick that would be good for Wasians, really, the argument is what really is spicy in NACT, right? I think that everything is. It's just everything is spicy or nothing is spicy here in NACT.
It's only polar opposites or dire extremes here. I totally get where you're coming from. That's why I'm saying that NACT reminds me a lot about the MPL MY. Although I will say that, NACT takes it to a whole other level of extreme. Usually our weird picks are like one weird pick in the marksman lane sometimes. And maybe it has a branding of Todak most of the time, but we're not picking people out. We're not segregating them. But let's jump into this draft here with the Wasians on the blue side, the Empire on the red side. We're finally going to get to see maybe a rough idea, because based on the bans so far, I think only the top 3 teams have very specific bans in the draft, but everybody else generally agrees that, you know, Farm is the Joy, as well as there is one more pick that's slipping my mind, the Wan as well, depending on the team.
Yep, and there's always that third ban on the Arlet for that I noticed from the teams. I think just not the previous series, because they prioritize Yu Zhong and Glue for some reason, but this time it's going to be probably the choice for both teams. Valentina and Faramis, that's always the top 2 choices for the mid laners, and this time Empire will start banning out this Faramis, even the Valentina. Okay, so everything is just way open in this particular game.
Okay, that gives us a little bit of an indication that they don't want ults being stolen, or at the very least, maybe they want to force it down to the artillery mages at the end of the day. But then again, it is an ACT, so it's a little hard to say. We've seen Kagura picks. Even yesterday, there was a Kagura pick, so we'll see. The Empire, they pan out the Glue, so a different priority here. All the good picks are slowly dwindling away.
Like the fact that they're really spending their time, right? We saw in the previous series that when it comes to the band, it's like one after the other. They're just doing it blitz drafting, but this time they're really taking it. It kind of makes me think that for both teams, the draft orders or the draft slots are also very important, because they're really thinking it through. However, I still think that Empire should be banning out something like a 1-1 in their last ban, while Wasians, it's going to be the Kaja as their choice.
Okay, that's not too bad, because if they do decide, I was thinking the 1-1 for sure, because even if the Wasians were able to get Arlot, they still have access to things like Mincetar. So now let's see what the opener for the Wasians is going to be. If this was MPL MY, I'm guessing this would have been a Fredrin, even though the 1-1 is open. If this was MPL PH or ID, it's guaranteed 1-1. But since this is NACT, it's gonna be the Pharsa locked in.
Okay. Some people will argue that the Pharsa is an okay answer to the 1-1, but not everyone. I think that it still is a very strong pick no matter what. But opening up the 1-1 for Empire is just almost criminal to other regions, right? But in comes the Martis, another blind pick. I mean, it's so difficult to think about what the NACT teams are thinking about, especially because of the way that they're drafted. It's always like blind picks, like this one, right? Well, it's not completely blind, because you know that the Pharsa is there. But is this Wasians getting their hands on the 1-1 and the Pharsa all together?
I think this isn't too bad, because I'm guessing that the Empire expect things like Melissa to start coming out, and they want to start threatening it. And now that the Wasians once again are showing the Hanabi, I warned you, I told you it's going to happen. Wasians love the Hanabi, and they have been able to win games on Hanabi, something that I haven't even seen some of the best gold laners in the world pull off. Marquis struggled to make it work.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, okay. Immediate answer on the Gushon. I think that when it comes to it's beautiful. Great versus the Pharsa in a way, because Pharsa is technically a sitting duck when he pops the ultimate. When she pops the ultimate, I mean. And of course, the Gushon is also decent versus the Hanabi. I don't think that the Hanabi can actually last the combo of the Gushon. So already great answers. Even the tanks a lot in a way. Because there's that factor where there's the HP based damage coming out from the Gushon, which kind of means that even tanks can be shred, and tanks a lot is not safe from the onslaught of the Gushon. That's why I agree with you when you were when you like this pick overall. I think I like it too.
Yeah, after seeing it during M4, the fact that, someone like Sanji was confident enough to play into something like Pharsa, it sparked a lot of conversations, It's like, why aren't people using Gushon more?
Yeah.
Why aren't people taking advantage of it? And a lot of the argument comes down to, unfortunately, Gushon just really struggles in the lane. Just pushing out that lane is a hassle. You put yourself at so much risk being a melee assassin that has magic damage. And now we're seeing the rest of the bans come through. The Lapu Lapu, the Mincetar getting banned out, the Claude as a response from the Wasians. And my guess is that they're probably also going to get rid of another gold laner too.
Oh. Wonder what that will be. Perhaps what is it, Brody or yeah, like Melissa and Beatrix, of course, the better range against the Hanabi in some parts of the game. Now the Empire. Will they consider something like a Leslie eventually because it's a hero that is difficult for the Farsa to deal with, and also can be easily countered by the range. Could be a consideration for sure. But another hero that we should be looking at is the Lolita, which is actually one of the answers already for the Hanabi, right? So it's great. Also the Atlas, you like it a lot. I think that it is a good hero for Empire, if ever.
Actually, I don't think Atlas is probably good here, mainly because Hanabi is able to kind of dodge the big spell as long as she has the shield, right? Now, okay, so I've seen this happen multiple times from the Wasian games. They ban out the Claude, they also ban out the Beatrix, both of which who are really good at, as soon as they hit level 4, is to prioritize clearing the wave and not interacting in the lane anymore. People like Melissa, they throw muddles, they sit behind the wave, which is something that Hanabi can take advantage of because her auto attacks bounce off of each minion, and she can also get some free hits. Yesterday we saw the Hanabi with something like an Avarice to make it work, because those auto attacks still are trading upwards to not only get a bit of HP, but 10 gold every single time it connects.
Oh, okay. So there's the Grok pickup coming up from Wasians. They needed the vision and they need a frontliner. It will be an XP laner as the Lolita will be picked up. I thought it would be Empire's pick, but it's not the case. Kufra immediately picked up by the Empire. Great versus the Lancelot in a way, but it's also that big ultimate that Hanabi can counteract, right? So
yeah, it can actually counteract it. Now, I think Empire may have blundered here on the draft. Instead of picking the Brody, which they didn't have to, because again, Wasians have already shown their marksman, they could have gone for the Grok almost straight away. And if Hanabi tries to like, oh, I'm gonna anti-CC with my shield, Grok has enough base damage to cut through both the Aegis and the natural shields that she gets, making her anti-CC basically useless and allowing people like Brody who might actually make a difference in this matchup. And not to forget that Grok's Nature's Barrier is able to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah. I think I do agree with you. This Brody was far too early. They don't have to hide it anyways. I think that they should have gone for any, in fact, even the Lolita is much better pick. Kufra, surely great versus the Lancelot in surface level, but so many players will argue that Lancelot actually will have a field day against the Kufra because you can't catch it. You might have the bouncy ball, but the Phantom Execution is just way too perfect. And you also have the turns, that's how it goes. So yeah, I do agree with you. I think Empire might have chosen the bad heroes in the last two picks that they had.
Look, it's not impossible still. They have a lot of otherworldly solutions, and this early game is where the Wasians need to start punishing, because Gushin isn't going to be a hero until he hits level 4. Up to that point, he's basically a sentient AI.
That is true.
Oh, whoa, what's going on?
What is going on indeed? They are just poking through so far. Reckless being true to his name. Gonna be starting with that. Of course, we can see Alex with this Martis, who opted to not go for the cooldown on the Retribution, while it is Chacho has got a cooldown on his. Which means that Wasians will have the better early game, all things considered.
I mean, they technically should here. Oh, Kokomi, is he alive? Okay, he's gonna be fine, but the counter engage.
Yep, the counter engage is gonna be there. Kokomi is sitting at level 2 at this point. He does have the protection of his turret. In comes so many minions that will help the puncture, and they take him out. Chacho, my God, look at that, connecting the dots to take out the Kokomi Brody.
Dude, the most annoying part about all of this, I mean, Reckless should be okay. The most annoying part about all of this is that Ooga Booga, the boogeyman, was able to get a free assist because the wave just so happened to be passing by.
Yeah, it's so well. 2 kills for Wasians as we head onto the first turtle fight. We know for sure that the blue side team does have the advantage when it comes to the levels, but it seems like Empire will be the first ones to control the turtle. But again, so low, Alex can take that one out. Chacho not even reaching to the point where he gets it. But they want to go for Merciless. Merciless goes down. Alex wants to go for more. His teammates wants to actually invade the assassination. My goodness, it connects. And they take him out. Early game damage from the Marcus. He's gonna pull through and he steals the purple buff.
Oh no. And it's still going!
Ooh, not stopping. No minimum blast to counter, but they figured out. Demon gonna be safe. Wasians not get anything out of that.
Oh, this is huge for the Empire. The early game that we thought was going to lean a little bit more towards the Wasian side, the Empire is able to, should technically be able to snowball out of control from here on out, especially on Amartys. And by the way, didn't take cooldown, so he's putting it all in his own personal stats.
Yeah. This is gonna be really good for Empire, like you said, but it's not really impossible. I think that if you rally behind the Hanabi eventually, like maybe the activation is gonna be there come the third turtle, perhaps. For now, they have to really sit back. So that begs the question: what is the power spike here for the Hanabi draft, or at least the opposing draft as well? Do you see any big spikes for Wasians pretty soon?
Oh, honestly, not really. I think I was hoping that Merciless was going to be the one to do so, but he's in the EXP lane, so he's going to be omitted from a lot of these team fights for a majority of the game until he's kind of unlocked from the early game. And that's not going to happen for a while.
Now they fend him off. Look at this, Hanabi. If you know it, how to use it properly, you can really bully your opponents, right? But you cannot freeze the lanes. That's the problem with Hanabi that some gold laners will say. It's hard to freeze the lanes because you naturally push it. That's because of your passive. So what you need to do is to bully your opponents instead. Now, when it comes to bullying, Alex is going to be popping his retribution just to take a reach to the OB. He gets the destination out. He takes him out. He knows the damage. But it comes the stun onto 2. Reckless going down. Alex, put low. He's going to be taken out.
Oh my god!
Wasians will get 2. Kokomi wants to fight, but he receives the feathered airstrike and has to back down now. My god, they are definitely reckless into the bottom lane.
Oh my god! Like, you would imagine... Oh, Ooga Booga. Yeah, he's got the Aegis. He can naturally get a shield whenever he wants on demand to dodge the anti-CC. But Ooga Booga has natural movement as well. He should have 100% died there. But he was able to dodge key abilities on top of blocking him. But now, we're seeing that Reckless, he is not going to be able to open the map as comfortably now.
Here we go, the turtle. At least aggro on side of Empire. Onto the backside, Mikasa pokes Merciless. Reckless as well, going for the charge, but reset coming out from the Empire. Interestingly, they don't want to fight it as of this moment. And bottom lane, look at that damage, man.
Oh my goodness, Ooga Booga is winning all these trades. Demon!
Oh, the miss! Oh, that would be good. That's not double Shadow Blade. Could have been refreshed second skill, but now the turtle fight and Susu's gonna take it. It seems like it's gonna be Chacho with the retribution. As Reckless and the gang, they will be zoned out. Chacho still wants to go. This is a tank-a-lot. He dodges the Ashura's aura, Ashura's wrath. I mean, Empire losing the turtle fight.
Yeah, look at Empire, man. Like, the day that Hanabi is winning out against Brody feels bad, but Gushin's here to make the difference. But still not finding those sword spikes that he needs, but Ooga Booga very aware when Gushin is missing from the mid lane.
They're farming though. That's one thing for Kokomi, but Ooga Booga, I mean, this is great start for him. 1-0 and 2. Already getting a lot of farm for sure. And I think that they will also try to pressure the bottom lane so that they can get the push out. So Kokomi needs to handle this lane so well. Maybe he can pop the ultimate if he wants to. Does have it. But he's going to be facing up against 3. Yeah?
Yeah, I think they are going to actually commit for it. We do see the conceal, so there is a response from the Empire.
Exactly. They saw H to the OV Reckless. Not gonna land the first skill. And Alex also dodges the Lumina Blast. They were dodging everybody, but not the Feather Dare Strike. He's taken out. They have the damage for it. Kokomi manages to clear the wave because of the movements from Empire, but they had to sacrifice Alex for that defense.
Brutal. It's really, really rough here, and especially when you're looking at topside can't be affected. No, Chacho, you don't tell me you get away with that. All right, Demon's still alive, but here's the important fact that the Wasians can just play mid-bot the entire game. Brock is keeping this on the check.
Livestream not enough, he's taken out. Killing spree as they collapse onto the bottom lane. Even the retribution onto the purple buff. Chacho gets it, reckless, foot low. HOD. Oh, wants to get a Numinum Blast. Quickly cast. He takes him out. And now Mikasa is forced to pop the ultimate as well. So many things going wrong for the Empires. They forced out the Echo. Gonna be taken out. There's the shutdown. Good gold going in favor of the Yuzhong. Chacho wants to punch him for it. There's some lifesteal coming out from Mikasa. Demon and the gang, they're in here. Mikasa's low, pops the first skill. In comes the wild charge connection, but the lifesteal coming out. The Sha essence of Mikasa keeps him alive. But the turtle going in favor of Wasians for sure.
Yeah, no Black Dragon form, they don't want to fight. They don't want to get in there. More importantly, we're seeing that Ooga Booga actually making it from that bottom side to join this potential fight. Farsa's going to cover down bot side real quick as Ooga Booga, he's cleared up his lane, so therefore the lane swap is occurring right now as Grok proxies, clears as much as he can, and start making his way down bot side. But you can see how efficient the Wasians are. Not a single lane isn't being soaked. EXP and gold not being wasted across the map.
Sure. Alex, this time they stun him up. They want to combo him together. They want to go for the burst, but he pops the bulwark and the flicker to get out. And all the while that's happening, you see Ooga Booga once again pushing up top.
He's doing it against the Yuzhong though. Wait, Mikasa, can you find the opportunity? Let's see how fast Ooga Booga can respond.
Sure. Well, speaking of fast, look at that. Chacho just try to force out the retribution. Oh, on the other side, Mikasa still has got the petrify for this type of demon. It's all part of the plan. It's all misdirection coming up from Mikasa as they burn out Ooga Booga. It's gonna be the counter. Feather Strike gonna catch Demon. Demon taken out, but he's already done his job. On the other side, you can see Chacho trying to be very aggressive. 3 members of the Empire moving the left, gonna be got cancelled by the reckless Kufra. Now in comes the Guardian Barrett to kind of block the Empire from retreating. But there will be not much more follow-up coming from Wasians. They will lose their gold data in exchange for a kill on the position for Empire. Likes the trade for sure.
Okay, so that's not too bad. We can definitely see how the Wasians want to actually play these two fights with a Navi, but
wow,
now caught.
Oh, not really caught. No damage afterwards. Kokomi trapped in the bad spot. Does have the tumble to get out after the guard spare. Pops the ultimate sort of racing 3 members of Wasians. The stacks were enough, and Kokomi finds the kills.
Oh, that's huge from Kokomi. I was so curious because he decided to go for Malefic Roar first item rather than going for the traditional Inflated Heptases where he wants to be even greedier than BOD, but now Gabuga in trouble.
Oh my god, Demon, what a demon! He even evades the Feathered Airstrike and then completely Empire takes over the Lord. They take it. Demon taken out. Reckless catches 2. So one of them take out Ego. Look at that ultimate coming up from Reckless. Dude, this position HOD is going to be stunned up onto Alex. They have to back down now. They don't have to be greedy. The Empire will just back out after losing 2 in exchange for the Lord that they have ensured anyways.
With that triple kill that Kokomi was able to secure for his team, they even out the goal significantly. And now with Lord on their side, they can finally actually start thinking about growing this investment and start pushing ahead. More importantly, able to start getting structures and taking control over the map so that Reckless has more opportunities and more angles to catch off key members of the Wasians.
Almost the comeback for the Empire. Recovery even. As now they have the almost have the advantage. Wasian still holds on to the gold lead, but it won't be for long as Empire will be able to naturally push up top. Mid lane will be defended, however. As you can see that Wasians have a lot of weight here in them. So what are we waiting here for Wasians? How do they activate their Hanabi. We'll answer that later. As Merciless actually dodges that one out, but the push will push through for the Empire into the middle. Demon versus Chacho. Demon will survive.
Well, as of right now, the main condition... Oh, please don't tell me that Chacho gets caught here. He's tanks a lot. He never gets caught. But yeah, what we're waiting for from Ooga Booga on this Hanabi is the 4-item power spike, right?
Okay.
Unfortunately for Hanabi, she can't... Ooh, Echo actually get caught out here. Oh, God!
Oh, what a stun. What a benefit onto the backlanes. They have found Ooga Booga. In comes Reckless with the follow and the ultimate as well. You know what the result is. They take him out. HOB has to back out now as the Empire dissect Wasians, Demon, and the gang. They connected so well, and Mikasa is proving to be a problem against this Hanabi. Luminous Blast will be hitting, but not gonna stop the Empire from pushing bottom lane. The side lanes of Wasians down for the count.
They are pressing their advantage and now arguably overextending as Alex wanted to take every resource away from Chacho, but Chacho was making it difficult. Oh,
okay.
But on bottom side, we see the initial pick and this could lead into much more.
Let's see, Chacho, is he the one hunted or is he the other? He's the hunted one right now. Up the Thorn Rose, tries to get away, will be able to walk out, but not from the Sha Essence. You saw from Mikasa. Yes. Another trade-off is gonna happen. However, that's the goal day for the jungler. And all things considered, Wasians will consider that as a little bit of a victory.
It is a small victory, but I think more importantly, they don't have enough resources to actually sit on top of this Lord and confidently take it away from the Wasians, despite Chacho not being alive for the next 9 seconds or so. Their waves need to be managed. They don't have the Black Dragon form to get on top of Ooga Booga as well.
Okay. Very important Lord for both teams. This is the Lord that has the turret clash, but Reckless wants to start already with a flash onto HOV. That's Luminum Blast, not available for the following team fight. Empire feeling the strength. Chacho gonna be receiving some damage from Demon. Demon not gonna commit his combo. Reckless gonna be dodged.
Ooh,
but
very
of course,
good timings.
Very, very tight. Mikasa wants to make it sure they get Lord number 2 freely against Wasians.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done coming in from the Empire. They assessed the situation correctly. They started zoning out at the right times. They get the Lord for free. That's what we need to see more teams start doing, especially if they get caught in the situation where they can't actually guarantee a 50-50. You can make it obsolete. You can make it 100% in your favor if played correctly. Now, if we're looking at the lead, a 3k gold lead for the side of the Empire, but it's a very small margin at this point of the game. The carries from both sides, basically at all max core items, and now looking for their situationals, while the supports are looking for their third item. These mid-tier 2 should fall. If the Empire is able to get at least an inhibitor, that's a win. Ideally, they can force a fight out of them.
We'll see how that goes. Bottom lane gonna be defended a little bit by Merciless. How do they build it? That's a partial ultimate. Now it's go time for the Empire. In comes Reckless as well as Mikasa. They are zoning out Wasians and they are able to push up the bottom lane turret. Mikasa taken out because of this. Alex wants to poke for this. Luminum Blast with the flicker connecting onto one. Where's the damage? They do have it. Down for the count was the mark. This one in comes Reckless, connecting onto 4. No damage afterwards though, as Kokomi is way too backwards for the side of the Empire. Another trade-off. Demon gonna be taken out. Kokomi wants to fight this. Torn apart memory. Touched by the Thorn Rose. And now Kokomi will have to flicker his Reckless for the initiation. They should be down. He picks up the immortality. Still alive for now. Retribution on point. No, the dodge on the defensive execution. Now Kokomi wants to trickle down. This lands out another dodge with the Thorn Rose. Now they focus on the crystal because it is what matters most. Empire takes game 1.
Woo! As macroly sound that Empire was playing at the level that they're at, really nicely done, but that game was a lot closer than what we would have imagined here. The Wasians just couldn't find the traditional front to front that they've been looking for to make sure that this Hanabi as well as Farsa actually works out. But the Empire, as long as they keep their mind straight, hey, as long as we're able to jump that back line, cancel out that feathered airstrike, Hanabi won't be able to get in on the more impactful moments in the game.
Yeah, I do definitely agree with you. There was a lot of like good stuff already going in favor of Wasians, but the Empire, it's just the macro that they won eventually. And the fact that they found their openings, and it seems like even when they're trailing behind, they were dead set on the fact that all they had to do was to clear the lanes. Even after losing the turret into the bottom lane, Kokomi was eventually able to farm it all out. So when he was needed the most, he dealt the damage. But Gideon, what else went wrong for Wasians or went right for Empire in that game?
Well, I think, Wasians definitely need to start thinking about their composition a little bit more differently. Because again, if you are going to play your traditional front to front, then probably the Fredrin might have been the pick instead of going on Tanks a lot, because Tanks a lot doesn't provide that added bit of CC, that extra oomph that you really need in these situations. I would also make an argument for maybe instead of going for the Lolita, banning it out earlier on and then looking to put Grok into that support role to have that immediate impact either in the mid lane or at the very least to get that free way to stop Demon, to get on top of Kokomi, and more importantly just the raw disengage that we didn't get to see from Wasians half the time.
Man, it's really at Wasians, I would say they almost had it, but then some of the decisions that they made were it's not a mistake that they did. Like, it's the focus that they used, the part of the map that where they focused at. It's really not a mistake from their end, but the Empire just found some small openings that piled up together. For example, Demon just getting a kill onto Uga Buga earlier on in this game, and then when the fight did erupt around the Lord fight, you can see that Mikasa and Reckless, they are willing to sacrifice themselves, while Alex and the gang, they're just very keen on just securing the Lord, and that's how they were able to win the economic battle. Eventually, during this team fight, Reckless and Kokomi, they just stay through and make sure that that Kokomi is not hit by extra damage coming out from the landslot, that he's able to survive. Eventually, just not winning the battle when it comes to the ultimate with the torn apart memory, but focusing on the crystal that really gave the Empire the W in this game. But I think that this still is a pretty close series that we're going to have. Now let's head into the draft. What else can we expect here from both teams, Gideon?
Well, I think for the Empire, again, there's not much that they really needed to change. It's only the second half of the draft where it's just that one slight optimization that could have been made. Luckily, they weren't punished for it. But the Wasians, on the other hand, I'm still thinking that Hanabi is probably going to be their go-to pick, but they really need to start considering a couple of options here. Because again, you can't ban out everything. You really need to start taking away key points. And I think number one is a consideration for like getting some better mid lane matchups, because again, when you know your opponents can actually play the Gushin, that throws off Keter the types of matchups you expect. You expect the Yve, you expect the Valentina, you expect the Farsa, and when you add Gushin to the mix, there's just not enough bans to kind of cover everything.
It's like that. It's like you already know that the Hanabi is going to be picked up. Don't pick a hero in the mid lane that will also be almost at the same vein when it comes to being countered. Like, for example, Hanabi as well as the Farsa. You can see the Gushin just having a field day because of the fact that his value is so much in that game, because he can counter two heroes already. And you saw that both Hanabi and Farsa had a bad time during the mid game because they are always afraid from the execution of the Gushin. So yeah, I do agree with you. I think that it's more about the fact that they should not be giving anything free to the Empire when it comes to the draft. If they want to draft the Hanabi, make sure that at least the other important hero, like the mid laner, is self-sufficient as well.
I totally agree with that. I mean, then again, there could be a lot of arguments being made. I don't think that the previous draft was wrong in any sense. I definitely think certain things could have been optimized, like the way Lolita was pathing around the map to make sure that she needed to mirror the Gushin so that he doesn't get that breathing room that he needs to actually find the angles in on Hanabi. But now, looking at the band so far, it doesn't seem like there's too much of an adaptation here. Relatively the same on both sides.
Yeah.
Let's see how the Empire is going to open things up.
I may not be surprised if this is Yu Zhong. Okay. Well,
I had a thought. I was like, okay, this could be two things. Either the Yuzong or it could be the Farsa. And I was thinking, like, I mean, Wasians went for the Farsa. Who's to know that the Empire might pick it up early on, just to kind of ego flex. But you called it, man.
Yeah.
Yuzong right on the dot.
yeah. Well, I guess I only said that because you were were so adamant at saying that Hanabi will be picked up by Wasians anyway. So kind of thought that, oh, maybe that's also the mindset of the Empire. Yeah, sure, give them the comfort pick. Let's counter it immediately. Mikasa was on point with Yu Zhong earlier on, so there's no reason not to give him that kind of pick. But that also means it's a blind pick again, right? It's so prevalent in NACT.
It really is, but at least, you know, the Empire is covering their bases. They're getting rid of some of the worst matchup, which is going to be the glue. And I think, you know, Wasians, interesting. They still want to go for the Lancelot here, as well as the Kaja. It feels like this might be a repeat of game number 1 with a slight variation in this Kaja.
Yeah. And Kufra, okay, so almost the same, all right, for the Empire. Knowing that it's an answer to the Lancelot. Again, I'm not using the word counter because I don't feel that Kufra counters Lancelot in any case. But Wasians, I think now you can consider... Oh man, I would have said that this could be something like a damage dealer, but instead it's Lapu-Lapu. Great versus the Farsa, eventually versus the whatever marksman the Empire is gonna pick. Not so confident with when it's going up against the Kufra though. I wonder what the interaction is. Since you're immune to CC, right? So you should be freely dashing through the bouncing ball, right?
Yes, you will dash through the bouncing ball. Honestly, like as much as Kufra is a great support, there's a lot of weird interactions in the game which kind of bypass the bouncing ball, like Arlott, for example. The Vengeance apparently can't be canceled at all, so you'll always get the animation off. Why is it like that? Hey, beats me, man. It's just the game. We're just living in its world. While the Empire bans out the Hanabi, so much respect for it.
Okay, so they don't they want to respect the fact that Hanabi is one of the comfort picks for sure, and I guess they only did this because they know that the bro ban out, so it kind of makes it so that if the Hanabi is picked up by Wasians, they don't have an actual answer to it. Like Brody barely survived that lane, right? If you think about it, so it's like, okay, we got away with it. Let's not repeat it, especially if you don't have the Brody.
I'm very curious now what the Boogeyman is going to be locking in once the time comes, but the Empire, I don't know if they want to be this adamant. I mean, you've already dug the hole so deep, and if Wasians are going to keep on banning the marksmen, you might as well join the trend and ban out the Beatrix as well, force it into a gold lane mage matchup, Lunox into Harith most likely.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, Beatrix is Lunox. Oh, that is a target ban. Wasians, alright, so they're in a weird spot where they wanna combo up the Kaja with a good marksman that can one-shot, like both carry as well as the Beatrix. However, two of those marksmen that I pointed out will struggle against both Farsa and Yu Zhong. So I think that whatever your theory is about like having a mage side lane or mage gold lane, it could also be true for Wasians. They will reserve it for their last pick, however, which is I would say a nice decision on their part. Now, how do you answer the tank slot? Do you go Hayabusa this time if you're Empire, or do you just
if
go
they're
friendly?
really confident, they go for the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
If they want to actually want to play the map a little bit more, because again, I'm looking in terms of like who actually can force priority, how are they going to do that exactly. Mid lane is kind of compromised, right? Especially when you're up against like Kaja and as well as the Yve, both of which push a lot faster. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about, being able to push the envelope early on to take advantage of, hey, you want to push, that's perfectly fine with us. The further you are away from your tower, the more likely and the higher chances that a Fanny can pick you off. Oh, and the Khalid!
Double fighter setup coming up from Wasians. This is it has been a long time since I've seen it. Okay, so here's the thing, right? If you go for the gold lane Khalid, if you're not careful as the Leslie, you can be one-shot by the Khalid, even in the early stages, especially because of the passive. And I don't think that... I'm not entirely sure what you prioritize if you're the Leslie here, right? As your first level skill. I think at this point, the tactical grenade, the knockback that he has, or the jump out that she has, I think that's your priority here, because you cannot survive the Khalid if he can get on top of you. I would even assume that Uga Buga, as the Khalid player here, might even consider getting the flicker out so that he can initiate onto the Leslie. So I like the idea here coming out from Wasians, W-Asians.
Look, my brain is just as rattled as yours. Like, I'm trying to figure out as many ways as to get an advantage in the lane, as many ways to actually impact the rest of the map. Because look at this, Khalid, I thought he was going to try and proxy level 1, but instead he actively wants to trade against this Leslie because this is the strongest point in his matchup.
Yeah. Wasians really just putting their eggs in that basket where they will focus on the early to the mid game. Late game, when it comes to their damage, they might struggle against the Leslie. And let's see if it can pay off. They need speed. But when it comes to speed, it seems like the Empire will be the ones to go first. Look at Kokomi. Look at this Leslie. How deep she went.
Yeah, just disrespecting Uga Buga. The fact disabling strike for a Khalid, okay, it's respectable. I think I would have preferred either just doubling down on a high and dry, or if you want to be a little bit more sustainable, just go for the Festival of Blood. But without the execute, you don't really pose that much of a threat.
Oh, look at that. The combo against Uga Buga. And here comes the Fanny. They have the damage for this one. Even the Quicksand Guard cannot save him against potentially four members of the Empire. His first blood goes to the blue side team.
Very clean first blood coming in from the Empire. I mean, we telegraphed it. They knew what was happening, and now they find a second one.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt. And surely the fight happened into the bottom lane. With the success that Empire got, it is going to be easy for them to get back into the turtle lane. They can even just concede it, just push the lanes, push the envelope, but Empire, let's see. I think that they will fight this one. Unless, of course, Wasians will go there first.
I think Wasians might want to slow the game down a little, but Chacho recognizes, wow, they gotta pick off a top side, and now they're gonna get the turtle too. They knew for a fact that the Fanny needed to get her purple buff again to be relevant in these fights, so they knew she was gonna be out of commission for at least 6 to 8 seconds. Bottom side, however, Wasians now spreading out their resources to cover more ground.
Oh, Reckless jumps, connects onto Ego, but the flicker out to keep him safe. Now onto the bottom lane, that's what we are looking for when it comes to utilizing the Kali. They also denied a lane of minions against Kokomi. Will take a lot of time before he gets back into the lane. Well, mid side, you can see Farsa committed his ultimate. That's Demon. Alex actually misses one table, but still wants to go for the fight. Raging Sandstorm together. He gets away into safety. Now Alex in trouble. Gonna be chased down. Chacho takes him out. Well done coming up from the Wasians as they countered Alex's rotation in the right side of the map.
Great punish, all because you missed one cable. I mean, that's just the nature of the competition so far, and I think now that they've evened out the score, it is Wasians who are taking this lead. Reckless will find hold.
Okay, hold. They put low. It's gonna be safe for now. Uga Buga, look at the damage output. Alex gonna have to back out for now. He's safe. Uga Buga did not commit the flicker, but HOV taken out. That is one trade-off. Trade-off for nothing, but they did lose some of their speed in the early stages of the game.
You know, we were talking about heroes that could self-sustain in the mid lane. Tell ya what, let's have them in the gold lane instead. And having so much control over the mid, they're just spreading out their resources time and time again to make this work out. Like Uga Buga, he is having more success in this lane than he should have, honestly, after giving away first blood.
Oh, Chacho is gonna try to invade the purple buff. He gets it, denies it away from Alex, but they want to punish this. In comes the Petrify combo. Chacho dashes out. Better they strike to clean him up. Massive pickup coming out from the Empire. They still lost their purple buff, but this time the turtle belongs to the Empire.
Oh, notice bottom side though, there is a 3v3 going on down there, both posturing to dive the other person, but without any waves, nothing's really going to happen, right? So Wasians, they're going to start sending their members up, but it's already too late as the turtle is gone. So now, I like the idea that the Wasians want to be proactive on the map, but they need to start recognizing a couple of these timings, especially the timings of when the waves push.
Okay, we're not feeling his tankiness, but in comes the Eve. Raging Sandstorm to combo it up. The snag as well onto Kokomi. He's out. No way to cancel Ego. There is going to be an exchange. Ugabuga down for the count. Reckless wants to slow down Ego as well as HOV. No follow-up afterwards though, as the 1-for-1 trade-off between Goldaners is going to be enough for the Empire.
So well done. So well done coming in from the Wasians. They knew what the rotation was going to look like from the Empire. And more importantly so, this neutral objective might not necessarily be as easy as they thought!
Oh my goodness! Merciless with the connection, and they even found more! 2 for nothing. Just the flicker utilized onto the mid lane. They want to go for an exchange, but that's just HOV. Commits the flicker to get out. No exchange. Empire was able to get. This is gonna be big for Wasians. They still want to go for more, and they go look at Ugabuga! Connects, and he gets out to safety as well. Blocking the passive to get out.
Why? Why is he getting away with this? He shouldn't be getting this far ahead in the matchup. It shouldn't even be close, but yet here we are, and this is how the story seems to be rolling out. Now, topside tier 1 was definitely gonna fall, but with Lancelot stealing the purple buff as well, it looks like Fanny's time is now over.
Looking bad for the Empire, but looking good for Wasians. Oh, the time is over indeed. He can even feel him with the cutthroat. He wants to get out, but he's trapped between Chacho and Ugabuga. The miss on the Toros, it won't matter. He is gonna be taken out, sliced and diced by the tank slot.
Alex is so tilted. You can see it in his gameplay. Like, he is struggling to get his purple buff to dash across the map. Reckless should live here. I said he should live. I was absolutely wrong. I take that back straight away. Is now Wasians now in position to take the turtle away, and I think they might just even out the score 1-1 if it keeps going on like this.
Oh, for sure. Even the steal on the purple buff, or the orange buff, I mean, Wasians are just getting every single thing because of how proactive Chacho was. 11-8, man. We haven't been talking about this a lot, but man, level gap is real between the junglers, and this is gonna be a free turtle for Wasians.
Yeah, the level gap is so low. So different between the two, but I don't know. As long as they keep this up, Wasians might be able to make it work out.
We're gonna be caught for now. No, he won't be. In fact, he will not steal the purple buff. Alex secures it at least. Middle though, third is quite low. They want to fight this. Look at this Merciless jumps onto the backline. It's not gonna catch the Leslie. So he's now very low, gonna be stunned up as well. Will he be taken out? Seems like he's stacking through. On the other side, you see Merce. You can see the exchange. Alex going down. Unfortunately for the Empire, they only took Merciless, and that kill went into the tank as well. Not the most ideal scenario. Demon putting forced into wings by wings and just to get out. Reckless is low. That means the push will continue for Wasians as they take out tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yep, it looks like the Wasians are really starting to pick up the pace here. They know that they have the item pyro spike that they need. The fact that they don't have a traditional marksman means that they are on a time limit here. They're eventually going to get outscaled by this Leslie, so they got to speed things up. So for the most part of it, if the Wasians want to maintain this, right, they have to start invading the jungle. They have to start finding holes in the defense of the Empire, and that's going to be towards this bottom side where Ugabuga has the most amount of influence. But now that we know that the purple buff is coming back up soon, we'll find out whether or not that the Wasians don't want to fight down bot side. Immediately, just neuter Alex. Make sure that he cannot breathe or have enough energy to make relevant plays during this fight. I think they have to. Oh, it's too tough. They just can't do too much here. And Mikasa's trying his best as the real world manipulation is going to be dropped down on top of him. Mikasa ends up dying, and the purple buff already gone. It's forcing Alex to play this split push on the opposite side of the map. Reckless still alive, but the Divine Judgment going to make sure that his grave has been set in the ground. And Wolf, the Wasians are speeding up so fast.
Oh, this is what their lineup is meant to do, and they're doing it so well. It looked really dicey in the early stages, like in the first few minutes, but once the first little fight happened, they were able to punish it. Now, they are taking advantage of what you can use with the Kali, just gas pedal all the way. You want to speed up your tempo, you pick up a fighter in the gold lane. Surely, eventually you will run out of steam, but it seems like Wasians knows how to do it. And the fact that they amassed already a 6,000 gold lead at 10 minutes, this is already more than they are looking for. Reckless jumps up to hold once again, but Merciless wants to counter this. In comes the flicker and another counter flicker. So it's just disengaged for both teams for now. Unless, of course, Chacho wants to look for the Leslie. He finds it, but then it comes the Yuzong. Can he go for the chain stun? It seems like it will not be the case, as the Thorn Rose keeps Chacho safe for now. In all of the explosions that happened, nobody died.
Yeah, so that means
resources. The greed from this guy, duly punished by the Wasians. Raging Sandstorm with the flicker to catch the Leslie. My God! Ooga Booga! He knows how to use the gun for sure.
Oh man, they call him the boogeyman for the reason, because my nightmares are going to be filled with this man's lead play so far. The Feather Airstrike is going to come out too. Here's the thing, the Wasians, they don't mind this. They are great at sieging with the help of Eggo. As soon as they see Mikasa use that Mikasa Black Dragon form, that's it. They can immediately engage.
11 minutes in. Early game clock from Wasians. True to its promise. Able to eliminate 2 inhibitor turrets already. The first Lord push. And the Fanny, Alex, just level 11 up to this point compared to a level 15. Tanks a lot. Merciless doesn't have the flicker, but even the ultimate. But they want to force this. Okay. Does have the jump, but not the stun.
That's fine. At least Brave Spider has one of the lower cooldowns on an ult for a hero, but I don't know. This is usually a death sentence for most teams. A 10k gold lead this early on. I want to see how Wasians actually close this out, because yes, with the 10k gold lead, they basically win every single 1v1, every 2v2, up until 4v4.
Okay. Great combination coming from the Empire. Quick snatch and grab as they take out Eggo. That's a shutdown too, so that's a lot of gold that is going in their favor. Will not stave off the 10,000 gold lead that Wasians have amassed, but a step in the right direction for sure.
They have to keep on finding these picks, right? They have to find these angles, and especially in the jungle where the Empire actually thrives in, they want to find these tight choke points that Wasians can't really wiggle out of. They want to funnel them into Reckless so that they can play the traditional front.
With the purple buff, this is a mini objective, like a mini neutral objective for Wasians. The bigger chunk, however, is the Lord for sure. And you know, this game looked like it was already running for a long time, but it's just 12 minutes in, and now Alex still is struggling to find the farm. Reckless, they went through for Ooga Booga, instead they have the burst. -1. Empire does it, but the Lord still gonna be completed by the Wasians. Hove looking for that angle with the conceal. Not gonna be stunned up by Reckless for now, and the Lord slain by Chacho easily against the Empire.
Without any contestation and no resources to make things work, no Tyrant's Rage, no Tyrant's Revenge, no Feathered Airstrike, it really isn't worth risking it, especially if you're in Empire's position. Wasians, on the other hand, this could be a really huge pick if they can find Kokomi here, but Hove not gonna jump on it just yet.
And Alex eventually will find an opening. Any port in the storm for the Empire. They still get at least 1 turret, but how will they defend? Again, Empire, good late game. Do you think that is still reachable for Empire?
It really depends on how many items Kokomi has as of right now. Based on what we're seeing at 30.
Oh no! Oh my god, they run into the Kali as well as the Kaja. Kaja and Kali don't even have to exert effort onto catching the Kokomi Leslie and now, the cleanup coming out from Wasians. Chacho dodges the jump coming out from Reckless. Clear out of the waves with the Farsa and the Fanny. Alex safe for now. Wants to go for Echo. He's quite low. He needs to back out. Needs to clear the wave as well. So many things that he needs to do for now. He's delaying. But will he delay the inevitable? Echo pops the ultimate. In comes the stun, and the crystal is gonna go down. Wasians forces game 3.
What a game from the Wasians here. A solid game for what looked to be somewhat interesting to a quick turn around.
Wow.
The snowball it turned into an avalanche way too quick for the Empire to keep up.
Oh man, even in that last engagement you saw Leslie, he had another teammate in there. They went and walked into the bush where the Kaja as well as the Khalid was positioned already. They wanted to go for the ambush play, but instead the gift was given to them so easily by the Empire. Of course, Empire didn't know that there were two heroes in there waiting for the Leslie, but it speaks of the volume of how big the advantage was for Wasians. They gambled for this double fighter setup in the side lanes so that they can get the early game advantage. And boy, oh boy, you painted the picture so well, Gideon. The snowball that became an avalanche in game number 2.
It's ridiculous. You don't get to see Khalid actually get shown off in this particular fashion. The number of kills and especially the way that they're rotating across the map. I mean, you can tell that the Wasians were looking for any opportunity to actually get deep cuts into the Empire. Now, we're looking at Kokomi's build. 3 items, literally 1 item off from being hyper relevant against the Wasian lineup. And I think that would have been more than enough damage to start getting through the tougher members in people like Tanksalot, Chacho, into Hove, but it's so risky, right? There's so much peel, there's so many ways to jump into the backline. You won't expect a traditional fight from the Wasians, so the Empire really needed to start thinking about the positions and the timings of which they fought. Find those choke points in whether it's your jungle or the enemy jungle. Those are going to be the most ideal.
Yeah. Oh man, we did say that this will go into a 3-game series, and we are given the gift of this wonderful series that we have. I hope that everybody in chat is enjoying right now as much as we are, because we did expect that this could be close, but man, the back-to-back games were just snowballs, you saw. And the thing that I really liked about it is that we saw a different path, but not too. It's different, but not so much of a funky draft as we saw in the previous games. Just like Gideon said earlier on, okay, it's okay for you to throw in a curveball, but not every single roll is a curveball. This time it's just one, but it was a big game changer, and it allowed Wasians to force game number 3 in a very good fashion.
Yeah, and I personally love it. You know, it reminds me of the good old days of MLBB where it's like marksmen, just have 2 fighters in the side lane, you know, throw a couple of tanks in and you've got a composition. But now, wow, they are banging out this draft really, really fast here. And it looks like the Wasians have a very clear indication of what they want to actually play. They ban out the Kaja, the Join, as well as the Mardis, the Empire. They get rid of the Glue Farmist and as well as the Arlet once again. And as expected, Tanksalot is going to get taken by the Empire once more.
Wow.
And,
okay, so it's all about the Tanksalot. It's all about the Valentina for now. Do they go Yuzhong once again? We'll see. No, instead they go Lapu Lapu. They deny it away from the Wasians. Do you still consider the Yuzhong here for Wasians? It's just to answer this Lapu Lapu, or you just reserve it just like you did in the previous game?
I don't know, that's the thing, because the last time that they showed it off early, they ended up banning the Hanabi later down the road in the second half, right? So that's the thing. I feel like the Empire have a rough idea in their head of how they actually want to maneuver, but when you are on red side, it gets a little bit harder, right? Because you are the one who's going for the initial counter pick, and the Wasians usually finish off the comp a little bit later on. So they have to reveal first, but they complete it at the very end. So the Empire can't posture themselves to be a little bit more daring against the Wasians to try to make them uncomfortable locking in the Hanabi. But we're seeing the Khalid again, technically a flex pick now.
Technically, right? Who knows where this will go? We know for sure that it's that Uga Buga played it well. I mean, he died twice, but it's not just entirely his fault. I think that he really made up for all of his debts in that game, and definitely positive when it comes to the performance of this Khalid. Not the most perfect performances, but an impactful one nonetheless. This really puzzles me though, the Franco pick. I wonder how well-versed Wasians is when it comes to playing this Franco, not only individually as a player, but as a team, on how they can be aggressive. It is argued that the Franco can be utilized against the tanks a lot just because of that reset factor on the jungle creeps, but only for the delay. Not really just, not really bullying the Lancelot, but more of delaying the Lancelot.
And I think, in these matchups for especially junglers who utilize Demon Slayer, it is a huge deal here. It means that you're going to hit your level first. It means that you're going to technically be a level ahead because of your clear speed. So it has implications and consequences that actually echo on throughout the game. Now, the Empire, they're going to be locking in the Melissa for themselves. They want to make sure that they have that long range. They want to be able to keep off some of the harder targets here. And my biggest problem is that even if you do have to get away from me, that does not protect you from a raging sandstorm.
Yeah, it's a very strong. That's one of the merits of having the raging sandstorm. It's actually nigh unstoppable. That's why it was one of the stronger picks back then. Remember we were casting M2. Remember that those days,
that was
right?
good.
Glory days. It's Barretts versus Khalid, man.
Yeah, it's Barretts versus Khalid, or it was either nobody wanted to play Esme into Khalid.
Yeah,
that was the worst matchup that you could possibly get.
Surely.
Now it changed a little bit with the addition of Dairoth, but you know, I'm liking the thought process that the Empire is thinking.
Surely, okay.
Because when you're banning at the Hayabusa, you're basically saying, I want a comfortable matchup. I don't want to have to skill too hard to play this Lancelot. But more importantly, the Granger, not because the Lancelot does terribly against it. In fact, it's the opposite. Is that the rest of the team really suffer from the Death Sonata. People like Melissa get chunked out really heavily, and we could definitely tell that the Empire is posturing for an artillery mage.
For sure. So you're only left here with the glue or the glue is banned. Maybe Yuzhong for Wasians. Oh, okay, just on point. Wow, is this 2019 all over again?
Oh, look, if they're willing to bring out Khalid, they're willing to bring out Exborg. Nothing is surprising me at this point, but God,
where do you put it though?
In the jungle, most likely.
Okay, jungle. Okay, all right.
But why? I don't see the logic behind it, because usually if you are playing something like an Exborg, you want to get true damage. I mean, yes, it does well against tanks, and yes, this is going to be a tank slot, but it doesn't change the fact that he doesn't have enough raw base damage to really be a problem.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you traditionally the counters to Exborg is just poke, so make sure that you force him to pop the Firaga armor earlier on so that he will not have any impact in team fights, and Farsa excels on that. That's why it's very questionable for me to kind of pick up the Exborg, because Farsa is a traditional counter to it. And the next question is where do you put it? You said jungle. I think that I agree with it. Just judging from the other heroes here, there's no other valid junglers, and you don't really want to put your Exborg in the gold lane. It's not gonna work.
Yeah,
and Melissa is just gonna destroy that Exborg for sure.
Yeah,
so I think it's jungle Exborg.
Yeah, it has to be, because even again, it's if we're talking about his biggest weakness, it is poke, and again, 3 heroes on the side of the Empire, all of the solo laners technically have poke, so there really is no place for him to go. But it's game 3, a make it or break it for the 4th place in the NACT. Let's see whether or not these teams can try to secure their spots in the playoffs. Wasians on the blue side. Oh, the Empire on the red. It all boils down to this, huh, Wolf?
Oh, yes. Slot number 4 is on the line. We go to game number 3. Already, we saw Khalid in game number 2. Then why don't we go all in? Let's pick up the Exborg in the jungle with the jungle emblem as well. I don't know how this works. I don't know if it's faster than the Lancelot. All I know is that it's very strong in team fights when it comes to the damage department. And you can already see the resets coming up from that Franco.
Ooga Booga Ooga Booga proxied the first wave. He knew he wasn't going to get an efficient trade against this Melissa, so why not just avoid her for now, for the time being, and start applying pressure to the rest of the map. So I feel like Ooga Booga is still being very proactive and more importantly, forcing things out, like Reckless having to recall that early on, especially when the mid lane isn't in the Wasians' favor.
Yeah. This time, Melissa. Last time it was Leslie versus the Khalid. This time it's Melissa versus the Khalid. This time though, Chacho finds Alex as they want to secure this lizard for himself, and he will have a little bit of an advantage because he will get he essentially denied one jungle creep away from the tank slot. Now they will have to move towards the bottom lane, and you can see Alex just making the beeline towards his own lizard, making it so that he secures it before Chacho gets into position.
This is honestly really well done by Chacho, adapting his jungle path plan to be a little bit more defensive, because you don't see junglers go for the traditional full clear these days.
Yeah, Reckless was forced to use the wild charge. That's a massive ultimate that's out for the count for Empire. Merciless wants for the jump, and of course HOV as well. Alex down for the count. Massive pickup coming up from Wasians as they want to secure this turtle. Indeed they will. There will be a trade-off. It comes the last insanity. Oh goodness.
Red team hero
They will
has been
take
slain.
out 2. In addition to a third one as Ooga Booga, the boogeyman. He's not done from game number 2.
I don't know how he won that, but he did. He committed everything, and Kokomi was not ready for it. Can Ooga Booga get out in time? Does Alex know? Yep, he's just gonna back away. He gets away after that.
Imagine this. They denied 2 carts from the gold laner, from Kokomi. Surely Alex gets 1, but denying 2 gold lane carts away from Kokomi, that's massive.
That's so massive. That's at least like 200 gold gone, wasted into the wind. Merciless should be totally fine here, but look at topside. You can already see that Farsa as well as Grok are clearing the waves as quickly as possible and gunning to that top side to try to help out Kokomi recover from the economic loss.
Oh my god, Wasians. Who would have thunk, right? Everybody expected Empire to get a 2-0. Almost everybody went in for 2-0 in favor of Empire. Some of them went 2-1. But this time, game number 3, advantage is theirs. It's not that big though, so you don't have to be complacent if you're an Empire, if you're a Wasians fan. Empire, however, they have to solve this. Now, look at the grab, look at the bite. They have the damage. Reckless out once again. They have shown that Demon could be here. No cancellation whatsoever from the fire stakes. But here comes Chacho. Doesn't have a little bit of Firaga. He tumbles away. Now he doesn't have the ultimate. That is what we're talking about. At some point in the game, the pokes will be a problem for this X-Borg.
Yeah, X-Borg will fall off extremely fast here. Booga has been doing a phenomenal job here. Raging Sandstorm to get out, please. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna be safe.
I think overall, if the Empire needs to recognize that the Wasians are trying to punish them off of the rotations now. They know for a fact that Ooga Booga has got this matchup down on lock. But now let's see how we play out the turtle fight.
They want to burst it. Now look at the stun Merciless out, and Alex will secure the turtle for sure. X-Borg is on the opposite side of the map. They didn't even want to contest that. They went on to just AFK farming for now. Chacho actually receives damage from Mikasa. He has to flicker out because of the third damage. It seems like Wasians suddenly loses control of the match.
A simple blunder there, but it doesn't mean too much here. I mean, the gold was even regardless, and even before when Wasians had a slight gold lead, the early game is extremely volatile, so it is to be expected that the gold will swing back and forth. I just think that the Wasians need to start coming up with a plan, because again, the Empire is starting to catch on. They're noticing that, hey, there's too much punishment here on that top side. We can play the different sides of the map to even out this gold.
Look at that, the insanity. The damage is enough to call me out for the count. Positive now for Wasians. They finally found an opening in this big stalemate. A little bit of an advantage going in favor of Wasians. Immediately answered though by a turret push. And onto the mid lane, in comes Merciless connecting with the Yuzhong. Now wants to chase out the Demon. Demon! He whoops and weaves, but it's not gonna be enough. The Dragon wins over the Phoenix, but eventually there will be a trade-off. In comes the hook though, Mikasa! Oh my goodness! Hooks are gonna be on so critical. Fortunately for Mikasa, he's tanky enough. Uga Buga trapped in no man's land. He has to be really careful around his positioning. He is surviving for now. Quick Sand Guard to keep him safe. Doesn't have the flicker anymore, and he is now taken out. Aggression from Wasians, duly punched by the Empire.
Oh, they overstayed their welcome there for sure, and the Empire gets to walk away with a couple of kills. Oh my god!
Oh, that's what you needed, but Demon still survives this.
Oh, the timing of that couldn't have been worse. And Ego was in the middle of his feathered airstrike. He should be able to get that kill.
Definitely. The thing is, you can see the isolation, right? Empire. Empire will be securing this this turtle for sure.
For sure. I don't know. The way that I see it is that, you know, the way both sides are adapting ever so slowly against each other with a couple of intuitive plays. Again, from the Empire side, rotating from mid down to up towards the gold lane side, and then getting punished for it not only in the lane but on through the rotation. They realized they could play the other side of the map and being so strong. And now, there we go. They at least get to see that trade still happen between Uga Buga as well as Demon.
All right. No Insanity, no export inside Turtle. It means Turtle will be outside of Empire. Great jump from Mikasa, but the connection wasn't there. Reckless pops the Guardian's barrier, and that did not aid Mikasa on his jump. Still, Empire with the advantage on the turn. Reckless though jumps in forward. HOP put low. In comes the hook. Not gonna connect.
Kokomi doesn't have enough damage. He doesn't have enough damage. And like, even the amount of damage that we saw against Hope was because of the Inspire. Even without the Inspire, Kokomi just doesn't have enough items to be relevant in these fights just yet. He needs to farm. Where he's going to get that farm is a different story. Most likely the bottom side that still has a tier 1.
Uga gonna be poked out. Alex wants to fight for this. We'll let Uga Buga live for now. It seems like Wasians are just running out away from Empire. It still is going to be fairly even when it comes to the economy. Do you feel that Empire now slowly gets the lead just because of the fact that they have a marksman?
I would say the Empire can scale. That's as much as I can really say about it overall, because the Wasians have ways to deal with it. Oh, the Iron Hook's good.
The Iron's good onto Alex, but they didn't bite using the Bloody Hunt, knowing that there isn't any damage afterwards. Ego put low. Not gonna be able to copy anything just yet. Merciless already popping the ultimate.
It's a show of power. It's a show of strength. The tier 1 is just that valuable that he's willing to use the Black Dragon form. But he's got to get back into lane somehow, right? And talking about the way that the Empire is covering for their marksman right now is honestly very, very good. Because look at the border they kind of draw in the sand, right? Making sure that the river is cut in half, making sure that the mid lane is available.
Oh, man. Oh, this is a problem. Already, Empire is taking up more space. Uga Buga just not allowed to farm at this point. It kind of forces Wasians to find an opening with HOV, but it seems like it's not happening.
Yeah, and Kokomi, oh yeah, he's got damage now. It looks like he's got the items that he needs. Reckless needs to get out of there though.
Well, there is the damage. Oh, look at that Echo with the great usage of the first skill. Looks like he gets out. Now, unfortunately, Merciless gonna be picked off. So it's a 1-for-1 trade-off that really favors Empire in this upcoming Lord fight. Even Chacho will have to just amass Firaga armor from the Lord. He's quite low, so one skill will put out his ultimate for sure, and that is what they are gunning for. But in comes the the counter from the Lord. Echo will take it. They burst it down. The stun coming out from the Lord, and Alex wasn't ready. They want to punish for this. They already took out 2. They want to chase for Chacho. Chacho is going to be out for now. Hook connects onto Mikasa. Mikasa out with the flicker and the dash. Empire, they lose the Lord as it was snatched away from them by the Wasians.
Oh, I mean, it's unfortunate for the Empire, but what are you going to really do about it, right? The situation is what it is. You have to make the best of it right now. And obviously, this game would have sped up so much faster for the Empire to at least develop a 3K lead. Now it's back to the drawing board once again. Did they really want the Lord? I mean, Alex was showing himself on the top side of the map, so I would argue that the Empire wasn't too interested in getting the Lord to begin with. They know they've got some decent high ground defense, and the only real threat from the side of the Wasians is going to be Merciless as it engages, or if Ho finds an ideal target with the Iron Hook.
For the push for the middle, so this is this economic advantage going in favor of Wasians. They are trying to take up space as well, so at least they did equalize once again. It proves to be an equal game when it comes to the economy. Map control, however, can attribute it to Wasians, especially after taking out the tier 1 turret in the middle. Hooks not connecting, however. But the bite does connect, and Reckless gonna be gunned down. Uga Buga has to back out for that moment. HOP gonna be the trade-off. Mikasa wants to jump in for Chacho right now, who is a little bit tanky. Lacks insanity to finish up. Mikasa, oh no, to the backlines, that's Merciless. Uga Buga still wants to fight. He lands the ultimate, but my oh my, he's so low. Was taken out so easily by the Empire.
Oh my goodness, they are covering, the Empire is covering Kokomi really well. With the Wasians, you can definitely see why their comp is so dangerous. So many different options to engage, so many different options to find picks, and with Ego stealing the correct ultimates, can honestly do whatever he wants. He can steal the wild charge to be a secondary engager. He can steal the feathered airstrike to make sure that the members are low, to set up and force the Empire backwards so that they can get chased down by Merciless and as well as Uga Buga. So many different flexible options to attack the composition from the Empire, and the Empire's only counterplay is to let them do it. Force them to try and go for a pick.
Oh, they missed the ultimate coming up from Reckless. Valuable information for the Wasians, especially 20 seconds before the Lord respawns. They're gonna be, for sure, pressing the situation here for Wasians.
Oh, talk about bad timing here, but again, the opposite side of the lane with Yuzong as well as Lapu Lapu are going to try and get a split push going here, and they will eventually have to interact with each other. But mid lane already crashing through the Empire. They got to fix their waves here first before they can even start considering getting on top of the Lord. And I think ideally here, they probably want the Wasians to be sitting on the Lord rather than them.
We're gonna see Reckless, wanna poke him out. Poke not gonna connect as well. Alex using the Thorn Rose dashes through. For now, Lord Dance is important. Already Reckless has got his ultimate back. So whatever initiation that they did earlier on, it's not gonna be pressed by Wasians for now. Chacho scouting out, utilizing fire stakes as well as the missiles, but already poked out. No Piraga armor available for you, Demon. Doing a great job. Merciless forced to utilize the ultimate, not gonna catch anyone unless once is going to Reckless. For now, he's gonna be stunned up because of this. And of course, the Billies are dealing the damage. Take out Merciless. The stuns coming out from the Lord as well, helping out the Empire in their case. However, they still will lose one member. That's Kokomi out for the count. Uga Buga attacking through, gets out. Still is low. For now, Chacho recovers some of his Piranga armor. He's gonna be poked by Alex once again. Still has it. Feathered airstrike dodge by Chacho and the gang. Mikasa fights Uga Buga. Uga Buga wants to fight very low. Mikasa goes out. In comes the Phantom Execution. Narrowly missing. Now he's gonna be stunned up. Alex gonna be taken out in exchange for Uga Buga, but Reckless with a 2-man stun. No follow-up afterwards though. And Wasians will survive through. That's a 1 or a 2 for 3 trade-off that Wasians will take advantage of for sure.
Oh no, I mean the Empire, they had all the right conditions, all the right ingredients. Their brains just went on autopilot for a short span of time and disrespected again. Oh man, now the next engage is already in, and this is a 50-50.
Oh, for sure. Demon gonna be poked out by Merciless, who needs to back out now. The stun actually knock up connects to Kokomi, and that's more than enough time for Chacho to win and get that Lord for himself. Alex, he narrowly missed the Phantom Execution in the middle, and he paid for it by his life.
Narrowly missing the fact that the Empire is going toe-to-toe against the Wasians, who don't have a marksman. They refuse to scale very efficiently, but the damage output is so high, and Demon requires his ult. Kokomi just requires to live.
Oh, two-man stun! Connecting on the Jovin and Ooga Booga! Now that is gonna be the attack. The Roamer out. Middle though, gonna be pushed back. But the Empress of Wasians with the Lord aiding them in their cause. They also pushed up top lane. I don't think that any inhibitor will fall as of this moment. Wasians have slowly, have broken the tug of war. Now Wasians is leading by some gold.
Oh, 2,000 gold. I mean, I feel like the time is technically already past here, and all of their resources just need to go into killing Kokomi and Demon, and this game becomes a lot easier to play. Empire, I think they realized that like we're starting to hit a plateau here. We're really struggling to walk out of our base without the threat of the Wasians engaging from different angles rather than the front.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I feel like Empire, they're really feeling that they cannot engage anymore. Even when they have the Melissa, which is technically a marksman, he can be one-shot by all of those iframes. And look at that, they will take out Reckless. And another Demon had to pop the Purify just in the nick of time. Gonna be slowing down Alex with the Retribution, but Chacho already in the gang. They have taken over the jungle of the Empire.
This is the Wasian territory. You better not be walking in our turf, Empire, because in 50 seconds or so, we're going to be seeing our next clash, and the Empire still have a lot of their inhibitors still up here. So Wasians, they can get a split push on the side. They can basically freeze the waves to make sure that the Empire are starved out from resources, especially gold here, which they desperately need just to have some situational items to maybe make some plays, especially for Kokomi here. Probably want to have enough for a Winds of Nature and to be able to switch it into a Winter Truncheon in the middle of a fight.
But still, we have to consider the fight, the Lord fight. 18 minutes. We gotta have to mark it on Gabuga though. Parinoman's land raging. Forward! He misses! He overshoots! Onto Kokomi, now he's in trouble! Can he run away? With the hoverboard, it's not gonna be enough! Alex guns him down! -1 from the Wasians! My god, what a blunder coming out from the Kali! Now they will try to take out Reckless, and they do have the damage. Immortality popped. Reckless will be safe afterwards. With the Shah Essence forced out as well as Alex. Now he is caught in no man's land, but he's a tank slot. He gets out. Oh my.
Dude, well, this is one of those situations where you are playing like Franco and Epic. You expect someone to sidestep and they just kind of don't do anything, and you overthink the situation. This was exactly it. And to be fair, I don't even blame Ooga Booga for overshooting it like that. I would have imagined that Kokomi, as soon as he saw himself within the Hove.
Okay, Hove gonna be bursted down. He is safe for now because of the dashes and the help of his teammates. But this gives the go signal for Wasians to go on to Reckless. They did force out the ultimate, and now the Kali is back online, has respawned. Now the Lord is gonna be controlled by Wasians just because of one hook. Oh my god.
One hook to change their fates here, to seal their spots, and Wasians, they're gonna be very happy about this, but that high ground defense is looking kind of good from the Empire. So if the Empire wanna just hold on for a little bit longer, they can absolutely do so. They just have to stagger these waves once they start spawning in about 20 seconds.
19 minutes. We didn't expect this to be close, and we are given the gift of Wasians versus the Empire, just duking it out for that slot at the playoffs. A very important place to be in. Top 4. That is gonna be decided by just one game for now. Demon gonna be clearing out the wave in the middle.
Okay.
Not the Lord for now, though.
An early feathered airstrike just to get some early damage, and they know that they can use Reckless to kind of slow down this forward wave.
Oh, Merciless gonna be jumping in for Demon, will not connect. Up top though, Chacho with the last insanity does the damage, but not enough. Or will it be Kokomi out for the count? And this could be good for Wasians. Where's the defense? In comes Alex, petrified immediately, but he gets out. Booga Booga chases Demon out as well. That's the feather strike, not available for the defense. And Alex, surrounded by 4 members of the Wasians, will have the Winter Corruption after the immortality. But the damage, it's gonna be enough. Hold wants to go for the hook, and he connects. And now, Mikasa and Reckless, can they survive that ladder? That's exactly usage. Not enough damage, but Mikasa still
Oh
falls.
my god.
The X-Borg is gonna respawn after the immortality, and nobody will be able to defend this. Reckless, it's not gonna be enough. Wasians! They
did
it! Oh
my
god!
There's no way! Wasians, against all odds, despite not being able to scale as hard, despite losing out in the first couple of minutes in the game, they have done it. GG, well played, double fighter, X-Borg jungle. Oh my god, Wasians, give yourselves a pat on the back.
That was beautiful. Everybody went in for Empire, and everybody, they're all wrong. They didn't think that this will happen, and I'm pretty sure that the Empire is also shocked by whatever happened in that game. Do items even matter at this point, Gideon?
Dude, I'm just quickly skimming through it just to know what exactly went so wrong for this composition. Like, I'm looking at Chacho. He's dishing out a good amount of damage, and he's just going for a traditional X-Borg build. How in the world did someone like Kokomi get caught out by the last insanity like that? It shouldn't have been possible. It shouldn't have been available to him, and yet here we are.
I guess that you can see it happen here. Kokomi he just got slowed down at the ice retribution. Didn't have a way to. He didn't even bother like attacking Chacho at this point because his lifesteal would not be enough. And then Uga Booga finds Demon. Already 2 of the most important members in this defense taken out. Alex, the 3rd important member, also just destroyed by 4 members of the Wasians. Chacho knows his damage output. I would say this is not the first time that he utilized this X-Borg, and this could be a great precursor to many things. Imagine this, like pop in your last insanity with the ice retribution to slow down the Melissa, knowing that Melissa will not have flicker or purify to get himself into safety, only popping the inspire. It was enough, and oh my. Nobody thought
My
that it
oh
would be
my,
possible.
indeed. GG, well played. I mean, the Empire, every Empire has a Demon Slayer, and unfortunately for the Wasians, they had a Hanabi Slayer. But Uda Buddha, being the boogeyman himself, has proved everybody wrong. Fun fact, Uda Buddha used to be in BTK, and when he was in BTK, he was the #1 Khalid in the USA.
Whoa.
So not only is he able to defy the meta picks and make Hanabi OP, he's also able to defy the meta with the gold lane marksmen and show that Khalid, if you're good enough, you can still make it work in the professional scene.
Oh man, his only enemy truly was himself. That was the only enemy there. Melissa wasn't even a consideration.
Ah, he played it so well. I can't even remember that in the first few minutes he was able to land the solo kill, just utilizing his ultimate. I think that he still reserved his flicker afterwards, so you can already see that he knows how to play the Khalid for sure. He knows his matchups, and playing in the gold lane, unheard of in the modern meta game that we have right now. But man, everybody has to watch NACT right now. So many things are being like pioneered in this region.
That was 3 intense games from this region, and we're gonna take a look at a replays from this intense series.
Yeah, and honestly, there's so much to talk about in these games, from the weird picks to the fact that the Wasians are so true to themselves. It's honestly a beautiful thing to see, and especially with game number 1, we expected to see Hanabi. We got exactly what we wanted, but the Empire just knew how to dive. They knew how to deal with the composition that wanted to play front to front, and I would have expected them to kind of keep this pace up throughout this series, but the Wasians took away something from game 1, number 1.
Yeah.
They learned something from the Empire, and they started to apply it in every other game after.
Yeah, I think that what's common in across 3 games is that there's a unique wins that Wasians were able to get in, particularly in the early stages. And now in game number 2, that's also super duper evident, even more so. It's a snowball that went to an avalanche, as Gideon perfectly painted the picture for us. So it was, technically speaking, all of the games that we saw in this series, Wasians was able to get something out of the early game that the Empire couldn't figure out. And it's just that in game 2 it was a snowball. In game number 3, it was definitely fatigue that set in that you saw from Empire. They looked like they were just literally autopiloting across the remaining 10 minutes of the game. It's not like they are being proactive, and they are just reacting to what Wasians are doing, and Wasians just surprised them with sucker punches all throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are completely right. Wasians proved everybody wrong, proved all the casters wrong in today as well as yesterday's matches. They went they won both the series despite being the underdog. And now let's take a look at today's schedule. A lot of reshuffles, a lot of changes to the current standings. From the first half of the day, we had FALLOUT against Area 770 at 2-1. LaimiTop against the EDT TheOhioBrothers at a bit of a slaughter from the EDT TheOhioBrothers, but they did bring out a lot of entertainment, a lot of TikTok content for everybody watching. And second half, we have BTK versus Ackerman, a reverse sweep against what we've seen in the early half, the first round robin. And at the last but not least, we had Wasians versus the Empire, with Wasians proving us once again, do not underestimate the underdogs and do not underestimate Uda Buda. Now, as you guys have predicted, some changes to the current standings. First place will still go to the EDT. However, second place now is the BloodThirstyKings. BTK, Moazane, everyone is back. And then third place goes to Ackerman, and then fourth place is still the Wasians. Fun fact again, all 4 teams right now who are most likely at current standing going into the qualifiers will have players who used to be part of the BTK, part of OBTK. So it really shows how strong these teams are right now.
Yeah, the value of the players, right? That they were able to produce. You can see that they are really rising to the occasion. It's not just them winning with that player. It's the player themselves are making the great plays, like the winning plays, like Uga Buga. There's some play. It wasn't the most perfect execution with Khalid, but it's more than enough, and it's a standout for sure. And that's also true with Moazane, for example. And you saw that from Ackerman as well. Man, the games that we've seen today were just so good, and so it highlights really the talent that we have here in NA.
I absolutely love it. We've been casting for a long time for the professional scene, right, Wolf? And we're used to seeing set plays, you know, set ideas, compositions that are designed to fight against each other as a unit and have an overall idea. But here with NA, it's all about these smaller interactions, the synergies between 2 heroes, the interactions between 1 or 2 heroes is more than enough to green light them and to throw their bodies in, because they are that confident to make it work.
Yeah, and every day we've seen so far in the NACT has a wild show going on. We had entertainment matches, we had a lot of serious wind downs, we had the last game being best of 3, and every team has proven that they provide value to the scene. So let's take a look at next week's schedule. Coming up next week at the same time, we will have LaimiTop versus Ackerman, the Empire versus Fallout, Area 77 versus the Ohio Brothers, and BTK versus the Wasians. So a lot of things to look out for. And then we were going to have 2 more intense weeks of round robins before we go into the semifinals. Now, as we are wrapping things up, casters, thank you so much for joining us, bring your expertise, your professionalism to the North America scene, and bring some and just looking at the games in North America from a perspective of the NPL to see what are these teams doing that you don't see in Asia, and then what NA can bring to the Cs and what Cs can bring to NA. So before we wrap things up, is there anything else you guys want to share to your lovely fans from all across the world?
To all the fans out there, thank you so much for watching the NACT. If you're a supporter of me or Wolf or even Liz, you can go follow us on our social medias. We all have our own YouTube pages as well as Facebook pages, Instagram, so you can all follow us there. That would be very, very helpful. Keep supporting the NA scene, because right now, what they are bringing that's different from everybody else is not just the meta, it's the mechanics that they have, and hopefully that's going to be enough once they reach that international level where they require a different level of polish.
I'm gonna make it really quick. The future is really bright for NACT. We're just gonna keep on getting stronger. We already at that right direction, and I love really watching, and I'm so entertained of watching the games today.
And once again, thank you to everybody watching at home into NA scene. And without further ado, we'll see you next week.